Hello everyone and welcome to my freak show. Tonight's live stream is going to be a little different and pretty special. I've spent so much time working on my personal American Horror Story theories, but I love it. I love it so much. You guys know that. So this stream is a compilation of my American Horror Story theories. Be warned though, some of these theories are pretty old. The videos are definitely old, therefore the audio isn't as good as my most recent theories, obviously. However, it's worth the watch. So I absolutely ask you guys to turn up the sound, sit back or start chores, whichever, and enjoy the show. Before I do go though, I just want to say thank you all so much to everybody who has supported my channel, either with likes, Patreon, channel membership, subscriptions, thank yous, it doesn't matter. You are all wonderful, and I really appreciate your support. And the ghosts are back. Let's cut to the video. Welcome to the Freak Show. Let's dive into this theory, shall we? As you know, we're reviewing the seasons of American Horror Story in the Freaks of AHS on Facebook. Link to the group is in the description. And I noticed something while rewatching this season. Constance demonstrated the power of sight many times during the season. Now, guys, let's be clear. She doesn't have like a glorious power such as a seven wonder, but she did have visions revealing the present and future, and that is a form of divination. If this video reaches over 100 likes, I will make more theory videos. And don't forget, guys, as usual, this video will probably spoil you if you haven't seen season 1 of American Horror Story, so do not watch it if you haven't seen it. Now, here's my example of Constance being a witch in Murder House. Now, first one is she stopped Ben from burning himself in the pilot. Now, how did Constance know that Ben would be in the kitchen about to burn himself? One awesome viewer did point out that she was probably aware of the behaviors from previous owners, but she wasn't there when Ben turned on the fireplace while sleepwalking the first night in the house. And plus, if she knew the behavior from previous owners, she was there right at the perfect time. I just don't understand how she got there right at the perfect time to prevent him from burning himself on the stove. Next example, she knew Vivian was pregnant. Constance explains to Vivian she knew she was pregnant by the smell of her pheromones, the hormone a woman produces when pregnant. But she seemed taken back when she realized Vivian was pregnant. Now, I think she had a vision of Vivian and Ben in the kitchen that Constance and Vivian were standing in, and maybe she had a vision of Vivian telling Ben that she's pregnant. Next example. She made a cupcake intended for Violet and disabled the killer that got away from the murder house. Now, I know what most of you are thinking, that the cupcake was poisoned and intended to make Violet sick. But Constance doesn't hate Violet. We see a scene with the two of them sharing a cigarette with tea and cake after Addie died. It's a very honest, open scene between the two, and this is when Constance reveals that Tate is her son. There's never, in that scene, I got that Constance did not have any sort of ill will towards Violet. Therefore, I doubt the cupcakes were meant for Violet. So I think that because the cupcakes disabled one of the killers, it allowed Violet to help get away and for Tate to come in and kill the first one and then the second. So I just think they played a great part in helping Violet get away. Now, the next example is that in this episode that Hayden is killed, Constance tells Ben when she sees him digging in the backyard that she sees him building a gazebo and drinking a glass of iced tea while he's digging. And then later, he does build the gazebo, but he builds it to cover Hayden's body, and the scene ends with him and Vivian drinking iced tea on it. Now, if that is not a great example for using sight, I don't know what is. But let's move on. The next example is Constance was waiting for Violet in the kitchen after she Googled Tate and found out that he was a school shooter. And she even had Billie Dean Howard on standby. How many psychics do you know that will just wait around for somebody to understand something and come running to them? You know, I mean, how did Constance know that Violet did her research right then and there on Tate? Now, the answer is from Constance herself when she says to Violet that she knows Violet found out about Tate, and I'm positive that that was through a vision. Now, I know what most of you are thinking. If Constance was a witch, why the hell didn't she use her powers to get what she wants? You know, save Addie when she died on Halloween night, or like know her that her son was a psycho and was going to shoot up his high school. Well, my answer is that she didn't have a vision indicating those events would happen. Maybe because Tate was her son and Addie's her daughter, things like maybe because it was her family. And clearly, I just honestly don't believe that Constance realizes she's a witch. Or I guess you could say her dreams and her visions are best described as the gift of sight. So it appears that Constance is limited to the future and the present, not the past events. Now, my last example lies in Billie Dean Howard herself. I'm sure Constance did realize at some point in her life that she carried a gift, and is probably the real reason why she contacted Billie Dean Howard in the first place. She even admitted to going through different psychics through Craigslist, but Billie was the only legit one. Now, why would Constance look for a psychic? Surely she wouldn't wouldn't need one for the ghost in the murder house. That wouldn't make sense if you remember that the ghosts are murderous, and bringing in a psychic would be like giving the ghosts a new victim. Sort of like giving Billie Dean to the ghosts of the Hotel Cortez. And besides, Constance wouldn't need a psychic to contact the ghosts in the murder house. They freely come right out and show themselves to her, even as her son Tate that hates her. And when Violet asks Constance and Billie Dean for their help in banishing Chad and Patrick's spirit from the house, Billie Dean clearly has never been in the house before. So why find a psychic for a house with ghosts that appear freely and easily? The answer is Constance was looking for someone with legitimate powers, such as herself, a person to confide in who could provide answers to sought-after questions that Constance needed. Now, guys, my strong feeling is Constance is a descendant of Mimi de Longpre. I know I removed that thought from my Constance Witch Theory video, but that was honestly for lack of facts. You guys know how much I love facts. But now I can honestly say it is likely that the two are related. Witchy powers can skip a generation. Now, if Constance is a witch, which I believe she is, it would definitely make sense that her 4 children did not carry powers. So if Constance knew she had power, another question, why didn't she use it to obtain what she wanted in life? Now, my answer to that is, how do you use the site to get Murder House or, to become an actress or get lots of money? I mean, sure, you can sell your talent to the highest bidder like Billie Dean does. But if you're Constance, who is inexperienced with their power, has 4 kids, especially disabled children, your options are very limited. And I do believe the murder house itself played a huge part in the reason why Constance seemed to forget her dreams. In episode 3, when Moira's ghost says that she wants to leave the murder house and go home, Constance explains that she wants to be free of the house as well, but she can't, even though Constance isn't a ghost. We get the impression that Constance can't leave the house because the ghosts of her family reside there, and the house itself is something that is like a goal, something she's always wanted, like being a movie star. But Constance has always said that being a movie star was her biggest and first dream and desire. So I believe that the evil power inside the house appreciated Constance's admiration of it so much that the two have basically morphed into like a sick, twisted, abusive relationship. So how has Constance came and gone, through the house without being murdered all these years? That definitely explains it. The Harmons were there for less than a year, and all of them, and I do mean every single one of them, were murdered. Chad and Patrick were another set of owners killed quickly after moving in as well. like even Constance's husband and Moira. So you'd think that the ghosts, especially the ghost of Constance's husband, Moira, and like Larry's burned wife, that they would have taken Constance out when she stepped across the threshold of the murder house. Yet Constance and her grandson are allowed to safely leave? A ghost definitely got time for that. So I definitely wanted to point out the relationship between Constance and the house, because we do hear in one of the final episodes of Murder House, when Billie is in the house describing the evil in there, she explains that the ultimate goal of the house is to basically materialize and walk with those living, and that it used the ghosts in the house as its energy to manifest. So I believe that Constance is ultimately possessed by the evil. The two have this sick relationship, and that's why it has allowed her to come and go so often without succumbing to another ghost murdering her. So to me, guys, this proves that Constance was a witch with sight in season 1, working on discovering the history of her power and how it can work for her with Billie Dean Howard as some kind of a mentor. So as you'll know, I love your theories and ideas, so make sure you leave them below and I'll probably reply to you. What did you guys think of my theory? Leave a like if you liked the video, and thanks for watching my newest theory video. Thank you all for your support and love. Thanks for watching, and beware of sexy Scathach. Welcome to the Freak Show. Thank you so much to BRT for this theory idea. I wondered about the technology behind Miss Meade for a while, but I couldn't pinpoint anything. That is until my awesome admin told me his theory. So let's be extra and allow this theory to take us away. First, let's examine Miss Meade herself and what we know about her. Miss Meade is a prototype made by the Cooperative's Research and Development Department, who are rumored to be played by Evan Peters and Billy Eichner. Now, as of this video, we still don't know who heads the Cooperative or even much about Miss Meade herself. So I've got to rely on visual evidence shown throughout the season and current technology in place. Visually, Miss Meade is one fine piece of technology. I'm sure all of us are remembering movies with robots such as The Terminator or even HAL 9000 in A Space Odyssey, or even Bishop from the Alien movies. And it's no wonder, because Miss Meade's technology practically mirrors those movies with a few major exceptions. We see that she bleeds a light yellow substance under real lifelike flesh with small tubes and other technology that we simply can't see. Now, there is small lights under her flesh, and again, it's just something that we can't see further, nor is it explained. Now let's move on to the exterior. Miss Meade's actions are smooth and not choppy with quick, short moves like current technology's robots. We never hear whirling or any kind of robotic sounds when she moves or is processing inside of her hard drive. And her programming is way beyond our current capabilities. Miss Meade is fundamentally different because she contains memories, emotions, feelings of human attachment, understanding of what is right and wrong, the idea of murder, and things like the chain of command. Now, I know what most of you are going to say. Michael programmed all of those thoughts and feelings into her, and yes, he did give her the idea of poisoned apples and memories and that such. But again, this is something that is connected to her mind, which is her hard drive, I guess. But how did research and development for the Cooperative create such an advanced piece of machinery capable of such advanced technology? The outpost is underground, under an iron sculpture and a huge decorative decontamination room, but somehow Michael can communicate with Miss Meade through the use of computers and the internet, despite obliterating most of the humans on the planet to run its servers? I mean, there's no delay in her actions or her responses, and you just have to admit that this is one huge leap for technology and just not something that we are capable of in late 2018. So I doubt 1 year will make a difference to match the October 2019 American Horror Story Apocalypse storyline when Miss Meade first appears. Now, it's safe to say not one country in this world is capable of creating something close to the technology behind Miss Meade. So how did the Cooperative create Miss Meade? I understand there are many secret projects in progress right now regarding the advancement of technology, and money can pretty much buy anything of what you most desire. Though it's got to be said that technology is based on knowledge and advancement, and it's not something that you can easily go out and purchase at the supermarket. Even if Michael found someone who could create the prototype, it would take decades, not, years. Since Miss Meade was burned about like 2 years ago, give or take, before the apocalypse, it is definitely not enough time to create something so advanced and complex with technology that simply doesn't exist now or a few years from now. Therefore, there is only one answer as to the true technology behind the creation of Miss Meade: aliens. Now, before you get all hot and bothered by this theory, let me explain it a little bit. Guys, aliens are everywhere. From the Bible to ancient hieroglyphics to current conspiracy theories regarding celebrities. To say we are alone in this universe is hubris and unlikely. At some point, aliens will visit us, or they have. But that's not the point I'm trying to make. The point is, aliens are out there, and judging by the massive power Michael demonstrates this season, I have no doubt he has telepathy strong enough to speak to others in this universe. Hell, it's likely our Antichrist is so powerful his powers can be felt beyond the Milky Way. Besides, there's no doubt Michael is beyond powerful since he destroyed the entire world. However, I doubt Michael can build something so complex as Miss Meade. Now again, the rumor going around is that these two characters are the two who created Miss Meade, and if that's the way the show goes, I'll be terribly disappointed, just like I was disappointed with the Tate and Violet storyline. I mean, Violet was so much better off without Tate. Evil left the house with Michael, my ass. I mean, what a stupid fucking excuse to bring these two back together. Ladies, gents, if the person you love rapes your mother, burns a stepfather alive, goes on a high school killing spree, and continues to murder while he's dating you, dump him. You can do so much better. That is not boyfriend material. I mean, unless of course that's what you're into. Anyway, I predict these two are the ones who helped Michael nuke the world from a safe place and helped Michael find his source of funding. Thank you all so much for watching, and beware of our girl, Sexy Scathach. Welcome to my freak show. I am MaryGirl Moody, and today we're going to explore my character and storyline theories for the upcoming season of American Horror Story 1984. Now, these are only my theories and speculations, so don't be a dick in the comments. And of course, spoiler warning. I speculate Emma Roberts will play one of the camp fitness instructors and is a prime candidate for being our final girl. But I'm really not sure about that though. The last time Emma was a brunette on American Horror Story, it didn't work out for her character very well. Now, I'm a little confused about Cody Fern's possible character. Either he's going to be this know-it-all type of character or the killer. Now, one thing I'm positive about is he's going to care more about his hair than anything. And Lord, I love that gold earring hanging from his ear. It's typical 80s, and I am so here for it. Now, there's no doubt in my mind that Angelica Ross will play the camp doctor. The stethoscope majorly gives her character away, but regardless of her character, I'm extremely excited to see Miss Candy from Pose on this series. Angelica makes television history as the first transgender actor to secure 2 series regular roles. Congratulations to you, Angelica, and I am ready to go camping with you, girl. Gus Kenworthy, in my opinion, will probably be the other camp fitness instructor, and a douche at that, as more than likely those characters back in the 80s were. Now, the upside to his death will probably be extra gruesome. So here's looking forward to that. Leslie Grossman will probably be the owner of the camp. She gives me total Nat Geo vibes. So either she's going to be the owner or some researcher lurking around the camp. It's possible her childhood will be connected to the camp or the killer. Either the killer or she will have nightmares about when they first met, hence the song I Can Dream About You playing in the cast teaser. Now, a punk rocker, I believe, is going to go to Billie Lourd, who is forced to work at the camp for money because her parents cut her off, or some kind of excuse that she's got to work with these kids, which she hates. Now, in my opinion, Billie Lourd has full final girl potential as well. But she's giving me the finger, so I'm already calling Billie's character probably as dead, but definitely my favorite. Matthew Morrison will probably be married to Leslie Grossman's character and half owner of the camp, which would make Leslie's character the one riding Matthew's sausage to O-Town. Lucky her. Deron Horton will probably be the smart, athletic guy who's sensitive, but will scream his throat dry when he sees a dead body for the first time. And I'm also guessing this guy is the stoner, and you know what they say about that. A friend with weed is a friend indeed. I firmly believe Zach Villa will be Richard Ramirez, who was active in 1984. And according to the teasers released recently, the license plate on the truck that the kids are riding in is going to California, leaving us to speculate Camp Redwood is indeed located in California, where Ramirez ended up and eventually was caught next year in 1985. So the show will possibly reference him as a backstory, like one of the counselor's best friend's sister's boyfriend's brother's girlfriend survived an attack by him, or will probably appear in a story that's told by one of the main characters, the counselors. Now, I don't think he's actually going to appear at the camp as one of the main characters per se, only as part of a story. John Carroll Lynch, I do believe he will be our Twisty the way he was to Colt. Simply an urban legend told around the campfire, or a killer that once was, like Richard Ramirez, only to be brought back in twisted tales or memories. But watch him guys, be a janitor or something like that. But too many killers were revealed in the teaser. So too much killers is basically too much meat in the stew, and that would be hard for viewers to chew if they had 3 killers. So it stands likely that there will only be one killer, making John Carroll Lynch and Zach Villa only appearing in flashbacks. And I have to say that they best save a cameo for Jamie Lee Curtis, Miss 80s Scream Queens herself. That would kick ass this season and be on the top of my list if they did that. I firmly believe we will get the typical summer camp is about to open, so the camp counselors are getting there early to set things up, and there's a killer stalking them, trying to kill them one by one scenario that's loyal to the horror genre. I do feel the killers foreshadowed in the teasers are going to be part of the campfire tales, urban legends, and part of someone's memory, and the real killer is one of the camp counselors who have a connection to Grossman's character. Typically, Ryan and Brad love to write a horror story that starts it all out, like the baby in the bathtub from Scream Queens, or a haunted house, such, from Murder House. So I definitely predict that Camp Redwood will have a backstory, and Cabin 9 will fit into it somehow, such as something terrible happened there just this last year, or many years ago, or hell, they might even stretch it out to say it's built on an old burial ground. You know the horror drill, guys. And a story is told to scare all of the new counselors. But as usual, all the counselors think the story is not real, but it really is, and somebody that they all know is connected to the original backstory and is stalking the counselors, killing them one by one. Personally, I don't care what storyline they come up with for this season. I'm just happy American Horror Story is finally doing a summer camp season. Aside from a mortuary theme, summer camp is my most desired season theme, and I am beyond excited that they are finally going this route. And I mean, straight out of nowhere right now, I'd love to see some aliens fit in somewhere this season. Maybe like a side story, such as the counselors are disappearing, then they return with no memory of where they've been or even what happened to them. They're also dressed in different clothes, wearing different jewelry than what they were wearing when they went missing. Like some really freaky deaky, spine-chilling shit like that. Because if there's one thing aliens love to do to humans, it's some freaky deaky, spine-chilling shit. So as long as the writers don't go too crazy, like literally following the Friday the 13th franchise, actually, hell, I probably wouldn't get mad at them if they did that. But I guess as long as we don't get stuck with a bunch of stupid fucking characters, because that would suck. Please know, it's possible these theories are wrong because American Horror Story is known for going in different directions than the first promos suggest. So I'm basing this theory here only on the one cast teaser and the 2 teasers that have came out recently. It's possible that what Ryan released was a first round of costume testing and they're not going to be used actually in the season. Now, does anyone remember these? Never got used. But that's what's so fun about these theories, is having a great time speculating about them. What's your theory for this season? Let me know in the comments and I'll make a video shouting out my favorite ones. Thank you all so much for watching, and beware of sexy Scathach. Beware of sexy Scathach. Hello everyone and welcome to my freak show. I have a theory and it's one of my favorites. Anna has dissociative identity disorder. Allow me to prove this theory to you. Very quickly, let's review the definition of DID. Dissociative identity disorder is a mental health condition. If you are living with DID, it means that you have 2 or more separate personalities. These personalities control your behavior at different times. Each identity has its own personal history, traits, likes, and dislikes. DID can even lead to gaps in memories and hallucinations, like believing something is real when it isn't. Dissociative identity disorder used to be called multiple personality disorder or split personality disorder, but DID is one of several dissociative disorders, and these disorders can actually affect your ability to connect with reality. Other dissociative disorders include depersonalized and derealization disorder, which causes a feeling of detachment from your actions, dissociative amnesia, or problems remembering information about yourself. And I must state that many clinicians do not believe in DID. But the most infamous case of DID is Cindy James, who I will review at the end of the episode. Now, it was the missing time gaps that first stuck out to me, guys. I wondered why Anna is losing time. But it was when I saw Anna's face, like her reflection in episode 1, right before she went on to the Andy Cohen show, that made me wonder if she's suffering from a serious mental disorder. So think about this. What if Anna has dissociative identity disorder and is actually stalking herself? That would mean that the basement doesn't have a portal to hell, and there really isn't a huge pimple on her face. The whispers, the chants, the mysterious noises, the women in black, the women stalking Anna, the changing appointment times, all of that could simply be hallucinations per the symptoms of DID. Even the basement from hell, just a hallucination. There is no conspiracy against her, and she's pregnant with a normal child. And that would mean that Dex, as much as I hate to admit this, but this would mean that Dex is actually a nice guy who cares about his wife and unborn baby. If Anna has DID, then I can only imagine how Dex is utterly confused. And it explains why he's so protective and placates Anna. And I wonder if it's possible that Dex knows Anna has a mental disorder, but I guess that wouldn't make sense, as I'm sure he wouldn't want the possibility of it being passed on to his baby. I mean, science isn't sure if DID is genetic or environmental. However, those with family history of DID have a higher source of developing it than others who don't. So my personal feeling is Dex doesn't know Anna has DID and has only known her for 2 or 3 years. I'm sure he's utterly confused why his wife is someone one moment and another the next. There's one thing that I absolutely want to point out really quickly, because there's guys, I found a lot of compelling evidence to indicate that Anna is behind everything. Such as when Anna goes to sleep at night, she wakes up in different clothing. Or whenever she's taken, such as when she was taken from the basement, she was wearing a specific set of clothes, and then when she wakes up later to find out that Babette had been beheaded, she was in different clothings. In episode 2, after Anna chased the woman from her apartment, the words, "Don't do it, Anna," were written on Anna's mirror. Now, we all saw the lipstick on Anna's hands. But what I failed to notice was this was evidence that Anna was the one who wrote the words on the mirror. Another piece of evidence I found is when Anna is searching for Addie online. One of the links has already been clicked on, indicating Anna already clicked on that link on a previous occasion. Perhaps Anna doesn't remember she already checked out Addie online? Remember when Cora told Anna that Anna called and told her about a stalker? I went back and checked and Anna never told Cora anything? And then remember when Dex told Anna that he was there when Cora told them about Miss Preacher and being harmless? Again, I went back to check and he wasn't there. But if Anna really has DID, then it would make sense that, of course, those conversations did happen, but her reality is mixed up from the mental illness. Same thing with Sonia and her green shoes. This would absolutely explain everything. Now, very quickly, guys, depending on what you believe, this would mean that Anna is a real-life Cindy James. Cindy James was born in 1944. Her father was an English teacher, her mother was a homemaker, and Cindy graduated college and became a pediatric nurse in Canada. She was married to Roy Makepeace, 19 years her senior, in 1966. They had a tumultuous relationship and separated in June of 1982. Then, in September of 1982 is when Cindy first reported a prowler. Phone calls of violent natures, break-ins, all of that was just the beginning. Now, of course, her ex-husband Roy was suspected. However, he denied all involvement. And Cindy soon became the victim of violent attacks and mysterious fires. The police were starting to believe at one point that Cindy was just making the whole thing up. But Cindy moved twice to avoid the stalker. None of it worked, and the incidents continued. Once a fire was even set in her basement, and a man actually saw another person outside of Cindy's house. In fact, there were multiple times that witnesses came forward to say that they saw someone outside of Cindy's house, but the police completely ignored it. Though they did have Cindy mentally evaluated, the clinician suggested that Cindy had DID, dissociative identity disorder. On May 25, 1989, Cindy picked up her paycheck from work and deposited it at the bank at 8 p.m. She wasn't seen after that, so friends reported her missing. The police found her car in a shopping mall parking lot with blood on the car, but no Cindy. On June 8th, a worker found Cindy's body in the backyard of an abandoned house. She was tied up with rope, a black nylon stocking was tied around her neck, and tox reports indicated she overdosed on diazepam and morphine. And the police believe that Cindy tied herself up, shot herself with morphine, and died. Police love that theory. Now, Cindy's family thinks it was murder, and Cindy reported over 100 incidents. Now, guys, if she did have DID, that means she systematically tortured herself for 7 years and over 100 incidents. Now, my personal belief is Cindy was a victim of stalking. There is 2 people in her life with motive and opportunity, Cindy's best friend and her ex-husband. And this is just my belief. I'm not accusing anyone of harming her, but my gut feeling is Cindy was mentally ill. Someone knew it and took advantage of her mental illness to enact some kind of revenge. Let me know what you guys think about Cindy James in the comments, but I mean, wouldn't this all be so sad if everything was just in Anna's mind? If this was the way that the show is going, I hope it ends with Anna discovering that she's been stalking herself and it crushes her mentally, causing a massive breakdown. Because there are real people suffering from DID and other true mental health horrors. So Anna's story can help people relate to others who are suffering from mental health problems and those around them who are helping them deal with it too. It would certainly demonstrate the devastating effects mental health has on a person. I mean, to experience this season through the eyes of a woman with DID is something that hasn't been done before. And this scenario is a true American horror story. Plus, Anna wouldn't be the only one with this type of storyline. It would absolutely align with AHS NYC. We all thought Big Daddy was real, even me, but he was a metaphor for the AIDS virus and crisis. So in this sense, the witches, the stalker, the strange occurrences, everything is just a metaphor for mental crisis. So, what do you guys think of this theory? Let me know all of your thoughts in the comments because you know I love reading them. Thank you all so much for watching, and of course, beware of beware of sexy Scathach. This was a very fun theory video to make, so I hope that you guys enjoy watching it. Let's dive into this American Horror Story pool of insanity theories and talk about Zoe Benson being a descendant of Scathach. Now first, let's discuss if it's even possible for Scathach to have a descendant. I guess I should say so, because as we all know, Scathach does love to get it on. And after hundreds of years of getting her groove on, it would be safe to say that she had a child at one point. Her desire and her power grow stronger with each moon, so it is confirmed that her magic is alive, and she is like the Ricky Martin, song, She Bangs, She Bangs. At this point in the theory, you get the point. Scathach has had a ton of unprotected sex for centuries, and we can logically deduce that she has a scorching case of herpes and children. As usual, let's review these single ladies. Zoe Benson is a shy, quiet, teenage girl with tiny features, powerful magic, and has a sexual affliction which was inherited from her great-grandmother, meaning that she kills every man she has sex with. She likes dead frat boys, threesomes with her roommate, and kills the boys softly with her vag. Next up, we have Sexy Scathach, a shy, quiet young woman with dirty features, powerful magic, and can enchant men into having sex with her. She likes men, having sex anytime, any place, and is so supreme she has a colony kill for her. So as you can see, the girls are quite similar, even down to their looks. If you shoved Scathach into the shower, took her to a dentist, a salon, and on a shopping spree, I'm pretty sure she'll look something like Zoe. Since we can't confirm this kind of tiny piece of evidence, we'll call it a coincidence and just move on to the next example. Now, the next example is Scathach says her gods demand blood and were thirsty in an episode of Roanoke. Now, how ironic is it that Zoe's vag makes boys hemorrhage with blood pouring out of every orifice of their body? I mean, if I were Zoe's gods, I'd be more than pleased with her team effort here. Scathach's that's a really hard thing to say. Scathach's vag may not be as deadly as Zoe's. I said it. But you have to admit that their powers are vastly similar. Most witches have special powers or talent, as we call them. So murder by snatch sticks out like a sore thumb. I mean, you can call this a coincidence, but we've already given that title away to the topic of them appearing similar. So we can call this example a possibility. Moving on. In episode 5 of Coven, Marie Laveau sends the dead to invade the academy. Queenie and Nan's magic isn't enough to save them, nor is Delphine's attempts as well. Only when Zoe chainsaws them up that it works. However, at the end of the siege, Zoe is about to be harmed by a zombie when she uses her magic and tells the zombie to, quote, be in your nature, essentially snapping Marie out of her spell. When Marie sits up, she says the witches have some real power. What a coincidence, guys. That's the exact words Cricket used to describe Scathach. In episode 4 of Roanoke, Cricket describes Scathach as, quote, the bitch with the real power. Coincidence? I think not. So I think we can safely say, guys, that until Ryan Murphy does confirm that this is accurate, so we can say that this theory is highly possible that Zoe is a descendant of Scathach. So what did you guys think of my theory? As y'all know, I love your thoughts, so make sure you leave them in the comments. Welcome to the Freak Show. Let's have a little fun and obsess over the clowns of American Horror Story Cult. And please know that this video is mostly for fun, and I couldn't care less if I'm right. Okay, let's talk clowns. First things first, let's look at the clowns we've already seen in episode 1, 2, and 3. This one we saw through promotions before the season aired. There's tiny hands sticking out of the head with a pentagram on the face. I think I'll call this one Little Pentagram. Yeah, this one. To me, that's Meadow Wilton. The body structure and the height of the Little Pentagram clown match Meadow. I guess we'll find out, though, if or when we see them again. Because if Meadow's dead and we don't see this clown again, then we know that I was right. Moving on to this pair, because they sort of go with the clown above. I think the green-haired guy is Harris Wilton, and the brain clown is Detective Samuels. The body types of the clowns match the respective person, as you can see in these pictures. Based on these pictures, we know that both clowns are white males without any respect whatsoever for watermelon. Now, this makes me feel pretty confident that my guesses are correct. And when you put Meadow beside Harrison, possibly while they're wearing their respective clown costumes, you can definitely tell it's them. I mean, it's pretty obvious. Next is the three-faced clown. I strongly feel this is Dr. Rudy Vincent. The clown is near the same height and with the same hands as Dr. Vincent. Based on his profession, he would be a perfect choice to keep the members in line and dish out punishments. I like the mask, though. It's so phallic and different. Moving on to the chick in the white and black diamond dress with the little pink weird belt. But without a doubt, that clown is Emma Roberts. At first, I suspected Winter. However, Winter and Ozzy were watching those clowns from his bedroom at the end of episode 1. So it can't be Winter, obviously. So I'm saying that that one right there, that one, that witch, that woman is Emma Roberts. The next clown reminds me of Ivy with the striped shirt and the short blonde hair, but the clown is a man. I mean, it's not Ivy, but something is definitely up with this clown. We rarely see him, unlike the other 5. He doesn't participate in the Chang murders or the murders in episode 3. He makes an appearance twice and seems to show up only for Allie. In episode 2, the clown tells Ozzy that he's dreaming, and we hear his voice for the first time. Now, I honestly think this clown is someone we haven't been introduced to yet. It's possible that this is Kai, but I don't think so. Unfortunately, I don't have an answer for this one, and we'll just have to revisit this idea in the future when we see more episodes. Lastly is Twisty the Clown, the man himself. So far, Twisty doesn't actually exist in this story, only in Ozzy's Night Terrors. In episode 1, Twisty appears as himself as Ozzy reads the comic book. In episode 2, Twisty appears in Ozzy's Night Terror, which we can all agree that was not real, because in the nightmare, Twisty and the three-faced clown broke the bathroom door while pursuing Ozzy, but the door wasn't broken when the little boy woke up. At least nobody mentioned it. And the poor kid was having a nightmare about all of the killer clowns taking over his little life lately. So as of episode 3, Twisty is only in Ozzy's mind. Well, that about covers all of the clowns featured in season 7 of American Horror Story. Who do you think the clowns are? Drop your opinion in the comment section. Make sure you thumb up the video if you liked it, subscribe for more content, and thank you so much for watching.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to my freak show. As y'all know, I live for theories, and once I saw Rabbit Rabbit last week on American Horror Stories, I knew I found my first theory of the season. How did Rabbit Rabbit get approved by Netflix? Why didn't someone at Netflix go crazy after watching the movie? So let's flip on Netflix, put on some Rabbit Rabbit, and rip this theory apart. Please remember, this is just a theory, and Rabbit Rabbit is not a real movie. Special shout out to my longtime patron, Chase Dyer. You're the best, Chase. And this video is brought to you by me. Buy my books on Amazon. There's plenty, you know. They're even free on Unlimited. Now, first things first, I want to say to those of you out there who actually have your movie on Netflix, Amazon, or another platform, congratulations. You are a massive badass. And if my explanation is wrong, well, I researched the best I could with my time, so don't be a dick in the comments. So let's go through the process of getting a movie on Netflix. Let's say I made a hypothetical movie, Regina, in 1986, and I want it on Netflix. First, I must know the film genre that I want to place Regina in, and of course the audience that I made the movie for. Knowing my audience is literally make or break for my film. Regardless if the film is completed or not, I must find a distributor unless I intend to market Regina myself. So, for the sake of this theory, I need a distributor. I believe in my movie and I know people will love it. So I must give a hearty pitch to someone at a company that distributes the genre that best fits my movie. I'll show them maybe a movie trailer, the artwork, plans for a franchise, the whole shebang. Basically, they get everything except the actual movie. If they love my pitch and my accessories and believe in the movie as much as I do, they'll sign me to their company and I will be paid based on the contract. Which of course, this explains the roles. But why Larry chose a nice car instead of investing it in like a home or something else is just, way beyond me. So, how do I get Regina on Netflix? As usual, I have to have a meeting with someone at Netflix who makes those decisions. At the meeting, I give the person the pitch of my life. If she or he likes my pitch, she or he will negotiate the licensing fee and terms with my distribution company, not me. For a first-timer like myself, Netflix will buy a standard 1-year to 2-year licensing fee, which gives them permission to show Regina on their platform and receive a percentage of the profits. If people add Regina to their queue, they watch it, like it, even review it, Netflix will add more years to the licensing timeframe. Once again, it is unlikely anyone at the actual company will watch the movies approved by the company unless it's, personal. There are thousands of movies pitched to the company to their various different departments. So it's logical that they don't actually watch any of the movie. They base their judgment and if the show actually gets on Netflix based on the judgment on the pitch alone. Now, for example, Cuties. That's still on their site and I honestly haven't watched it, but that sparked a huge controversy. Other countries have also banned certain movies that Netflix have put up, such as The Bridge, Full Metal Jacket, Cooking While High, Disjointed. There basically does indicate that Netflix is not a flawless company. Larry is the filmmaker, and we know Twisted Flicker Studios, a Reverse Mind Pictures helped distribute the film. The poster indicates music by Ed Sanchez and is produced by Manny Cotto. Regardless, Larry is responsible for pitching Netflix, and he gave Chad and Kelly this passionate speech about films and how he truly wanted to create something different. So I can only imagine the speech that he gave to the executives. They bought the license and allowed the audience to decide if it was a good investment or not. When Larry pitched his movie, I'm sure the premise highly enticed the greedy executives at Netflix. They love taboo shit. Faces of Death, Cannibal Holocaust, Evil Dead, Silent Night, Deadly Night, Henry, Portrait of a Serial Killer, they were considered extremely violent, and most of them were banned in the 80s when they were created. Oh God, I have to say really quickly, guys, the 80s was such a great time to be a patron at the cinema for horror movies. I'm very glad that that was actually in my generation. So in my opinion, just the mere pitch of a movie with a so-called curse to those who would watch it would have been interesting to the executives. And then they, of course, bought the license and at that point would have allowed the audience to decide if it was a good investment or not. That's their formula. Of course, letting the audience decide. That's hilarious. Now, sure, this premise has absolutely been used before of Rabbit Rabbit. I do know this, guys. Now, however, it is a formula that hasn't been overused like the zombie trope has. So I think that's why I actually enjoyed it a lot more than I normally would, say, if it were a zombie virus. Now, based on the history of horror movies and the demand for young girls and or couples to be hacked to death by an escaped maniac, I'd say Rabbit Rabbit had a good chance of being picked up without being viewed by one single studio executive. After all my research, I can tell you with confidence, viewing the movie is not essential to its success until it's watched by an actual audience. So, I've basically explained how Larry got his movie on such a broad platform, and I answered how Rabbit Rabbit would have not been viewed by anyone at the company, so they would not have turned into these crazy killers. But one thing I do find funny, at this point in the story, only the distribution company has actually paid Larry. We know he wasn't in it for the money, he was in it for the art. He knew something bad would happen when the movie aired on such a large platform. Larry even watched the news, so he knew something huge would happen when the movie was released on Netflix. And the only thing he did to prepare for this new apocalypse, so to speak, is buy a car and live in the middle of nowhere. My God, if Chad and Kelly didn't come along to burn him alive, then he probably would have been killed anyway by the monsters that he created. Ultimately, if we follow the formula of the story, the movie will turn everyone who watches it into a mindless, kill-crazy dude or dudette. And since Mallory ended Michael and his apocalypse, perhaps this is another version of the apocalypse in this new alternate timeline of American Horror Story. Yes, Smithers. Oh, shit, now I'm gonna have to find out the year that this episode took place just to see if it's true. Lord, I'm all theories all the time. Now that wraps it up for this theory video. Long story short, Netflix caused the apocalypse and killed everyone just because they couldn't take the time to watch a frickin' movie. Thanks for watching, and beware of our girl's sexy Scathach.
Beware of sexy Scathach.
Hello everyone, and welcome to my freak show. I want to give credit where credit is due, and it is due to you, the viewers. Now, for months, I have seen your theory that Siobhan is Lilith, and I finally had a chance to research your theory and turn it into a video. So, let's explore it. Spoiler warning, and huge special shout out to Merman Eli for becoming a channel member. Thank you so much, Eli. I promise I won't let you down. Let's start at the beginning with the Queen herself. Now just know, guys, this is not a Bible lesson, but I've got to educate you on Lilith before we can explore your theory. And there are so many views of Lilith that it would take too much time to research, so I stayed within the Jewish and Christian views of her. So please don't nitpick me in the comments. Lilith is the first woman created, made from the same soil as Adam. Lilith is Adam's first wife, mother of his children, and his side piece after he married Eve. However, Lilith wasn't the type of woman who wanted to be barefoot and pregnant all day in the kitchen. Allegedly, the tea is, Lilith threw strays at Adam and left his ass. But Adam told all the animals in the garden that it was him that threw out Lilith for being unobedient. Either way, Lilith couldn't take her children with Adam with her. So unfortunately, Lilith used God's name, which was forbidden, when she left Eden, and it pissed off the big guy. Now, God sided with Adam in this fight, and he was angry at Lilith. So he sent 3 angels to bring her back to the Garden of Eden, regardless if she wanted to come back or not. And these 3 angels found her in the Red Sea with a shit ton of little demon babies, and told her what God said, but Lilith was basically like Kourtney Kardashian from SimGM and said no. And instead, Lilith proposed that she would become a killer of children and men. But God and the angels really weren't down for all that, but Lilith was still playing in the same ball field as them. So the angels came back on her proposition and said that, look, Lilith has so many demon kids, and at least one of them have to die every day as a way of, like a lazy way of reducing potential evil in the world. And coming back saying that only those who wear an amulet with the names of the 3 angels will be saved from Lilith. Now, finally, after so much time, Lilith agrees, and afterwards the angels left Lilith alone. And I want to note, for some weird reason, God meant for Lilith to be an evil entity, and allegedly, Lilith became a demon after she left the Garden of Eden, and her purpose was to produce more demon offspring. At one point, she returned to the Garden of Eden, sees Eve, and how subservient she is, and then she tricks Eve into eating the fruit from the tree of knowledge. And she stole Adam's good sperm, told everyone to go fuck themselves, gave them the finger, and just deuced out of the Eden again. Now, I want to note that in other versions of the Bible, Lilith is downplayed to a screeching night owl. Okay, so now that I've finished the research part, I want to address the theory of Siobhan being Lilith, Lucifer's wife, because this theory indicates that it's not possible. The concept of Satan as a fallen angel or a figure of evil is often depicted as a solitary person and without a spouse. And Christianity does not recognize a wife for Lucifer, and Judaism does not believe in Lucifer. So in this theory, I can't link Siobhan to Lucifer by way of marriage or anything such as that. And as far as a cult or a coven that is still following and celebrating Lilith, her character has been interpreted in various ways over time, and some modern occult and spiritual groups have adopted her as their symbol of feminine power, independence, and rebellion against patriarchal norms. Now, these groups may include covens, pagan circles, and other occult practitioners who incorporate Lilith into their rituals or their belief systems, but it's all based on what they interpret as Lilith. Though I do have to say that the Lilith cultists describe Lilith as, quote, growth through pain, unquote. Now, let's see if we can fit a square Siobhan into Lilith's circle hole. Oh, wait a second. I think I wrote that wrong. That just did not seem right. We all know Siobhan. I don't need to review her history in this video when it's been already in front of us in the show. Therefore, in considering the connections between Siobhan and Lilith, it's intriguing to note their shared connections and symbolic elements. Now, Lilith was Adam's first wife, known for her independence and refusal to be subservient. Siobhan embodies those same traits of strength, independence, manipulation, characteristics that align with Lilith's archetype. And both figures possess a sense of defiance against traditional norms, representing feminine power and rebellion. And Siobhan's association with certain symbols further strengthens this theory, guys. The little snake necklace that she wore around her neck in episode 8 echoes the serpent often associated with Lilith, symbolizing temptation and knowledge. Siobhan is wearing a gold and silver necklace with a red stone and a large diamond in the middle. It looks to be an amulet, though it doesn't appear to be an amulet of protection against Siobhan, but protection for Siobhan. Now, additionally, the presence of a white owl in the show, reminiscent of Lilith's portrayal as a night owl, adds more proof that this theory is plausible. Siobhan's mysterious nature and involvement in occult practices hint at a deeper connection to Lilith. Her ability to resurrect the dead, use sex to manipulate men in power, aligns with Lilith's reputation as a demonic entity who influences mortal affairs. And as you guys can see, I mean, there are very many similarities between Siobhan and Lilith. I mean, I gotta say, it's so intriguing. I wish that I had more time to have actually explored this theory. However, I have to admit that I could not make a direct correlation between the two. A lot of this is very circumstantial, though. If I were on this jury, I think I'd be pretty convinced that Siobhan is Lilith. But what do you think, guys? Is Siobhan really Lilith? Who do you think she really is? Thank you all so much for watching this video. I hope I did your theory justice. Let me know how I did in the comments. I appreciate it. You all are the best. I love you, and beware of sexy Scathach.
Welcome, freaks. Welcome. In this video, we're going to go over my theory in depth of, is Shelby a witch?
Well, I think she is, and I have 4 examples for you guys. So let's peck away at this theory. Fellow freaks, before we move on, I want to give a special birthday shout out to one of my original subscribers, Omar. Omar, happy birthday. Thank you so much for being an awesome subscriber, and I hope that you have many more wonderful birthdays. Happy birthday from Mother Supreme. Okay guys, first let's review the 7 wonders real quickly so we can get familiar with them again. First, pyrokinesis, burn things with your mind. Second is descensum. That's basically like moving your mind into another realm, like an altered state. Vitalum vitals, that's bringing the dead or the severely injured back to life. Divination is intuition. And transmutation is basically like your witch powers allowing you to like be beamed up and to move at will. Concilium, that you control things with your mind, and telekinesis is you move things with your mind. So I believe that Shelby has demonstrated 4 of the 7 wonders in the last 2 episodes. Now, I'm not saying she's the supreme. Far from it. However, I think Shelby is a witch, and I think that she knows it. At this point, guys, you have to remember something. We only have the story from Shelby, Matt, and Lee's point of view. And we don't know if they're telling the truth to the viewers. More importantly, we have no idea if they're telling the truth about what happens when they're alone. So this video, my video, is going to be based off the fact that all of their stories are based on truth, okay? And it's only speculation. I'm probably way off on this theory, and it is totally cool for you guys to tell me I'm wrong when it ends up that way. Okay, so the first 7 wonder that Shelby demonstrates is Vitalum vitals. And this is in the opening sequences, basically, of episode 1. Shelby basically brings Matt out of his coma when she kisses his lips and holds his hand. Now, she told the doctor that if she was with Matt, he would wake out of his coma, which he did. The unexpected result, however, was losing her baby. Now, I don't think Shelby realized it would cost her the life of her baby to save Matt. I think the doctors had said that they don't know what made Shelby miscarry. So I know that there are those of you out there, because I've seen it in other chat rooms and I think my videos too, where you say a witch is required to give a life in order to save a life or something like that. But I don't see any evidence of that. And I've kind of gone back and looked at a little bit of Coven, and Zoe and Madison didn't give a life when they saved Kyle, nor did the Supreme when she saved Queenie, or Cordelia when she resurrected Zoe, or Misty when she brought Madison back. So that theory is pretty much invalid. So I don't think that Shelby intended that, you know, to kill her baby by saving Matt's life. I really think that it was just an unintended consequence. So moving on, Shelby clearly demonstrated the power of resurgence with unexpected consequences. So the second wonder that Shelby demonstrates is divination. And at the opening of the show, right before the name of the show actually comes on the show, Shelby says that she knew that there was danger there, something like that. Now, I know what you're thinking. Does the fact that you knew that you had a burrito from Taco Bell, that you knew it would tear your stomach apart, does that constitute you as a witch with the power of divination? And the answer is no. More than likely, we know the outcome of things because of previous experiences. Now, Shelby had no knowledge of the history of the house, nor had she seen anything regarding Kathy Bates and Wes or had any horrible experiences at this juncture. However, she states that she's positive that there's danger there. So intuition, you know, possibly, it's certainly up for argument's sake. However, I think that's a clear sign of her demonstrating the power of divination. So the third 7 wonder that Shelby demonstrates is concilium. Now, that's controlling things with your mind. Now, I have 2 examples on this power. First one is Shelby falls at the end of episode 1 when she sees the sticks hanging from the tree. She's lost in the woods. Her hand is in the ground and she takes a deep breath. Then the earth breathes in front of her. Now, I think the earth breathed because Shelby accidentally made it happen during the heat of the moment. Now, the second example of Concilium is that if you watched my review of episode 2, I made a mention of the Shelby conspiracy, where I argue about whether Lee actually hit Shelby with her car or just stopped before the impact, because something felt wrong at that scene for me. Now, I watched that scene over and over, and I've come to the conclusion that I don't think that Shelby fainted in the first place whenever Lee stopped right before hitting her. I don't even think that Shelby fainted in the first place. I think that Shelby drained her powers to stop Lee's car from hitting her, and she fell from that. She must have struck her head from the fall or something, and maybe that's why she needed hospital care. But if she did stop Lee's car, that is clearly exhibiting the power of Concilium. So I thought that that was an awesome example. Let's move on to the fourth and the last 7 wonder that Shelby demonstrates. And I know it's the most controversial because it's not necessarily proof, and I think it's going to be highly up for argument's sake. Now, the last one is descensum. I hope I enunciated these correctly. The power is quoted in Coven as a perilous descent into the netherworlds of the afterlife. So at this point, though, you guys have to know in the first 2 episodes, no one except Shelby has seen the people from the colony. Now, I know that Flora knows about Priscilla and she's talked to her, but as far as we know as a viewer, she hasn't actually seen her. And her ghost appears to Matt and Shelby outside the kitchen window in episode 2, but I believe Priscilla's ghost is different from the colony. And I think the reason that the people of the colony only appear to Shelby is because she's going through descensum. Now, most of these times, Shelby sees the colony when she's in bed sleeping. The pig noises wake her up, disturbs her from her deep sleep. And I think that when she goes to sleep, she enters the descensum, and the pig noises are what kind of wake her into her next life, and she sees Wes, Kathy, Gaga in that afterlife. Now, I know what you're thinking at this point. What about Matt? He's seen some of the things that Shelby has, and I will get to that in just a moment. Now, moving on to one more important question, which kind of nags at me. Is Shelby doing this for a reason? I mean, she knows she's a witch. So and the reason why I know that is because I went back and watched the scene again about where Shelby tells the doctor that she knows that if she's with Matt, she can wake him. She knows it. So that means that she knows that she has this power, that this connection that they have is her magical power. So again, I do think that Shelby knows that she has this power. I don't think she knows that she has all of these powers, but I think that this isn't the first time where possibly she's healed somebody who has been hurt. So that's why I think that she knows it and knows that she has this special thing inside of her that helps people. So again, moving back to my theory, is Shelby doing this for a reason? Or excuse me, my question. Is she possibly doing this some way to like get pregnant again? I mean, maybe when she lost the baby, she can't get pregnant again and didn't tell Matt because she thought maybe like he'd leave her or something. Because again, we know nothing about their backstory up until the point that Matt got attacked. We just know that they were a happy couple, but they couldn't possibly 1 month ago, maybe they weren't so happy. You know, maybe he cheated, maybe she cheated. We just don't know what happened to them a month ago. And so I'm not sure exactly of the connections yet. So I'm waiting for more episodes to make a final assessment. I'm not sure how Freak Show is going to enter this season. I have read the article that Ryan Murphy for the interview that he gave, that he says that Danny Mott and his family are going to be connected to season 6 of American Horror Story somehow, and that there is a big twist in episode 6. So I'm not sure how any of that's going to happen. I have no clue what that shocker is supposed to be. And I'll take a guess as we get closer to episode 6 when I've watched more episodes and I've got more info to go on. But lastly, I did promise you guys that we would bring up the importance of Matt. He's kind of been seeing some of the things that Shelby has been seeing. So is like he a witch, or am I wrong? Shelby's not a witch. But no, Matt saw the ghosts of the sisters and Margaret. He saw something that had happened in the house at one point. He was seeing ghosts. His experience is far different than what Shelby is going through when she sees the people in the forest. Now, such as the girl outside the kitchen window in episode 2, Priscilla, we're taking a guess that was Priscilla, that she's a ghost. And I believe that Shelby is seeing something that can only be seen in like an altered state, so to speak, which is much different. So, and may I point out real quick that Matt has never actually seen Kathy or any of her colonists. Neither has Lee, only Shelby. And one thing I wanted to point out really quick before I move on is that I know Shelby was in the forest at the end of episode 1 and she wasn't asleep. I think she'd went in there. I think there's at one point Shelby goes into the forest and it was at night and I don't think she was asleep, but I still think that when she gets lost, all that peacefulness is around her. I think she can still enter that altered state. That's why I think that that's the reason why Matt is not seeing the colonists. Shelby is the only one who is, and that's the difference between the experiences that they're going through. So before we end the video, let's kick it over real quick to some fans and their thoughts on this topic. They left me some messages on my past YouTube review posting, and Dylan Sevens says, if Shelby is a witch, it's literally almost impossible for her to perform the 7 wonders because Cordelia was elected the Supreme in 2014. This season is probably set in 2016 during the interviews and 2015 during the reenactment, or are both set in 2016. That would be a 1 to 2 year gap when Cordelia became the Supreme. Don't you think if Shelby performs the 7 wonders, Cordelia will start to die since there can only be one Supreme? No, absolutely. Dylan also says a couple of other things. And he also says in the hospital room, she touches Matt's hand and uses the Vitalum Vitals to offer her unborn baby's life to Matt in order to wake him up. So again, I don't think she offered the baby's life. I just think that was an unexpected consequence. But I don't think Shelby, again, is the Supreme. I think that, again, she feels that there is something inside her, and possibly at a previous time in her past, she had saved somebody before. And that's how she knew she would save Matt, if she touched him or if she kissed him. Because if you go back and look at season 3, which is Coven, you will see many times when the deceased person was saved, the person who saved them, their mouth would literally come inches to the other to like breathe life back into him, so to speak. And that's pretty much what Shelby did, is she almost like breathed life back into Matt. So again, I just think that losing the baby was an unexpected consequence, and I do not think that she is the Supreme. I do wonder sometimes, like, if we really want to go like conspiracy theories, sometimes I think that the Sarah Paulson character really is the Supreme, is Cordelia, and Cordelia's imposturing herself as an actress, like the Hollywood connection, in order to get to Shelby, because Shelby has demonstrated the 7 wonders. Cordelia is starting to die, and she's trying to get close to Shelby through being an actress in the reenactment and having to play her in order to kill her. So that's one crazy little conspiracy theory that I came up with, and I wanted to barely mention because it is pretty crazy. Greg Ganafo says, I don't know, Mary. As I said on another of your sites, I'm starting to throw that whole witch idea out the window. If Shelby's a witch, then Lily Rabb is a witch. And I think it would be too confusing with Misty Day, don't you think? I mean, I suppose it's still possible, but the idea of Lily Rabb playing two witches just doesn't float. And unless the character of Shelby is radically different from Misty, I'm not sure Lily Rabb, the actress, would agree to playing another witch. Also, I don't think any of this speculation is going to matter in the end because we know episode 6 is the big game changer. So yeah, I mean, Greg does bring up great points in this, does bring up great holes in my theories. So I do appreciate your thoughts, guys, because, and again, that's why I like to make these videos, because I want to know your ideas. I want to know if like I'm reaching like way too far on this, because sometimes American Horror Story does not reach this deep. They just don't. So possibly it's just me. So guys, basically, did I convince you that Shelby is a witch, or are you still skeptical? Leave your thoughts in the comments below. And that's it for the video, freaks. And thank you so much for watching. Mother Supreme loves you. Bye. Welcome, freaks. Shelby is a witch and a Supreme. And I'm going to prove it to you in this video. Please know, though, that this is only a theory. I love jumping off the crazy American Horror Story diving board and into the cesspool that we call theories. It's mostly for fun, so don't take it so seriously. And please don't watch if you do not want to be spoiled on this season of American Horror Story. As I stated in my prior theory video, and if you haven't watched it yet, just click here and you can watch it. I sincerely believe Shelby is a witch. When I formed my theory, I honestly did not think that she is the Supreme. However, after I saw episode 7, I fully believe Shelby is a Supreme. So let's revisit the 7 wonders and those that Shelby has actually demonstrated. I will give my thoughts as to Shelby's storyline and how it all connects to her being the Supreme. And lastly, I'll tell you why I think that she will possibly be the lone survivor. Now let's start by reviewing the 7 wonders and those that Shelby has demonstrated. And thank you so much to everybody that commented in my previous video regarding this subject. We have pyrokinesis, number 1, the ability to bird things with your mind. Now go with me on this one. Shelby demonstrated this wonder when she burned Mason. And this is the only one that actually goes out on a limb. So just stay with me on it. Yes, I do believe that Shelby is the one that killed Mason. I honestly can't think of a reason why she would do it. So there had to have been something that transpired between the two that we were not aware of. So maybe Shelby won't tell us, and Mason can't tell us. So perhaps maybe Shelby hit on Mason. It went wrong, and Mason threatened to tell. Sorry, there was a bug right here. And Mason threatened to tell Matt, and this created an emotion in Shelby. She got so scared and fearful that it caused her power that she cannot harness to flare up and to accidentally burn and kill Mason. So I do believe that Shelby is the one that killed him, but by accident, and she just doesn't strike me as the vicious type of person. Well, I mean, at least until I saw her murder Matt. Also, Mason was burned similar to the way that the witches were burned in Coven, which is kind of, you know, coincidence, sort of. So number 2, Descensium, and that's to move your mind into an alternate realm, such as like your own personal hell. Now, Shelby has not demonstrated this wonder yet. There has not been a repeated event aside from Shelby getting lost in the woods and screaming, Matt! And the actual show itself, which, if you think about it, at one point before Matt was murdered, it was just Shelby, Matt, and Lee, the real people, and their 3 actors. So is it possible that the show itself is repeating? We have My Roanoke Nightmare and then 3 Days in Roanoke. Is it possible that this is Descensium for Shelby? It's a stretch. That's why I said she has not demonstrated this yet, but I just wanted to make note of it though. Number 3 is the Vitalium Vitals, which is bringing the dead or severely injured back to life. Now, this does require a witch to give part of her life force, Misty is not affected by this. She has the rare gift of resurgence, where she can actually resurrect someone without suffering the full effects of the consequences. Shelby did this when she brought Matt out of his coma. And number 4 is divination. That's the ability to see the future. Shelby predicted danger in the farmhouse. 5 is transmutation. And that is the ability to move at will, so to speak. Shelby has not demonstrated this wonder yet. Number 6 is concilium, and that is controlling other people's minds and their actions. Shelby did keep Mason calm and kept him from calling the police after Lee took Flora. And then all of a sudden Flora goes missing. So she has been remarkably the one to keep Mason from jumping off the deep edge, as any parent would when their child goes missing. Number 7 and final is telekinesis. That's controlling objects with your mind. Shelby showed us this when she stopped Lee's car from hitting her. I guess most importantly, what we need to remember about the Supreme is the Supreme has overall radiant health. In episode 7, Agnes sliced into Shelby's, her lower, her left side, her shoulder blade, and Shelby healed from that sucker pretty damn quickly. She easily got Scathach off of Matt and killed him with that bum shoulder. Let's say in an estimate time frame from when she first got hit to when she killed Matt, let's guesstimate that's 10 hours. She healed pretty quickly for somebody who just had a sheet wrapped around her chest and this part of her shoulder. No stitches, no antibiotics, only some ibuprofen and a sheet. You can't convince me, people, in the comments that Shelby was able to demonstrate all of these physical capabilities beyond her earthly control right now in episode 7. Just by that sheet and no stitching. Shelby didn't even flinch when Dominic was consoling her in the bathroom after she killed Matt. Didn't flinch from it. Didn't flinch when she held that crowbar up above her head and struck down to kill Matt. Didn't flinch from it. And let me tell you something, people. She bled horribly from the first initial cut. So some of you ask, though, if Shelby is a witch, why didn't she defend herself when Agnes came to her in the first place and cut her? My answer would be is that Shelby is still under the impression that Sidney and his crew are still watching them through the cameras. She can't take a chance and demonstrate her power for all of the cameras to catch and for Sidney to catch. Then it's just going to open Sidney up to digging in on her when his original intention is to dig on Lee. Shelby basically prides this whole season off of being vulnerable, defenseless, pathetic, and that's usually the one who's behind it all and who's hiding stuff from us. So you guys have to absolutely admit, again, Shelby demonstrated physical abilities that are beyond her capability at this point with an injury. So let's just disprove 2 theories very quickly before we move on. Number 1 is that I am positive there is more than one Coven in this world. Therefore, there is more than one Supreme. Scathach is the original OG, the first one. However, that doesn't mean that there can't be another Supreme. Even viewer Florence and the Meccan wrote in the comment section in one comment, what if she is actually a Supreme but from another Coven? It's hard to imagine that Cordelia's Coven is the only one, which I completely agree with. Number 2 is the time frame. Guys, the real incidents with Shelby, Matt, and Lee transpired in September of 2014, right at the end of the month. We know this because of the security film footage that Matt showed Shelby in one of the previous episodes. That means that Sidney and his crew filmed the show and aired it in 2015. Then they went back to Roanoke the following year, with making the current events of would be presently 2016. Actually, it was almost like right now. So the show is taking place in our present time, 2 to 3 years after Coven ends. We are actually giving some time room in Coven in case it actually ended in 2014. So the witches were coming out of the woodwork at the end of Coven. Possibly Shelby might have watched Cordelia's broadcast, but she didn't go to the school because at that point she was already married to Matt. Maybe she didn't really believe she was a witch at that point, or she didn't want to leave Matt to find out. Another reason is maybe she was already in Roanoke when the broadcast came out, so she had no idea that there were other people such as her out there. All right. Now, as of the end of episode 7, I've pieced together a story that goes like this. Shelby is born a witch. She doesn't know that she is a witch, but it has affected her entire life in every aspect. She doesn't have a coven, and she never went to Miss Robichaud's academy. So Shelby has no idea what a supreme is. And however, though, she is demonstrating the seven wonders. She's alone in the world. She meets a man of her dreams, and I say she's alone because she can't let anybody close to her because these odd things are happening to her when her emotions flare. Sort of like what happens to witches. She then meets Matt, the man of her dreams, marries him, and loses their baby after a brutal attack. And very quickly on a side note, many of you have asked, why didn't Shelby defend Matt right after he was attacked? And my answer to that would be she was too shocked and concerned about Matt in order to exact revenge at that very moment. I mean, it's easy for us to say what we would do, but you know, that's not what happened, and it's easy for us to say that, not be in that situation. Anyway, moving on. They move to the farmhouse. They're attacked by the ghosts. They make it out alive, and they unfortunately split up, and it causes severe damage to their marriage. To Shelby's credit, it does seem like she really wanted to come back to the house and reconcile with Matt. I didn't believe her at first, but I've come to realize that if some stupid crap split up myself and my husband, I would do anything to get him back. And that does include going to a haunted house with a blood moon, which I'm convinced that Shelby felt Matt's love for her slip away after they escaped from the house the first time. Possibly she knew why, doesn't really matter. At this point, it's driving her crazy. So she has the affair with Dominic, thinking that it's going to make Matt jealous and bring him back to her. So many unexplained occurrences in her life, no family to speak of, so much loneliness, and Shelby holds on to this hope that she's going to get back together with Matt. Then it all crashes when Matt tells her that he is in love with Scathach. Therefore, Shelby's witch instincts come to this heightened level of emotion, just like it did with Mason, and she murders him. Now, afterwards, she's going to mourn what she did, and she's obviously going to realize now what she has become. And I believe in episode 8, Shelby is going to merge as someone different. Maybe we won't see her full transformation in episode 8, but I think that by the end of the season, she will emerge as the lone survivor. And no longer will she be, as Audrey describes, fiery and pathetic. She's going to do anything that it takes to survive the night of the blood moon. And this is going to be Lily Rab's season to emerge as the lead with a powerful secret, which was basically in front of us the whole entire time. Now, I do predict in episode 8 and 9, Shelby's going to demonstrate the last two wonders that she has not yet, which is, again, Descensium and Transmutation. As well as we will get confirmation that she was the one that burned Mason. And she's going to emerge as the Supreme in episode 10. My predictions as what is going to happen to Audrey, Lee, Dominic, and Monet and the nurses and all that stuff, I will upload this weekend in a separate video. Now, I think this season is going to basically pull a whole Lord of the Flies storyline with Shelby. She starts off as a naive, gentle lady who morphs into a modern-day Scathach in order to survive the 2 blood moons. I mean, obviously, she's not you know, going full sexy Scathach here, but her struggle kind of reminds me similar to that of Scathach. It's showing us what she's going to become in order to live, sort of like Scathach and the kids from the Lord of the Flies. So, in a side note, real quick, guys, I don't think that Shelby is Misty Day or related to her. There is a necklace around her neck that has the charm on it with the letter L, and perhaps that stands for Langdon. I don't know, but Shelby is not related to Misty Day. And unfortunately, we don't know Shelby's maiden name. So I just wanted to make sure that that was clear. However, her powers have been clearly demonstrated throughout the season. Now, to further prove my point, Scathach didn't attack Shelby when she interrupted their dirty romp in the basement. And she didn't retaliate against Shelby when Shelby killed Matt. You would think that would have made her so mad to a point where she would have killed her. And in fact, it seemed as if Scathach was like afraid of Shelby. She kind of like scampered away when Shelby hit her with the crowbar. Why did she do that? If she's the original OG Supreme, why is she afraid of Shelby? Now, in the first episode of American Horror Story Roanoke, after Shelby hits Thomason with her car at the end of the episode, she follows her into the woods, and we get a scene where Shelby stares into the face like with a deer. Now, in Native American lore, deers are significant. They represent power and are totems of sensitivity, intuition, and gentleness. And I think it's pretty funny that the deers are also considered messengers because it seemed like he was delivering a message to Shelby. In that scene where Shelby stares at the deer, it seems as if something deeper is going on there in that scene. And when you consider what the deer represents, it makes you think the deer actually represents Shelby herself. She's sensitive with intuition and she's gentle. So much symbolism, you know, in this season. It's so hard to interpret everything. But I do think that that was symbolic with Scathach and with that deer. So, moving on. I hear from you guys, and you do think that Scathach is going to have the ability to bring Matt back to life. I just want you to know that I sincerely doubt this. You know, because without a head, it's kind of pointless to bring him back. I mean, unless she's hungry for like some pulverized Matt burger, I sincerely doubt Matt is going to come back alive this season unless it's just his ghost. So what do you guys think of my long drawn out theory? Put it into the comments below for me. Bye freaks, and thanks for watching another one of Mother Supreme's crazy theory videos.
If you're curious to see, pull the tricks out of my sleeve. All you find is yours to keep.
Welcome to the Freak Show. Once again, the newest episode of American Horror Story Apocalypse included an element from every previous season. Now, a huge thank you to Ty Green for not only satisfying my need to make more theory videos, but for confirming I am not the only person seeing this. Thank you, Ty. Spoilers to you guys for episode 2 and all previous seasons. Now let's kick it off with Murder House. Obviously, the Rubber Man is a huge link to one of our favorite seasons. He wasn't incredibly present in this episode, but when he was, he dominated the entire scene. Literally. Asylum. Timothy and Emily are paraded in front of Venable and punished for having sex. Much like Kit and Grace were punished and paraded in front of Sister Jude and punished for doing a little dance, making a little love, and getting down with their bad selves. Coincidence? I think not. Coven. The snakes are highly representative of the witches, which is even shown on the Coven posters for promotions, as well as the Fleetwood Mac song at the end of the episode. Stevie Nicks was a confirmed witch, by the Coven in Coven, and her music taking over the untouchable jukebox is a huge throwback to our beloved White Witch. Freak Show. Venable is forced to show her shame to Michael Langdon in episode 2, which ended up being the physical deformity in her spine. Now, I don't know about you guys, but this reminded me of Freak Show all the way. The origin of Venable is for another theory video, but her deformity is a major nod to Freak Show. Hotel. The mysterious rubber man led Mr. Gallant to the second floor at the end of episode 2, and Mr. Gallant, thinking it's Michael, stabs the rubber man. Now it turns out to be his grandmother Evie and not the rubber man. This scene is classic of Hotel, where guests are driven mad by guests and made to believe that things are real when they represent something else entirely. And I'm going to go with Ty on this one and use his quote, "Where is Miss Evers when you need her?" Roanoke. Kathy Bates is known as the Butcher in season 6 of American Horror Story. It was her main role, and she was known for using a meat cleaver to kill her victims. When the snakes appear in Emily's room, taking her by surprise, Miss Meade shows up without a weapon, and then suddenly whips out this miniature little axe to butcher these snakes. Now, what are the odds that she'd have an axe, similar to a meat cleaver, just right there with her? And the outpost is similar to Roanoke House, seeing as it has a dominating, scary presence haunting it and taking on one resident at a time. Cult. Before Venable reveals her shame to Michael Langdon, she talks about how men destroyed the world with their egos and how it essentially set off the bombs. And she even goes so far as to call them masters of the universe. Sounds like she's a member of Scum, doesn't it? Now, or at least like something you would find in the Scum Manifesto. Now, some see it as a hating men complex, but I don't see it that way. I see it as Venable is completely woke to society. I saw many of you commenting on these various examples in the comments of my episode 2 review, so I know you're looking for these connections now. So guys, just admit it, this theory has now infected your brain. I can feel it. Even now. Like right now. What do you think of these connections? Now, if you'd like to support the channel, leave a like or a dislike. And don't forget to subscribe. Link to my group, The Freaks of AHS, on Facebook is in the description. Weekly Wednesday live streams are every single Wednesday, and Beyond the Horror, my unofficial American Horror Story after show, is every Wednesday night, immediately following the current episode of American Horror Story Apocalypse. Thanks for watching, and beware of Sexy Scathach.
Beware of Sexy Scathach.
AHS Apocalypse premieres Wednesday, September 12th on FX.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to my Freak Show. Now, I have an amazing theory about Doris Gardner, and I cannot wait to hear your thoughts on it. Now, first off, guys, spoiler warning, don't watch this video if you haven't watched the first 3 episodes of American Horror Story Season 10. And also, this video is only a speculation and made for entertainment purposes. And if you like these theory videos, please support me by clicking the like button and the subscribe. And of course, you can go one step further and become a patron for just $1 a month. Link is in the description. Now, first of all, we can all agree that something is completely off about Doris. We don't know her backstory yet, but what we do know is that she's a mom, she's a wife, and an interior designer. She's majorly pregnant, not prepared to have her new baby, and obsessed with Lyme disease. Doris is a little lackluster in her creativity, and she is the only one who likes her designs. Now, under heavy scrutiny, I re-watched the first 3 episodes again and came up with 2 theories about our girl Doris. Theory number 1. Somehow, Doris will take one of the pills and become addicted to its creative stronghold, with the possibility that she's going to have to give her baby to the creative people to eat in exchange for more pills and their lives. Theory number 2. Doris is an alien who is getting revenge on humans who killed someone she cared about, Quentin Tarantino style. She finds the chemist and commissions her to make the Muse pill so she can create the ultimate human/alien hybrid and change the DNA of everyone who takes it. Oh yeah, guys, I get it. This theory is extremely out there. So if you would not mind indulging me for just a few moments, I want to actually explain this theory before I go into the evidence. Now, of course, as I theorize, Doris is an alien. Someone she loves, whether it be maybe her husband, a parent, a child, someone she cares about is sent on a mission from their planet. They crash on Earth in Roswell, New Mexico on June 14th, 1974. They are found, tortured, and killed. Now, when Doris comes to Earth looking for her, friend, she finds out what happened to them and promises revenge against the humans. Now, she realizes that, unlike Beatrix Kiddo, one alien can't defeat the whole planet. She needs an army if she's going to take over Earth. However, an invasion would absolutely break the treaty that their species made with the government of Earth many decades ago. So she anonymously commissioned the chemist to create something to turn her from alien to human. We know there were various forms of the Muse created before it actually got to Harry. And I think that's how it all began, was trying to turn Doris into a human. And once Doris did become a human, she found Harry and tried to have a baby as, sort of her first way of taking over the Earth, only to discover her DNA isn't compatible with human DNA, hence the miscarriages. So she again has the chemist create a new pill so she can conceive a child, and hopefully to change human DNA to match her own. This time she carries and gives birth to Elma. Now, however, Elma isn't the super baby that she needs to take over the Earth. Yet Elma is absolutely different. She is way beyond her years by ways of talent, intelligence, and determinations. Elma being part alien would absolutely explain some of the quirks she's shown us during the episodes. Now, after Elma is born, Doris had the chemist improve the mixture and experimented by way of the desperate unknown artists who live in the winter in the town where the police chief looked the other way. Thus, Doris gets her army very subtly with the pill, one by one. And then when she was ready, Doris took the new pill and got pregnant with her super baby by Harry. Now, once her baby is born, I do predict that she will activate those that took the Muse pill to be her slaves/army. And, her invasion of Earth will have begun at that point. Now, I want to mention a crucial piece of evidence first. In episode 1, Harry asked the sheriff about the family of 5 that was murdered last winter in Truro. In the article that Harry reads online, it indicates very clearly that local officials have purposefully shielded the story from public spotlight. Now, guys, why? I mean, yeah, we can argue that the town wants to be safe, blah, blah, blah. They want to be known as the safest town. But when you have a family of 5 killed while they're asleep in their beds and there's no leads, why keep that quiet? And why mention it in the storyline if it wasn't important? So it appears that the crime occurred on December 17th, when the most of the writers/muse takers are in P-Town. And if it usually takes one body to fill 2 authors, that means there were possibly 8 to 10 authors involved in the kill, or someone drained the bodies to stockpile the blood. I honestly feel like that was kind of like a math question. If there are, 3 bodies, how many authors can you feed in American Horror Story? Now, thanks to Harry, guys, we know that the current date of the episode 1 is Tuesday, January 26th of the following year. So how does this pertain to Doris? I'm glad I asked. Number 1, guys, Doris never consumes food. For a fully term pregnant woman, I've never seen her eat anything. I've had 4 kids and I ate a lot, especially in my final month. Yet this woman never eats a thing. She didn't even buy herself a sandwich in episode 2 when she tried to feed Elma and Harry sandwiches. Plus, the next day, Doris looks incredibly pale compared to the previous days. She didn't ask Harry to get her anything from the market, keeps claiming she wasn't hungry. Girl, when I was pregnant, I gave my husband a fully detailed list of exactly what I wanted from the grocery store every single time he offered to go. Now, I get that every pregnancy is different, but this is just quite odd. Even in episode 1, y'all, Harry offers to take Doris to the Mews, but she conveniently gets sick. She insists to Harry to go without her, asking him to bring her back a steak or a burger as she's suddenly craving red meat. And she practically pushes him out the door. A little later, she's feeling much better, but she still never ate that food. And in episode 2, she cuts up veggies for a soup, but we never see her eating it. I think she was sick in the first episode because the pill also makes her crave blood. She needed to feed and pushed Harry out the door so he wouldn't see her drinking blood. I fully believe Doris has been drinking blood behind Alma and Harry's back for a long time. But how is Doris getting the blood? At first, I thought she was the one who killed the fox on the beach, as it's killed by someone wearing, a black coat and gloves in the first episode, and then Doris shows up immediately after the scene in a long black coat. But I don't think Doris would get her hands so dirty. Possibly the answer is that she already has food handy. Oh yeah, guys, I'm definitely implying that the murder in Truro was done for Doris. Either Doris killed them herself, or she had the mutants do it for her so she could stockpile the blood and survive an upcoming pregnancy without having to hunt humans. The family was murdered in December, and the date was past 1 year later. 5 bodies, especially children, would be plenty for Doris to survive all year round. Number 2, Doris won't leave P-Town. After hearing about the Truro murders, Doris tells Harry that they can absolutely stay and it's okay. When Harry kills one of the mutants inside the sunroom, he wants to leave, but Doris does not. At first, she wants him to think about her job. It's really important to her. But she quickly relents and absolutely agrees to leave. However, what a coincidence, right before they're scheduled to leave P-Town, the answer to Harry's prayers and a reason to keep him there comes literally calling, in the form of Austin trying to give Harry the Muse pills. Now, in episode 2, when Doris is complaining about spending more time in the town, Harry tells Doris to take Alma and go back to New York. But she completely refuses to leave Harry alone, saying that he'll just write himself into like a coma. Girl, if he wants you to leave and he wants to stay there and deal with that stuff, leave his ass behind. But Doris doesn't. And in episode 3, Doris falls down the stairs in the opening episode, and if you watch it closely, it really appears that she did it on purpose. And I even had some viewers pointed out to me that it did appear she did it on purpose, so I know I'm not the only one who felt that way. She was practically right on top of Chief Burleson when she fell, and the chief instantly caught her, so she wasn't in any danger of hurting the baby. She did give Harry a glance that didn't indicate pain to me, so I took it that Doris did it on purpose to stop Burleson from questioning Alma. And maybe possibly Doris needed some time away from her family without them knowing what she's doing. We don't know what happens to Doris once Harry leaves her at the hospital in episode 3. So we don't know what she's been doing or who's been coming to see her. Now, personally, I think she's preparing some kind of ritual for when the baby comes. Next point, number 3, she is obsessed with Lime. Doris is absolutely obsessed with Lime, y'all, so much so that when she finds her own daughter eating an animal in the graveyard, she only cares that the kid could have contracted Lyme. Personally, I think all of us normal people, we would have been shocked over the fact that our child is killing and eating an animal. That is number 1 priority. But to Doris, meh, Lyme. That's, top priority to her. She must be obsessed for some reason. In the first episode, she absolutely advises Alma to stay clothed and she should be fine. Throughout the episodes, we do see that Doris took her own advice. She's always clothed, wearing long sweaters, long skirts, and I get that it's cold there, but she is constantly covering up her skin. And pregnant women definitely go through moments of hot flashes and cold flashes. In my opinion, the obvious answer is that Doris contracted Lyme some point in her past or someone close to her contracted it. But I don't think that's what it is, guys. I'm quite familiar with Lyme disease. The doctors thought I had Lyme at one point in 2018. Thankfully, though, I tested negative. But while we waited for the test results, I researched Lyme, and oh my God, it really sucks for anybody to get it. However, though, it is easily treatable with antibiotics. So why is it so important to Doris when it's so easily cured? So here's my theory. I theorize that Lyme is the only thing that can kill Doris and her perfect creation that she's growing in her body. The only normal thing Doris does as a pregnant woman is take naps. So what if Lyme will place her or the baby in a coma or some kind of unconscious state? But I personally think the disease has a unique component that actually kills the aliens, and that's why Doris is so afraid of it. Next point. The mutants recognize Doris' smell. When Doris goes to sleep in episode 1, while Harry is at the Mews, the ones affected negatively by the Mews pill are outside her window, and I do call them mutants now. They're sniffing, they're doing a little dance, but they don't come after Doris. And when Doris approaches the graveyard at the end of episode 2, the mutants once again seem to recognize her smell and don't attack her. And why does Harry see the mutants every time he walks outside his front door, and Doris only sees them twice? She leaves the house many times, and we never see what her experiences are because the story is still continually focused on Harry. And the only time that Doris is actually chased by the mutants is when Elma is with her in episode 1 before Elma and Harry took the pill. And I think that the reason Doris has control over the mutants is the pill that they ingested. It allows her to have the control. Now, I will go into more detail about the pill and another theory. Sorry, I'm so excited for this theory video, I can't even speak. I'm going to go over more detail about the pill in another theory video that I'm currently creating about the chemist, but I fully believe Doris already had been taking the pill, and I'm also sure that the chemist has never seen Doris or met her in person. Next point, someone instructed Austen to give Harry the pills. Guys, I truly believe it was Doris who set it up so Elma and Harry would take the pill. Now think about it. If Belle and Austen are so damn insistent on keeping the pill a secret, and absolutely they will never do anything that would ever make the chemist stop giving them the pills, so why did Austen give the pills to Harry? All Austen had to do was keep his mouth shut, Harry would have left P-Town, and everything would have been fine and the secret would have been kept. But Austen did give Harry the pills. He doesn't strike me as somebody who does something out of the goodness of his heart. So there has to be a motive to the reason why Austen gave Harry the pills. And I think Doris instructed him to do it, or she'd tell the chemist to stop giving him pills. All anonymously or maybe through text, of course. He probably dealt with Doris the same way the chemist did, text her by phone. And this probably wasn't the first time that Doris made Austen and Belle do something for her. So again, I just really definitely believe that Doris is the one behind the chemist and everything, and especially for the fact that Austen is getting paler. In every single episode, Austen is progressively getting paler, and I honestly believe it is because he is doing the bidding of Doris, and therefore it is draining him. Next point I want to bring up, Doris is creative. Guys, she may suck at decorating, but her creativity is focused on the most creative thing a woman can do, which is create a new life. So we can't argue about her ability to create right now. She may be mediocre at designing, but maybe she'll have some style when it comes to redesigning our planet. You know what I mean? Next thing is, guys, Doris is not planning on a baby. She is majorly pregnant. Where's the nursery, the diapers, the butt cream, the monitor, the breast pump, the pediatrician, the gynecologist, the books about birthing? Where is anything to indicate that a newborn is entering their house? Nobody has, not Harry, Doris, or Elma. They have not mentioned the baby's name, the sex of the infant, or any kind of future plans for when the baby arrives. Why? Yes, Doris definitely has a history of miscarriages, and she probably wants to wait until the baby is born safely before buying anything. That definitely makes sense. But at this point, she's so far along now that there really isn't a risk of her losing the baby like she did in earlier stages of her pregnancies before. And I think it's painfully clear that Doris doesn't intend on having a normal newborn with normal needs. Now, guys, you can argue that the idea is too much speculation. Maybe Doris is simply a normal person who will take the pill in an upcoming episode. Maybe she won't take the pill at all, and her baby will fall victim to the writers. I mean, sure, maybe that will happen, but you can't argue the points I brought up in this theory video. For a fully pregnant woman, Doris never eats, she has not prepared for that baby, and despite all the red flags of that town, she won't leave. And there must be a big reason why she's obsessed with Lyme, and in my opinion, it's got to be a matter of life or death. And Doris is actually being creative by creating a child inside of her womb right now. And the mutants undoubtedly recognized her scent. And I think that's because they absolutely recognized the pill in her blood and possibly maybe recognizing her as somebody who sends the messages to her mentally. Anyway, somebody had to give Austin the idea to give Harry the pills. More importantly, somebody had a need to create those pills. So I can't wait to talk to you guys more about the pills in my theory video. But one last final note, Doris tells Alma that there is no magic pill for greatness. And I think she said that because Doris really, truly knew what the pill does. So there you have it, guys. All the evidence I compiled against Doris. Maybe I can't prove truly that she's an alien, but I did prove something is off about Doris Gardner. Of course, if you liked the video, press the like button. Subscribe if you want to. Thanks for watching, y'all, and beware of our girl, Sexy Scathach.
Beware of Sexy Scathach.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to my freak show. I am MaryGirl Moody, and today we're going to explore the theory that AHS 1984 will connect to AHS Asylum. Now, this video is simply speculation, and as always, spoiler warning. I want to quickly give a huge special shout out to Debbie Ebibabebby and Tammy Sifford Hearts for helping me create this video, which was a lot of fun. Now, with that out of the way, let's move on to this theory. Now, first of all, the connection rumor is not mine. I did not come up with it. A fan of my channel tagged me in Marky O. Antonio's image of the rumor, and it simply intrigued me. So I came up with my own theory on how AHS 1984 could connect to AHS Asylum. Since AHS Apocalypse was a sequel season to Murder House, it's possible that AHS 1984 could be a sequel to Asylum. Now, it does seem possible since one storyline in AHS Asylum took place in 1964, making season 9 20 years later. A popular fan theory out there is Emma Roberts is playing little Jenny Reynolds, the mentally weird, the killer little girl from AHS Asylum, but all grown up. Now, that would certainly be a great way to fuse the two seasons together to create a mega season. Little Jenny, all grown up, but still mentally disturbed, because she killed a bunch of kids and her whole family, and is now working at Camp Redwood. I mean, this could work. Let's assume Jenny was 8 years old in 1964, and 20 years later, in 1984, she'd be 28. That's still young, yet old enough to be like the cook, nurse, counselor, somebody who works at the camp, because not all the employees of the camp are kids or teens. What about the first owners of Briarcliff Manor, the church? What if, aside from the church owning and running a mental hospital, they also purchased the land that Camp Redwood sits on as a way to rehabilitate troubled youths? Well, youths, as my cousin Vinny would say it. A priest with a Sister Jude mentality runs the camp, and he punishes the misbehaving campers in nasty and misguided ways. Now, one camper in particular is seriously affected by it, and it, well, pun intended, makes a murderer.
Now, perhaps Monsignor Timothy Howard was the actual priest who ran the camp way back in the 60s, but since he died in 1971, it left the kid angry because he can't punish Timothy Howard himself. Then, the church sold the land like it did the mental hospital, and the child that Timothy horribly punished is now all grown up in the year 1984 and has returned to the camp, which has new owners and is renamed, and is coming back to exact the punishment he thinks he is owed by killing the counselors and the owners. Picture it. Camp Redwood, 1984. A sweet young boy given up for adoption by his mother has a sad, lonely life. Always searching, always looking for the woman who abandoned him. He knows her face, for he's met her once before on a playground. But no matter where he goes or how hard he searches, he can't find the woman from his memory. Before you know it, the summer he turns 20 years old, 1984, is when he starts to acknowledge the desire to hurt others deep inside of him. While searching for his mother in California, he gains employment at Camp Redwood, where he starts killing them all, one by one. That mother in this story was Lana Winters, and that boy was known as Johnny Morgan, but to the rest of the world, Bloody Face. Now, if Marky O. Antonio's rumors are true, and there is a connection to Asylum this season, I'd love for that connection to be Sister Mary Eunice. That's right, the rest of those theories were just a red herring. Now, for this theory to work, we must suspend reality for a lifetime and say that Sister Mary Eunice survived the fall at the end of season 2, and Dr. Arden didn't really see her dead in the crematorium. It was all just a mind trick of the devil so it could gain a wicked soul like Arden's. I mean, let's just suspend reality again. I guess it is a little possible, as many people have survived extensive falls at the time, and even from much higher altitudes. And the devil does play mind tricks on actors all the time. I mean, remember when John thought Marlena was dead on Days of Our Lives when she was possessed? But she wasn't. It was just a way for the devil to make John think she was, so it could kill him too, thus claiming his soul? Yeah. I reached way back for this theory, people. Back to my need to speculate on season 9. The year is 1984, and Sister Mary Eunice is alive and living in a special yet secret home in the woods with other disgraced nuns and priests far away from society. She's paralyzed and in a wheelchair and living in solace where the unexorcised demon still resides inside of her. That is until a young, naive camp owners decide to open a camp close to the secret house. When another nun takes Sister Mary Eunice on a walk by way of pushing her wheelchair on a pre-made path in the forest, which, really quick, if you guys remember, Sister Mary Eunice loved being in the forest in Asylum. But Sister Mary Eunice will see the counselors and the kids and realize that a camp is nearby with young people. The devil inside Sister Mary Eunice will wake and wreak havoc on those children and possibly possess them. I mean, the demon will grow strong inside Sister Mary Eunice once again, and soon is no longer paralyzed. And at night, the demon will overtake her body to kill the camp counselors one by one and possess the final girl or boy alive. And finally, the demon will no longer be in a wheelchair-bound, disgraced nun, but in a young, strong teen. I'd love for this scenario to play out. However, disgraced and possessed nuns and priests hunting and hurting children isn't real. Ryan and Brad love to use real-life instances in their seasons, hence the title American Horror Story. So I highly doubt that this theory is anywhere in the accurate area, but I would truly love to see it happen.
Would anyone care for fruit or dessert?
What's your theory for this season? Thank you all so much for watching. Don't forget to leave it a like and beware of sexy Scathach.
Beware of sexy Scathach.
See, it's like the Mantis. We always get our man.
Mrs. Peacock was a man?
Welcome to the Freak Show. Once again, the newest episode of American Horror Story Apocalypse included an element from every previous season. Now, a huge thank you to Ty Green for not only satisfying my need to make more theory videos, but for confirming I am not the only person seeing this. Thank you, Ty. Spoilers to you guys for episode 2 and all previous seasons. Now let's kick it off with Murder House. Obviously, the Rubber Man is a huge link to one of our favorite seasons. He wasn't incredibly present in this episode, but when he was, he dominated the entire scene. Literally. Asylum. Timothy and Emily are paraded in front of Venable and punished for having sex. Much like Kit and Grace were punished and paraded in front of Sister Jude and punished for doing a little dance, making a little love, and getting down with their bad selves. Coincidence? I think not. Coven. The snakes are highly representative of the witches, which is even shown on the Coven posters for promotions, as well as the Fleetwood Mac song at the end of the episode. Stevie Nicks was a confirmed witch by the Coven in Coven, and her music taking over the untouchable jukebox is a huge throwback to our beloved White Witch. Freak Show. Venable is forced to show her shame to Michael Langdon in episode 2, which ended up being the physical deformity in her spine. Now, I don't know about you guys, but this reminded me of Freak Show all the way. The origin of Venable is for another theory video, but her deformity is a major nod to Freak Show. Hotel. The mysterious Rubber Man led Mr. Gallant to the second floor at the end of episode 2, and Mr. Gallant, thinking it's Michael, stabs the Rubber Man. Now, it turns out to be his grandmother Evie and not the Rubber Man. This scene is classic of Hotel, where guests are driven mad by guests and made to believe that things are real when they represent something else entirely. And I'm going to go with Ty on this one and use his quote, "Where is Miss Evers when you need her?" Roanoke. Kathy Bates is known as the Butcher in season 6 of American Horror Story. It was her main role, and she was known for using a meat cleaver to kill her victims. When the snakes appear in Emily's room, taking her by surprise, Miss Meade shows up without a weapon, and then suddenly whips out this miniature little axe to butcher these snakes. Now, what are the odds that she'd have an axe similar to a meat cleaver just right there with her? And the outpost is similar to Roanoke House, seeing as it has a dominating, scary presence haunting it and taking on one resident at a time. Cult. Before Venable reveals her shame to Michael Langdon, she talks about how men destroyed the world with their egos and how it essentially set off the bombs. And she even goes so far as to call them masters of the universe. Sounds like she's a member of Scum, doesn't it? Now, or at least like something you would find in the Scum Manifesto. Now, some see it as a hating men complex, but I don't see it that way. I see it as Venable is completely woke to society. I saw many of you commenting on these various examples in the comments of my episode 2 review, so I know you're looking for these connections now. So guys, just admit it, this theory has now infected your brain. I can feel it. Even now. Like right now. What do you think of these connections? Thanks for watching, and beware of sexy Scathach.
Beware of sexy Scathach.
Oh my gosh, we are already here. The season finale of American Horror Story Hotel is tonight, baby. So I'm broadcasting to you from my new American Horror Story set. I love it. Those are my books back there, my tarot cards, and my poster. It'll obviously be different for season 6, but this is how we're going to blow out season 5 with the Asylum poster in my books, as I am so excited for this season. I am disappointed, though. I'm disappointed that it's over with. We only got 12 episodes, and when The Walking Dead started becoming popular more after season 2, the production, or I guess the channel ordered more episodes. So I'm hoping that they're going to do that for season 6 of American Horror Story. Don't give us 12. Don't give us 12 episodes. Give us like 16. Give us 18. That would be ideal. Minimum I would take is 16. So we can negotiate here, you know, FX, but I would really appreciate you guys giving us more than just 12 episodes of American Horror Story. Because now I'm not ready to check out. What about you guys? Are you ready to check out? But alas, we must pack up our shit, steal the towels from the bathroom, anything else we can take that's not pinned down to the Hotel Cortez. I don't want to take a ghost though with me, but I don't think that's an option. So we've got to pack up our things and check out tonight. So I'm curious on what you guys think. Are you ready to check out of the Hotel Cortez? Give me a thumbs up in the video if you think that the season is good to go. You're done. You ended it on a happy note. Give me a thumbs down if you are disappointed that the season is ending so quickly and you're not ready to check out of the Hotel Cortez because you want to know more about what else is in the rooms of the hotel. So let me know what you guys think. Again, thumbs up that you're ready for this season to end, you're happy. Thumbs down with no, you're not ready to go and you want to be dragged out of the hotel kicking and screaming. Which is me. I don't give my own videos, obviously, thumbs ups, but I'm going to give my own video a thumbs down on this one because I'm very disappointed that the season is already over. It started in October. We only had a few small breaks and now it's done. And I'm sad that it's done. So here is what I think is going to happen on the season finale. So a spoiler to those of you who do not want to be spoiled on my predictions for the season finale of American Horror Story Hotel, titled Be Our Guest. So let's start with the big head honcho, the main character himself, the Hotel Cortez. That's right, I said the hotel is the main character. And of course it is. It's the background for everything that happens in the hotel. And it is the actual force inside this hotel that drives all of the occurrences inside of it. Or to the people who dwell inside of it, somewhat. So let's talk about the hotel. I was wondering what could the writers do to the hotel that could kind of symbolically help these souls. I thought about possibly Liz and Iris burning down the hotel. Maybe they would clear out the guests and just kind of take it down like they did the Countess. However, they can't do a Quentin Tarantino style right there on the hotel. So they maybe plant a couple of pieces of dynamite or leave, a big trail of gas going from the top floor down to the basement and just light the place on fire so it will release the souls that are trapped inside the hotel. Now, I thought about that and I thought that's going to be really funny if that's the way it does plan out. Because when you think about it, James March went to such extremes to trap the Countess into the hotel with him forever. I mean, this man was so in love with this woman. He went to so many desperate measures for over, I think if I remember correctly, it was 100 years. It would be ironic and funny if he finally gets the Countess. She's a ghost now. She's in his spiritual realm. They're together forever. Nowhere to go except the hotel. Forever, James March has what he wants. And then someone comes along and burns it down and frees her soul right when he has accomplished his goal. I think that would be hilarious if that's the way it went down. So, possibly a burning, okay? And I thought maybe about an exorcism. I mean, isn't that what they did, at Amityville and the Connecticut and, any other haunted house things such as that, they always give it an exorcism. So maybe they could create two characters such as Ed and Lorraine Warren, because they are well known in the psychic community, and possibly send two people such as that into the hotel to exorcise it. I mean, the writers derive the storyline from true life events. So since the Warrens exist, maybe that's a possibility? An exorcism, so to speak? And then one more that I have, well, no, it'd be to burn it down and see an exorcism. But, yeah, I thought about maybe like an explosion or a developer possibly purchasing it to knock it down. Those things are obviously viable, but there's no emotion. There's no plotline twist. There's nothing such as that in those options. So if they're not interesting enough, and if it's plausible, then they have no room in this video. Absolutely no room in this video for us to even consider. So as far as the characters, I'm going into this episode expecting the unexpected. Because, and spoiler alert to those of you who haven't seen the other seasons, I did not expect Vivian, obviously, to die at the end of season 1. I did not expect that, I can't remember Evan Peters' character, that the things would happen with his two wives, the alien, and that they would, or the aliens, and that they would have the kids, and Jessica Lange come live with them. I mean, that was completely unexpected. In season 3, you have a lot of the witches dying in the season finale due to the 7 wonders. Same thing with Freak Show, when Dandy shows up and he kills a lot of our beloved freaks. The writers, obviously, of American Horror Story love to shock us during the season finale. It seems that they love to twist us, around during the season, but they just love to just shock the hell out of us when it comes to the season finale. So since the season has been so surprising, I am expecting a full-blown drag out, fighting of a season finale. I expect a great one. So my predictions for the characters are that things will not end well for Sally at all. I'm afraid that the demon that she's been protected from this whole entire time, she will now be that demon's bitch. And our poor Sally was just, our poor Sally. I fear for her, very much. I have a fear that John, Alex, Scarlett, and Holden will become ghosts of the hotel. So I'm hoping that they won't, but I am expecting that they will, because I feel like that will shock me. If John and Alex, Scarlett, and Holden end up as ghosts, I think that would suck, as well as Liz and Iris. If they end up as ghosts, that will be unexpected, because it would suck. I mean, it would totally suck being stuck in that hotel with all those people, all those killers, and all that dreariness for the rest of eternity. I mean, at least Liz would have Tristan, John would have Holden, and Alex and Scarlett. Iris wouldn't, have anybody, since Donovan, his ghost, isn't there. But, I mean, it would still suck to live there forever. So I think in myself, my own opinion, that the worst thing that could happen to me is to be killed in that hotel, and I'd have to be Sally's bitch forever. I mean, I wouldn't mind being her, the chick she hangs out with and drinks with and swaps stories with. Maybe not stories about stitching yourself together to other people, but I'd like to hear other stories that she has. But, that kind of friend is Sally. Other than that, I don't want anything to do with her. I am very afraid for these people who are only characters, just people who have been created out of the minds of Ryan Murphy and Brad Falchuk, but they mean a lot to me. That's what I really like about this show more than any others, is that they write such a terrific character background and great character-driven dialogue that you can't help but immerse yourself into them and into their story. And
So that's, again, why I love this season and what I kind of think is going to happen to the characters. I know I really didn't discuss everybody, but I think what happens to the hotel is going to be the determination of what happens to everybody, essentially. Because, again, the hotel is the main character, and the writers are known for giving us unhappy, shocking endings. So I'm very excited to see what happens. Very excited to see what happens. Now, even though the season will be ending, I will not be going away. Haha. I will be posting videos regarding the news and updates for season 6. So hit the subscribe button and you'll get the notifications automatically when I post the videos, or just come back and visit this channel. You'll see them there. If you have any questions, send them to me. And again, guys, I know I've said this 100 times, but this was a very great season of American Horror Story. I hope that you loved this season just as much as I did. That poster back there, it is creepier in real life. It's weird. When I see this set back here at night, it really freaks me out just to see those eyes staring at me. So thank you all very much for watching. Thank you all for appreciating me, because I understand that I don't do the beautiful makeup, spectacular background, superb editing tricks that a lot of these channels do have. Hopefully where I make up for my lacking there is letting you know about the scenes, the details, the characters, getting into the actual story much deeper than a lot of the other people who just sit there and poke fun of the one-liners and kind of, oh no, Constance did not. So I hope that my videos are a lot better than those. Thank you all very much again for watching and for sticking with me this season. I'm looking very forward to season 6. Very sad to see this season go. And I will see y'all tonight for the review of the season finale of American Horror Story episode 12, Be Our Guest. See you guys tonight.
No! No! No!
Welcome to the Freak Show. 6 degrees of separation is the idea that all things living and everything else in the world are 6 or fewer steps away from each other. So everything is like in a maximum of 6 steps away. So Sarah Paulson will star in season 8 of American Horror Story. So let's speculate the 7 degrees of separation. It's got to be 7 because, of course, it's American Horror Story. And let's guess her character for this season. Once again, I'm predicting season 8 will have its own storyline with characters from Murder House and Coven intersecting with it. So that being said, here are the 7 characters that I predict Sarah Paulson will be. First one, Cordelia Good. Without a doubt, Sarah Paulson will return as Cordelia, the current supreme reigning, and sort of like the principal to Miss Robichaux's Academy. She's going to cameo in certain episodes once the storyline of season 8 connects with her. I predict a main character will demonstrate a witchy power in public, and it will go viral. Recently, Billy Eichner is filmed for season 8 of American Horror Story in sort of like a disaster scene. And I'm predicting that that is the scene where the season 8 character of Sarah Paulson is going to be filmed doing something witchy. The next character I predict is going to be a new season 8 character. I genuinely believe that Sarah is going to play a main character from the season 8 storyline. Someone we don't know and we haven't met before. And obviously the one who's going to display witchy powers and is going to go viral. Third character, Billie Dean Howard. The chance of Billie Dean Howard appearing in season 8 is likely. After all, there's only 3 people who survived Murder House, and her being one of 3. So either we'll see Billie Dean's show on television, maybe showcasing the Murder House, or she'll like appear as an advisor to the witches, giving them powerful information about little Michael Langdon and where he comes from.
Maybe she'll like give the tale of, Tate taking advantage of Vivian, things like that. Fourth character is Lana Winters. That's right, people, I said it. I feel strongly that Lana Winters will appear in Season 8 simply for the purpose of interviewing Sarah's main Season 8 unnamed character. And as I said prior, most of Sarah's time will be spent as her Season 8 character, and she will do something witchy that will be filmed on a cell phone and go viral. So I'm keeping my fingers crossed that the only journalist her main character will speak to is Lana Winters. Fifth person, Allie Mayfair Richards. This is one person I didn't include in my American Horror Story Theory video, but I feel like it's possible this character might make a cameo in Season 8. At the end of Cult, we see Allie leave Ozzy behind to attend a meeting. Her last scene is when she's wearing a dark green hooded robe, similar to what the witches wear. And it is implied that Allie's attending a scum meeting. And of course, we did see a witch mask in Leslie Grossman's house in Season 7 as well. So there was a witchy tie to the Cult season. And I do think it's highly likely that Allie joined a female coven that isn't necessarily like a witch coven, but an alternative coven like the one Cordelia spoke of in Season 3. And we will intersect with that alternative coven during the Season 8 storyline. The sixth character I believe that Sarah could play is the narrator. Now, I love the thought of someone narrating this season through the entire thing to help us understand different characters and storylines and maybe some backstories. Someone could give us like a godlike view of the entire season. It's not really something the show has done before. They sort of had a narrator during Roanoke when the real life characters sometimes talked over the scenes from my Roanoke Nightmare documentary, but that's not what I'm really suggesting. I mean like a main voice throughout all episodes, a voice having nothing to do with the storyline or the characters, a complete third party telling the story to the viewers. Now, the final and seventh character that I hope maybe Sarah could play is an elder witch. Now, I'm keeping my fingers crossed that this season will be dark. And if I was a writer, I'd place Sarah under a lot of latex and make her an old witch living in the woods. Now, if the storyline takes place in LA, then she'll probably be a beach bum. No, I'm kidding. She'll live in the mountains, maybe like near Topanga. And the Coven will go to her when, if you guys are right, and the Antichrist is like in this season, they'll seek her power to couple with theirs to fight him. She's going to be like a Scathach, dirty, needs to brush her teeth, shave her legs, her pits, that kind of chick. But, she'll be a witch rumored to live in the woods, and the students will go find out because they need her power. Witches are more powerful when in groups, and as we learned in Coven, they need numbers. We do know, obviously, at this point, they'll probably have numbers, but this elder witch will have something the other witches don't, which is experience and a terrible darkness to fight the Antichrist. Now, as y'all know, I love your theory videos and ideas, so make sure you leave them below and I'll probably reply to you. What did you guys think of my theory? Thank you all for your support and love. Thanks for watching and beware of sexy Scathach.
Hello everyone and welcome back to my freak show. As I watched the finale of AHS 1984 last year, I noticed some familiar shots in the episode. So I went back to check out prior seasons, and sure enough, the finale featured iconic storylines and camera shots from every single season. Now, starting with Murder House, let's go over the evidence that I've compiled. For the sake of continuity, from now on, when I reference 1984, I will be speaking only of the finale, except for, of course, at the ending when I give my closing thoughts. Now, and don't worry if I'm stretching too hard in this video. Thankfully, I'm double jointed. Huge thank you to Danny Vera for creating the image for the video. And of course, guys, as always, spoiler alert for every single season of AHS, because of course, I don't want to be that person if you haven't watched every season. And a shout out to Indigo Child 2020 for being such an awesome viewer. I hope you'll be around my channel for a long time. Now on to the evidence. Murder House. Let's begin with the seasons that started it all. 1984 referenced Murder House many ways, many times throughout the entire season, but especially in the finale. The entire premise of Bobby going to the camp only to discover it's turned into a hotspot for dead, horny, vengeful ghosts is so Murder House. But here's an even better example of the finale mimicking Murder House. In the finale of Murder House, ironically, Ben and Vivian kill each other with a knife and a gun in front of the new owners to prove that they are ghosts, mirrored Montana and Trevor killing themselves with a knife and a gun in front of Bobby to prove that they are indeed ghosts in the camp. And I have to admit, I enjoyed both scenes quite equally. Asylum. In the second season of AHS, Lana Winters went to Briarcliff Asylum to get the deets on Kit Walker, whom she thought was Bloody Face at the time. In 1984, Bobby Richter goes to Red Meadows Asylum to get the exclusive on Ben Richter, whom he thought was Mr. Jingles. Both men turned out to be innocent and wrongfully imprisoned. In this section, I gotta say, I couldn't find an exact shot matching our queens, Sister Jude and Lana Winters, but as you can see, the scenes between the two are pretty damn familiar. Coven. Let's move into everyone's favorite witchy season, Coven, which I have to give a special shout out to Debbie Ebby for her assistance in this part in helping me. Thank you dearly, Debbie. You saved a queen. We should just name Debbie Captain Save a Queen. She is so wonderful. I love you, Debbie. After Montana lured Richard Ramirez into the shed under the false guise of meeting Billy Idol, the ghosts in the camp all come together and slaughter him in a brutal, bloody, violent fashion. This method and camera shot are ironically how the witches killed the Axeman in episode 6, The Axeman Cometh. I mean, these shots fit perfectly.
Like a glove.
Freak show. This camera shot in 1984 is what placed the whole notion inside my head in the first place. As Bobby Richter enters Camp Redwood for the very first time, the camera gently pans across, showing Bobby and the sign as he passes under the arch. Him walking into the camp mirrors Bet and Dot's journey as they passed under the freak show sign for the very first time. I mean, this scene literally gave me chills, and I loved going through the rest of the finale to find those little tributes to the past seasons, except Apocalypse, through these little iconic camera shots. Hotel. Richard Ramirez himself is the first connection to Hotel, but since that one is so obvious, I decided it would just be something to only mention. Besides, when I saw Bobby run out of Camp Redwood like his ass was on fire, it completely reminded me of when Billie Dean Howard did the same after the ghosts of the Hotel Cortez put the fear of hell into her. Coincidence? I mean, yeah, probably. But that would make my video invalid, so we'll just pretend like that's not an option. Roanoke. I nearly spit out my water when I saw all the ghosts waiting for Margaret. The scene was literally a spitting image of the ghosts of Roanoke waiting for Shelby and Matt. Everyone had a bunch of lit torches waiting for the one that they wanted to come outside. God, Cody Fern is so freaking hot. Whew, anyway. I mean, I'm glad we got Margaret sliced apart and placed into a wood chipper. I mean, way more low-key and, less violent than shoving a huge wooden stake up someone's ass and out their mouth. Totally. Cult. Aside from the cult-like mentality the ghosts in 1984 held, Satan being present in both seasons, the house that Brooke lives in shares an architectural similarity to Meadow and Harris's house, there is a much deeper connection to these two stellar seasons. When Bobby Richter stands in front of the stage at the beginning of the episode, it mirrors a cracked version of Allie standing in front of the stage in Cult before Meadow begins a mass shooting. and I completely forgot how violent Cult was until I went back to watch it for this video. Damn good season. Apocalypse. Normally, when it comes to Apocalypse, I like to talk shit about the season, then move on from it as fast as I possibly can. But seeing as, how I've talked a big game this entire video, I've got to include it. So here's the connection between Apocalypse and the finale of 1984. Satan and dead bodies. Now go away, Apocalypse. Drive away as fast as you freaking can. In my humble opinion, this video proves AHS 1984 was more than a love letter to 80s horror movies. It was a love letter to the anthology itself. Again, 1984 is a superior season, and I enjoyed every single episode. It was one of those seasons where I was incredibly disappointed the finale came so quickly because I had so much fun with the characters, storylines, kills, and supernatural shit that I didn't want the season to end. And that, in my opinion, is the sign of a superior season. So what do you think of the 1984 finale featuring every season of AHS? Leave your comments below. As always, guys, thank you all so much for watching. And of course, beware of sexy Scathach. I doubt that horny nature-loving bish cares about staying at home right now.
Hey guys, it's Editing Mary here. This video was set to premiere on my channel. However, I pulled it once I saw the trailer for part 2. But I worked so hard on it and I really like this theory. So I decided to let the video go out anyway. It's really hella entertaining. I really hope you guys enjoy it, even though I'm obviously wrong. Hello everyone and welcome to my freak show. As you know, I've made many theories about AHS Delegate, but this one has to be one of my favorites. I theorize Anna was the one who killed Adeline Harding. Spoiler alert. Now subscribe for more content, and huge shout out to channel member Blaze.
Look out for someone named Blaze.
Let's begin by establishing the known facts. The show informs us that Dex's first wife, Adeline, also known as Addie, passed away before he met Anna. Their marriage was brief. They didn't have children because Dex said it wasn't in the cards. The cause of Addie's death is a kitchen fire, and Addie was 30 when she died and was an award-winning vegan chef. The cause of the fire was due to faulty wiring. However, the building was up to code, so it is a great big mystery. A big reveal in episode 5 was that Addie was once part of the Witches in Black, but left them for Dex. Even though Addie is dead, they are still coming after Dex as punishment for taking Addie from them. Side note, guys, Addie worked for Hestia Restaurant, and episode 7 is titled Ave Hestia, and I already have a theory video on that, so hopefully I can get that one done. Now, fast forward to the present day in the show, where Anna and Dex have been married for 2 years. Okay, in previous speculations, I proposed that Anna joined the cult after marrying Dex in exchange for a baby and an Oscar. But for the sake of this theory, let's just assume that Anna joined the cult before meeting Dex. Maybe around 2015, earlier, something like that. During Anna's time in the cult, she became like a sister to the women. However, when Addie defected from their cult, it pissed off everyone, and they chose revenge. I guess I should say Coven, because I don't think they're a cult. They are a Coven. Now, first they had to get revenge on Addie. So Anna and the Coven used their powers to start a fire at the restaurant that ultimately killed Addie. The cult now focuses their gaze on Dex. But who would, what would be the best way to get revenge on him? What could the Coven do to him? And I think their plan for revenge is to insert one of the Coven members into his life and have a baby with Dex so it will be given to the cult. Now, why would this be revenge? Now, I speculate the reason Dex said that children weren't in the cards for him and Addie is because if they would have a child, they would be forced to give it to the cult. So now it's time for Anna to take on the biggest role of her life, being a kind, obedient, and naive young woman. Just the kind of woman that appeals to Dex. But even the best actress can't hide her true motives and emotions every single second.
and I theorize Anna is under the amnesiac identity spell. The same spell was placed on Coco and Mallory in AHS Apocalypse. The cult placed the spell on Anna to erase her memories of the cult, her true relationship with Siobhan, the fact that she murdered Addie, and retain only a facade of a complacent woman, guided by a publicist for 2 years. And as time passes, a new Anna encounters Dex, now a broken man on the rebound. In less than 2 years, Anna becomes his new partner, then his girlfriend, and finally his wife. The ultimate goal is to make Dex suffer. And what would be a better way to make him suffer than to be the father of the Antichrist that they are going to take away from him, and that would make their coven even bigger and stronger. I understand that this is quite a reach, guys, but remember what Anna said to Andy Cohen in the first episode of AHS Delicate.
But this part is so good, it seems like any actress would kill for it.
Andy, you are absolutely right. And I did kill someone for the part.
You did?
Andy, you're absolutely right. And I did kill someone for the part.
Okay, I know that was supposed to be a joke, but I think Anna is referring to killing Addie in order to get the role. The cinematography and the tone right before Anna went on the stage was dark, red, and ethereal, suggesting a dark undertone. Anna seemed lost in her own reflection as her memory struggled to resurface. It was giving total Kubrick. She is under an identity spell, suppressing her true memories, which occasionally surface, evident in moments like this one before the show. And there are also other moments in the show where it seems like Siobhan is giving her approval or disapproval. But if you look deeper into Siobhan's eyes, it seems downright sinister. Even when the Ashleys converge on Anna, she's taken back by their aggressiveness. They are absolutely manipulating Anna to fulfill her role. The women in black are absolutely monitoring Anna and are probably Coven supervisors ensuring the success of their plan. Now, this would mean that Nicolette, Ivy, Sonia, and Miss Preacher are trying to counteract the demonic spells placed around Anna. Perhaps they're trying to break the identity spell to expose Anna as a witch. I mean, at this point, I don't think the good witches can do anything about the Antichrist, only kill it after it's born. Now, another example to show my theory is valid for consideration is the title of the season finale, The Auteur. Guys, the meaning of the word auteur is a filmmaker whose personal influence and artistic control over a movie are so great that the filmmaker is regarded as the author of the movie. Now, this could be the writer, the director, even the actors. But if Anna is playing a role, as I suggested in this theory, then she would technically be the one whose personal influence makes her the author of the Antichrist. Ultimately, Anna is the auteur. Her journey began when she joined the cult and continued when she killed Addie, married Dex, won an Oscar, and it will end with Anna having it all, an Oscar and a baby. One last thing that makes sense to this theory are the time lapses. Missing time points to the fact that Anna is under the influence of nefarious forces. If Anna is programmed to be meek and obedient, the time jumps suggest a hidden side to her personality. The night Anna went to the basement, through the looking glass, so to speak, she just kept going. Nothing stopped her when, she went through that little door. No spooky setting, the jars that were filled with the fetuses, the gyno chair. I mean, if Anna is so meek, why didn't she run away screaming back up the stairs to show Dex and Kamal the basement when she first went in there? And I think she didn't because she felt pulled, in a sense, by her subconscious. Remember, Mallory from Apocalypse didn't remember she was a witch, but that didn't mean she didn't have powers. I absolutely feel that Anna is part of the Bad Witch Coven and killed Addie Harding with the intention of marrying Dex, having the Antichrist, and achieving her dreams. What do you guys think of this theory? Is Anna under an identity spell? Is the Bad Witch Coven part of the satanic cult? What am I doing with my life? Let me know all of your thoughts in the comments because I love talking to you guys about this show. Thank you all so much for watching. Like and subscribe or else Sexy Scathach will find your man and turn him into a tearjerker.
Blaze is back. Blaze.
Don't you ever talk about Blaze like that again.
Blaze is motherfucking back.
Welcome to the Freak Show. As you know, Billie Lourd is returning to our beloved American Horror Story for the crossover season. So let's speculate her character in this theory video. Now, warning, there's spoilers in this video regarding the previous seasons, so don't watch if you're not caught up. I heavily predict Billie will be a witch in season 8 of American Horror Story. Last season, I made a video of her theorizing her character Willow was a witch in Cult. Now, I would love to see Billie play a witch for the crossover season. Obviously, I would love to see her return as Willow Anderson, but seeing as that she was killed in Cult, the odds aren't so good that that will happen. So here's how I would love to see Billie return. And please know that this is a theory. It's a backstory that I would write for her. I'd write that Billie is a witch with a relation to Madison Montgomery. I don't remember Madison mentioning a sister, so she'd have to be a cousin or something like that. She joins the academy with the Covens, the witches, with the intention of finding out what happened to Madison. Now, the problem is that Billie will be a generation born without any witchy power, and her family is hardcore pressuring her to join as they're too old to join the academy, and there's no one else in the Montgomery family to do it, leaving Billie under dire pressure. Guys, I'd love to see flashbacks of Billie's family using their powers to take their anger out on her, like forcing her to join the school, which has grown exponentially, what I assume, and so she attends the LA one. Now, to acquire the powers needed to go to the school, Billie obviously needs to prove she's a witch, so she calls Papa Legba and sells her soul to him, emerging as one badass witch like Madison. Now, I also know what you guys thinking. You're making fun of me for saying Legba, but it's his name, damn it. So now that Billie has no soul, but she's got some great witchy powers, her confidence will boost and eventually will go to her head. Billie will get out of control the way Fiona did when she killed her Supreme. I don't think she'll go that far, but she will use her vision to sort of magically see what happened to Madison. So real quickly, let's review what happened to Madison at the end of Coven. This is one death that reeked of unexperienced writers, guys. I mean, how could Kyle kill Madison? Let's be honest here. She demonstrated 6 of the 7 wonders for witches' sakes. I mean, and she's mentally able to lift a bus after being gang raped by a football team. How can this witch, let Kyle, someone she brought back to life, she stitched him back together with her own 2 hands, for God's sakes. How could she let this guy kill her? Why didn't she use her powers and snap Kyle like a twig? I mean, to me, the answer lies with the writers, but I guess it's easy for me to point fingers as the viewer. Now, regardless of the situation, Madison is dead and her body is with Spaulding. Now that Billie knows what happens to Madison in her vision, she'll use her power to find Madison's body and bring her back to life. Now, since Dennis O'Hare is very busy and he's filming, I think, has just begun for the season of American Horror Story, it's possible we'll get a cameo. But I'm betting that they kill off the Spaulding character so that way Billie can get the body back without any sort of problems. But shortly after she resurrects Madison, Papa Legba will come back for his required sacrifice. I know he does it every year, so this, to me, will feel like a year had passed since Billie asked him for her power. Now, Billie's character won't be able to kill a baby, so he'll take her soul to hell with him, of course, providing that's the deal she makes with him. And it will be the end of her character, leaving Madison alive at the end and us not knowing what happens with her character. Now, as y'all know, I absolutely love your theories and ideas, so make sure you leave them below and I'll probably reply to you. Now, what did you think of my theory here about Billie? Leave a like if you like the video, and thanks for watching my newest theory video. Thanks for watching, and beware of sexy Scathach. welcome to the Freak Show. There's so much speculation online about the storyline to season 8 of American Horror Story that I had to include my own personal theory. Now, I found some spectacular fan theories in the comments of my videos, and there were so many that I'm going to give them their own video. So expect the best fan theories video next. And then, of course, please remember that this is my theory and will contain spoilers from the previous seasons. Now, my theory is this. We will get a new storyline for season 8 that will intersect with characters from Murder House and Coven, hence the crossover. I predict Evan will be Sarah's hairdresser and the one to introduce her to the world of witches. And knowing Ryan and his love of complicated mother-son issues, I bet Joan will be like a twisted grandmother who probably berates and emasculates him for being gay, while secretly desiring him. His character, Evan's character, is probably going to be an important person to the Coven because I bet Joan is either one of the founding mothers or it was on the council, something like that. Anyway, I think Ryan will write one badass character for Joan, and I believe she will be a witch. And I'm predicting she won't be the one out to get Cordelia, as Ryan suggested. Now, getting back to Sarah, she'll be Evan's client. She's probably been his client for some time, and he will be her connection to the Coven after she demonstrates some kind of magical power that grabs attention. Maybe she'll stop a tragic event with precognition, or is caught using telekinesis on camera and it goes viral. You get my point. Sarah will be some sort of powerful addition to the Coven, and the witches will want to draw it from her. Now, speaking of the Coven, I think Leslie Grossman will be the mother to the LA Coven the way Cordelia was before she became the Supreme. Billie Lourd and Billy Eichner will be witches, while Cheyenne, Kathy, and Adina will be on the Witches' Council. They'll be the new members, obviously. The main conflict of the season, I predict, will be this. The witches are under heavy scrutiny after coming out and have discarded powerful witches when they applied for the school. Now, in my belief, this has created an alternate Coven, a dark alternate Coven. Now, I know what you're thinking. How can you get any darker than Fiona Good? But my feeling is Cordelia had to turn some of the witches after they joined the school. Maybe they had to, kick them out, and it made them bitter. Joined along with those who had never been received, they're going to all form this alternative Coven. I do believe Cordelia will return in certain episodes, and her Coven will be unaware of their new dark rivals until it's too late. And the two Covens come to a powerful and violent confrontation, hopefully during Ryan Murphy's explosive episode 5. Now, due to all the ghosts and energy in the murder house, both Covens will see it as an ultimate symbol of power. So they both get the idea to go there and to basically drain it of the energy, meeting their rival Coven in the process. A magical fight will ensue, and the Dark Coven will win. And the fallout, hence the supposed name of the season, which I don't believe obviously it is, but the fallout will be a huge threat to Cordelia's Coven, her public reputation, and as supreme reign. Now, where will the witches get such an idea about the power in the murder house? My answer is Billie Dean Howard, who will probably cameo again this season. After episode 5 this season, we'll review, I think, the history of witchcraft. Questions will be answered, and Cordelia and her Coven will work to gain their strength for one final confrontation with the Darker Coven. Now, if I were writing the script, I'd say that the Darker Coven would win. That's how I'd write it. However, this is Ryan Murphy's world, so I'm sure Cordelia will slaughter them. But that is my theory for season 8 of American Horror Story, and what did you think? Now, here's my second theory, because this is based on a quote from Ryan Murphy regarding the crossover season. I believe he gave this quote in January of this year, 2018, or possibly earlier. But he said, it's a character from season 1 that will be thrust into the world that you were left with at the end of Coven, which is sort of like the male-female witch academy. First of all, Ryan said this much earlier, and so I don't know if it even still applies, but if it does, here's my theory for it. Now, as you all know, there's only 3 survivors from Murder House: Michael Langdon, Billie Dean Howard, and Constance Langdon. Michael is 3 years old at the end of Murder House and ages quicker than most children, but not by much. So if it's October 2019 in the season 8 storyline, that would make Michael 8 years old, but with the appearance of a tween. Constance is probably alive, if Michael hasn't killed her yet. But I think the story will continue with Michael rather than Billie Dean Howard. So let's explore that theory just a tad. It's my feeling that Jessica Lange probably won't want a leading role this season unless Ryan, knocks it out of the park with the writing. And though I don't doubt his abilities, I just don't think Jessica wants to be a main character again. And if she is a main character, you bet your ass Ryan and all American Horror Story social media will be going wild with notifications that Jessica's back. So I'm going to automatically strike her out since it hasn't been announced yet. We know that the end of Hotel, the year is 2022, and Billie is chased out of the hotel by the ghosts. And the storyline for the season 8 is set to take place in October 2019. Now, in the hotel, there's no mention of Billie Dean joining a coven during the biography that Iris gives us in the hotel. Now, it's possible that Billie didn't include the coven on her resume. I sincerely doubt that's something that maybe she wanted to include. But based on her television specials, I highly doubt that a witchy coven was her thing. So I do doubt the theory of Michael being the main character since so much time has changed since Ryan said it. But let's say for the premise of, for season 8, here's my theory including Michael as the main character. Michael Langdon is a tween living in another section of Los Angeles with Constance and is going by the name Charles DeLongpre or something like that. Now he wonders why he kills kittens and teachers who piss him off. Constance refuses to disclose the identities of his real parents, and since she knows that he's the Antichrist, she basically tells him nothing. So through pictures in a scrapbook that Constance keeps, Michael will see the murder house and will recognize it later, which will come into the theory here in just a moment. Now he'll see the news reports of the covens and Cordelia's invite for all of them to join, which he will. Cordelia will realize that he's someone powerful and dark when she meets him, but thinks that she can help him stay on the right path, so she'll keep him in the school. Now, he'll learn the history of witches and meet the other kids in the school, but I do predict that things will turn violent and deadly very quickly, and Michael will flee the school that's conveniently located right near the murder house. He'll probably recognize it and go inside, find his parents, and the rest of the bloodthirsty ghosts. This will probably be the episode 5 explosion of when Michael meets the ghost, and the fallout will probably refer to the struggle of power between Michael and Cordelia. He will probably find his inner power and desire to take over the coven as his own personal army, and Cordelia will fight him, leaving one dead and the other the leader of the witches. So that is the end of my theories, guys. What did you think of them? Leave your opinions in the comments. Thank you all so much for your love and support. Thanks for watching, and beware of Sexy Scathach.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to my freak show. Now guys, please do not watch this video if you haven't watched American Horror Stories episode 5 because, of course, spoilers. Now, I saw 2 main questions from viewers in the comment section of my review for episode 5 titled Ball. And the questions mainly were, number 1, how did Liv get pregnant by Ball if the totem was made by an artist? And number 2, how did Liv know about Ball to make a pact with them? So let's quickly review, just give a little refresh of our memories for the episode, and then I will answer these 2 questions for you. Now, Liz firstly wanted a baby, but her husband didn't. Guys, don't forget, he was only in the marriage for the money. He took measures to purposely lower his sperm count so Liv could not get pregnant. With the help of his friends and his mistress, he came up with a plan to drive Liv to the mental hospital. And basically one rigged the house with sound and manipulated the baby monitor, the other person made the statues, and the last person actually dressed up as Ball. Now their goal was to basically have Liv declared insane in order to gain control of her money. Yet, Liv made a deal with the real Ball to have her husband framed for multiple murders, and he fulfilled her wish. So let's start with the first question. How did Liv get pregnant in the first place when the Ball totem was fake? Okay, so guys, I did some research on Ball, and I discovered that Ball is the son of El. And he basically won his dominance by defeating other deities, including the god of the sea, god of storms, rain, thunder, and lightning, and the god of death. Ball's victory over death was thought to be repeated each year when he returns from the land of death, which is the underworld, bringing rain to renew the earth's fertility. A large storm with massive thunder and bright lightning accompanies his arrival. Does that look familiar? So basically, the totem was a useless trinket. It didn't summon Ball or have anything to do with summoning him. The night that Liv and her husband made love, it was the same night that Ball returned from the underworld. So in turn, Liv got pregnant from Ball fertilizing our grounds. Okay, so now we know exactly how Ball got Liv pregnant. And let's move on to the second and final question. How did Liv know about Ball? So here's my idea on this, guys. We do know that Liv went to the asylum, and she tried there once more to banish Ball using the spell that Bernadette gave her, and instead of banishing Ball, she called him. Okay, so my theory is they probably had a conversation that went a little like this. Are you Ball? Sup, baby, what's happening? You can't have my baby. I don't want your baby. Then why are you stalking me? You summoned me here, honey. But you've been everywhere. You even spoke to me through the Ouija board. Nah, girl, that wasn't me. Your husband and friend manipulated the planchette. But why would they do that? Because they want your money. So you haven't been the one messing with me? Stalking me and my baby? Bitch, I'm the god of fertility. I make the babies. I don't raise them. But my husband, he loves me. He wouldn't do this to me. I beg to differ. He's been screwing you, babe, not me. I have to get even with that dickhole I call a husband. Ball, I need your help. Sure, only if you agree to free me. Absolutely. I'll free you. Just kill my husband's friend and his mistress. But leave him alive so he'll go to jail for it. I don't know, babe. I'm a lover, not a killer. Please, Ball. Please kill them for me. Okay. Wow. If I had the ability to express emotions, I'd totally be high-fiving you right now. Now that, guys, is what I speculate happened that day. Liv unknowingly called Ball, learned of her husband's lie from Ball, and then made a pact with him in order to seek her revenge. So guys, what do you think? I cannot wait to hear your theories in the comments. Thank you so much for watching, and beware of Ball's balls. Welcome, freaks. I have 3 theories as to the twist surrounding episode 6 of American Horror Story Roanoke, and I think Lady Gaga's new song Perfect Illusion is the key to one of my theories. Plus, we'll go over popular fan twist theories making the rounds on the internet. So let's jump off the crazy diving board and into the mad, mad world of American Horror Story. Okay guys, spoiler alert, if you don't want to be spoiled about season 6, please don't go forward in the video. Now fans, let's get something straight first. We are supposed to get a twist. A shocking twist. So I don't think season 6 of American Horror Story will begin in the 6th episode like many speculate. It doesn't make sense to start the real season when you're halfway through the season already. Remember, season 6 only has 10 episodes. So why take us through 6 episodes, then start the real season? It simply doesn't make sense that the real season 6 would only be 4 episodes. So the twist has to be within the existing storyline of Roanoke. Moving on. I still believe Shelby is a witch and has an ulterior motive. I will make a separate video about that again to show examples for my theory from episodes 3 and 4. So please look for that. And with that being said, guys, Halloween videos are being recorded. It's tough doing it, though, without my regular camera, so please bear with me. It will be posted soon. So what is the twist coming up for us in episode 6? Well, there's so many possibilities at this point. I freaking love it. So here's Mother Supreme's top 3 most likely theories of the twist. Number 1. It's all a hoax perpetrated by Lee, Matt, and Shelby to cover up the murder of Mason, Cricket, and Flora. Now hear me out in this. In Murder House, episode 6, the infamous Piggy Man urban legend episode, Derek is killed by burglars when he did the Piggy Man thing, which it basically makes Piggy Man still an urban legend. It was a perfect illusion. Now, it is true that every episode of Roanoke is corresponding with the 6th episode of every season, every previous season of American Horror Story. For example, Roanoke episode 1 mirrors Murder House episode 6. Roanoke episode 2 mirrors Asylum episode 6, and so on. So hopefully for episode 5 of Roanoke, we know that in Hotel episode 6 we get our Countess / murder connection. The Countess kills Tristan, and we find out that Bart is living in room 33. Moving on in this theory, let's take a look at Lady Gaga's song Perfect Illusion. Now there's no copyright infringement meant, YouTube, and I do not own the pictures in this video. Owners and links to their sites can be found in the description. Trying to get control. Pressure's taken its toll. Stuck in the middle zone. I just want you alone. My guessing game is strong. Way too real to be wrong. Caught up in your show. Yeah, at least now I know. It wasn't love. It wasn't love. It was a perfect illusion. Mistaken for love. It wasn't love. It was a perfect illusion. I don't need eyes to see. I feel you touching me. High like amphetamine. Maybe you're just a dream. That's what it means to crush. Now that I'm waking up, I still feel the blow. But at least now I know it wasn't love. It wasn't love. It was a perfect illusion. Basically, this song is trying to tell you that what you are seeing right now isn't real in the show, and you are about to kind of wake up and get the real truth, and you'll still feel the blow from before. So I really thought that that was perfectly linked to this theory, because I think this season will end up being a perfect illusion. Now remember, guys, we don't get interviews from those who died in the season, like Mason and Cricket. Notice also we're not getting Flora's interviews. So I believe Flora's dead at the end of the story. Now remember what Zachary Quinto said to Zoe in Murder House when she did the Roanoke spell to banish his spirit from the house. Now he said, and I quote, which does contain some vulgar words, guys, so you might want to take some precautions. Excuse me, he said, and I quote, "Of course it didn't work. It's bullshit. It's all bullshit. People make up these spells and chants in order to feel like they're in control. Well, guess what? They're not. Never have been. So, freaks, who in the show and season 6 seeks control? Possibly Shelby, because her supernatural powers are becoming too much to control and she's the one who killed Mason. Possibly this is Matt's way of seeking control when he's in the coma. Or maybe Lee needs control because she killed Mason and possibly Flora. So therefore, everything happening is a hallucination in her mind, maybe while she's at Briarcliff. But regardless, I don't believe that Shelby, Matt, and Lee are who they portray to be. So therefore, I think it's likely they are making the Roanoke stuff up to cover their murder spree. Idea number 2. Shelby is really Billie Dean Howard, along with the actors who play Matt and Lee, and they're there to expose the real Shelby, Matt, and Lee as frauds, meaning the actors and production team are psychics and investigators posing as actors and cameramen in order to expose the trio. However, they're there, I guess, maybe when the spirits can kill, and it becomes a fight for survival for Billie Dean and the production team and the real Shelby, Matt, and Lee, and their crimes are exposed. Now think about it, guys. The writing team created the first 5 episodes for a reason of Roanoke. We know the backstory of Roanoke, Thomason, and Gaga, which Scathach is her name. They're not going to throw away those characters so easily. But I think we will finally get to see Evan, Cheyenne, Finn, and Matt in these turn of events in episode 6. Number 3. Shelby, Matt, and Lee will die in episode 6, and this documentary is their story of how they died on an afterlife television show for the dead. The next couple of episodes after episode 6 will show the new owners tormented in the house, or possibly another episode for the show for the dead where we'll get another character telling the story of how they died and went to hell, like Shelby, Matt, and Lee. So I think that Mason, Cricket, and Flora are not in the interviews because they are in heaven, and Shelby, Matt, and Lee are in the interviews because they are in hell. Now, I'm still holding on strong to my theory that Shelby is a witch, and that actress Shelby is really Cordelia, and her coven is possibly the crew of the show, and they are getting close to the real Shelby in order to kill her. But that theory is so out there, I sincerely doubt American Horror Story would ever go near it, but it would be a really awesome twist. I would love to write for this show if you guys can't tell. So real quick, theories online as to the twist, which are possible, guys, but they are too easy if you ask me. However, I bet that these will possibly be the twist in episode 6. Many people are speculating that the first 5 episodes of season 6 is Billie Dean Howard's show on Lifetime that she mentioned to Constance in Murder House. Number 2, some people believe that Lee, Matt, and Shelby are dead, and the show is their ghosts retelling the stories. Number 3, Gaga will get pregnant with Matt's baby, and Matt will fall in love with Gaga. Now, as a personal note from Mother Supreme, I can see this happening. I can see the producers taking Matt, Lee, and Shelby back to the house in the future as part of the show, as like part of the ending to give closure to the fans on the show. And then when they go back, they're gonna see Gaga and her baby. Those are the ideas that are floating around on the internet, and those are my top 3 theories as to what the twist is going to be. What do you freaks think? Do you know the twist of American Horror Story Season 6? Or do you think it's one of the theories I spoke about in the video? Leave your comment below. Thank you all so much for watching. Mother Supreme is off to rule the world. Bye.
Welcome to the Freak Show.
Now, many times I've been asked by viewers what's my favorite and least favorite season of American Horror Story. Well, for many years I've said Hotel is my favorite and Murder House is my least favorite. And I'm here to confess that that isn't necessarily true. There's no shame though, but in order for you to properly understand what I'm about to say, we must discuss the Quentin Tarantino effect and how it applies to American Horror Story. Now, spoiler warning on every season of American Horror Story in all of Quentin Tarantino's movies. Of course, for those of you out there who haven't watched them. Now, links for all of the images that you see in this video can be found in the description. So don't watch this video if you haven't watched American Horror Story or Quentin Tarantino's movies. Now, first, let's discuss the Quentin Tarantino effect. Now, I think this section can be summed up with just one question. Name one bad Quentin Tarantino movie. And I'm not talking about one that you personally didn't like. I'm talking about one that he made that wasn't a major blockbuster or a hit with fans and critics. Reservoir Dogs may have been his second movie, and though it didn't receive a Hollywood red carpet debut, it was a huge hit. Now here's a refresh on Quentin Tarantino's movie, and the script basis for True Romance isn't included as only 36 minutes of the film still exist and can't be critiqued. And of course at the end I will tell you why this applies and how to American Horror Story. Number 1, Reservoir Dogs. Genius characters, storytelling, and an even brilliant ending. When the best robbers come together to rob a jewelry store, their plan is foiled when it turns out that one of them is an undercover police officer. Tim Roth is simply outstanding as Freddie Neuendijk, and this is a perfect example of Quentin Tarantino's perfectly written characters combined with his incredible storytelling. It may be his lowest grossing movie, but Reservoir Dogs remains one of my favorites, as it was the first Quentin Tarantino movie I ever watched, and immediately fell in love with his style of storytelling and the characters. I easily immersed myself into them. Pulp Fiction. A discombobulated hodgepodge of stories all come together in this incredible tale told through the eyes of blockbuster stars like Uma Thurman, John Travolta, Eric Stoltz, and Rosanna Arquette, just to name a few. And though Reservoir Dogs was well received, it was Pulp Fiction that catapulted Tarantino to blockbuster success. It may be his third grossing movie of all time, well, as of the making of this video, but when you think Quentin Tarantino, I'm positive that the first movie that you think of is Pulp Fiction. Jackie Brown. This is simply an outstanding movie with memorable characters, mesmerizing events, and without a doubt had some of the best writing with incredible dialogue. Jackie Brown isn't action-packed, with only, violent scenes appearing sporadically throughout the film, much like Reservoir Dogs. But it was the relationships between the characters and their impressive conversations that made the film mesmerizing and fun as fuck to watch. Kill Bill Volume 1 and Volume 2. Hands down, the Kill Bill movies are not only spectacular, they're spect-fucking-tacular. If you haven't watched them, you're missing out. It's a captivating, violent tale of revenge mixed in with some of the most excellent fighting sequences to date. If you love old karate, martial art movies, women with swords kicking ass while chopping off a limb, combined with just plain old-fashioned violence, then Kill Bill Volume 1 and Volume 2 are definitely for you. Though both movies are considered as one by Quentin Tarantino and fans, both movies are his fourth and fifth top-grossing movies. Death Proof. Now, I'm partial to this Quentin Tarantino movie as I watched him and his crew film the movie right behind my apartment in Austin, Texas, and at one of my favorite spots, the Omelet Tree. Death Proof followed a psychopath who loved to kill beautiful young girls with his death-proof car. This is another great movie with great cameos, well-developed characters for, spoiler, such a short amount of time to know them, and too smart for their own good dialogue. Inglourious Basterds. Now, who doesn't love watching Nazis being beat to death? I know I sure do, and I wasn't the only one. Inglourious Basterds is Quentin Tarantino's second top-grossing movie. This gem is another captivating story following a Jewish young woman after her family is slaughtered in war-torn Paris, and a group of Nazi killers who call themselves the Bastards. I simply adore this movie, as I was literally on the edge of my seat during most of the tense sequences, which were aplenty, and I had a huge crush on the character Hugo Stiglitz. I don't care who you are. If you can shove your entire fist down a man's throat simply to murder him, we're dating. Django Unchained. This film was freaking brutal as Quentin Tarantino highlights the suffering of slaves and their treatment from their, quote, owners in 1858. The story follows a German bounty hunter who aids a freed slave in the quest to find his wife. Jamie Foxx, Christopher Waltz, and Leo DiCaprio bring their fucking A-game with outstanding performances. I mean, my favorite theme of the movie is the way that Tarantino demonstrates the brutal reality Black people endured as purchased slaves. Because I honestly think that this is a part of history that should never be forgotten, so it will never be repeated. Ever. Django Unchained is the top grossing Quentin Tarantino movie, so do yourself a favor and watch it because you're in for one hell of a fantastic and powerful movie. The Hateful Eight. With this gem, the dialogue and sudden twists are the meat of the movie. While escorting a prisoner, a bounty hunter holds up at Minnie's haberdashery to avoid a snowstorm in 1877. But the guests aren't exactly who they portrayed themselves to be. Now, in my opinion, The Hateful Eight reminds me very much of Reservoir Dogs, as the violence is periodic. The movie depends on the story, which mainly focuses on the dialogue amongst the guests habitating the cabin. Now, it's ranked over $54 million at the box office and falls just under the Kill Bill movie. Now that we've reviewed his movies, can't say which of these are the best and worst, can you? Now, I'm sure there are some of you out there that can easily answer this question, but I'm assuming the rest of you are like me, and it's hard for you to pick the best and the worst. Even Quentin Tarantino's collaborations are incredible. You know, he has 4 Rooms, From Dusk Till Dawn. All of those are outstanding collaborative films. He tends to focus very much, though, on revenge, backstories, and existential dialogue. So the Quentin Tarantino effect is this. A brilliant person combined with other brilliant people create gold because they shit quality work. So let's compare this theory to American Horror Story and Ryan Murphy. Well, we know Ryan Murphy is brilliant. We know this from previous television shows he's created. Glee, Nip Tuck, Scream Queens, Pose, 911, and so on. He's even written one and directed many movies. But we all know American Horror Story is exceptional, and the main reason, let's face it, that you're here. So let's review the past seasons of American Horror Story with the Quentin Tarantino effect in mind. And I'd also like to say that Ryan is focused on backstories, characters, and he's obsessed with the mother-son relationship as evident in the past seasons of American Horror Story. So we see 2 men focused on certain points of their storytelling, mainly backstories being part of it. Murder House, the pilot season, the one which introduced us to the series. This season was everything. Memorable characters, and a story with plenty of twists and turns to fill a maze many times over. 3.18 million viewers tuned in to the first season, making its mark on pop culture and television history. Asylum. Lord have mercy on our souls. This season had everything and we absolutely loved it. And it's no wonder when a season has aliens, demonic possession, multiple serial killers, nuns and their painful whippings, all wrapped up into a dark-ass asylum that was as much of a character as Sister Jude. 3.85 million viewers watched Lana Winters survive the asylum, and season 2 is the go-to season for comparison when a new American Horror Story season premieres. Coven. Witches, murder, magic, and Jessica Lange as our supreme girls. Enough said. And I have to say, the racial hate demonstrated during this season was brutally realistic. The young Black man hung from a tree simply because of his color still haunts me all these years later. This was another critically acclaimed, successful season and opened the show to a whole new broad spectrum of viewers. Freak Show. Freak Show. This season is one of my personal favorites as it highlighted the persecution of those not considered quote-unquote normal. Much like Coven, the true horror of the series was the underlying message missed by most viewers. Coven highlighted the horror of hatred towards others, especially witches and African Americans, which sadly still exists. And Freak Show highlighted the hatred and treatment by society to those who were considered different because of maybe a mental or a physical difference. I mean, can you imagine what would happen today if Jimmy and his group were refused service at a diner anywhere in America? Now, aside from Freak Show's incredible characters and sometimes bland storyline, its deep messages like this make seasons like Coven, Freak Show, and Cult shine brightly with critics and fans around the world. Hotel. Now, this was a season. John Lowe's descent into his own maddening world that he built, what Alex did to keep her son, Sally's search for unconditional love. I mean, there's just so many components to Hotel that I simply cannot cover them all. Nearly 6 million viewers had their wigs snatched during this 12-episode season. And that's a lot of wigs, my friends. Roanoke. Now, I love watching Roanoke when my family is asleep and it's all dark and scary. This season stood out to me as something solely based on scare, not story or developing characters, though we did get those. Now, obviously, there's a great story and awesome characters, but the focus of the season was on scaring the viewer the good old-fashioned way, which hit well with critics and fans. It's nice to simply watch this season and allow you to let the season do its job, which is just scare you. Cult. Cult is a season you either love or hate. There's simply no in-between with this successful season taking aim at America's political system, misogyny, feminism, cults, and how it all impacts various minds of the characters inside this season. Now, normally these topics would have been a salacious background to a major storyline. However, this season, it was front and center. For this season, it just didn't matter if the fans loved or hated Cult, because they couldn't stop watching it, even the critics. Apocalypse. Do I even need to really justify this season? I mean, Jessica Lange, our witches, they were all back, baby! Much like Kill Bill Volume 2, Apocalypse was a sequel to its much-loved predecessor, Coven. This season didn't do very well in the Nielsen ratings, however, it was stamped as a successful sequel season. Yes, that even includes Mallory running over the Antichrist with a car. So how does American Horror Story compare to Quentin Tarantino and his incredible movies? First of all, you have one incredible anthology and one set of incredible movies. It's difficult for me to pick a worst American Horror Story season because there isn't one. Surely it's easy to pick a favorite, or maybe a best, like Season 2, Asylum, or maybe the Kill Bill movies or something like that, just to grab it out of thin air. But it's sincerely difficult to choose a worst season or a worst movie. Again, I'm sure this isn't difficult for some of you out there who know firmly what you like and what you don't, and that's totally cool. So stick around and finish watching the video because this is the best American Horror Story channel on YouTube. I mean, the American Horror Story Awards said so. But my point is, for me and for most of American Horror Story fandom, we can't pinpoint which season is the worst because we don't feel there is a worst season. Just like there isn't a bad Quentin Tarantino movie, there isn't a bad American Horror Story season. Now, secondly, we have two brilliant men surrounded by equally brilliant people who shit gold. It's almost like one is the keymaster and the other one is the gatekeeper. We have to get these two together. So, like I said before, I lied. I was just too afraid to tell everybody I really didn't have a least liked season of American Horror Story, and it was terribly complicated to explain why without going into a long diatribe about it. Just like I did in this video. So, what do you think of the Quentin Tarantino effect and how it compares to American Horror Story? It's yours to tear apart or like in the comments because, let's face it, you will. Now, make sure you let me know if you have a worst and favorite American Horror Story season or Quentin Tarantino movie, as I do love reading your comments. Especially when I'm wrong, because there's things that I simply don't think of when I make these videos. That's why they're theories. Thank you all so much for watching, and of course, beware of sexy Scathach.
Welcome to the Freak Show.
Today's video covers 3 theories you gotta see to believe. Number 1, Kai and Winter are brother and sister with one more sibling. Number 2, who's behind the white door? Number 3, who's the bitch with the real power? The cult leader. So before we move into my spiffy new intro made by Jonas Bender, I know I'm really reaching in these theories, but I don't care. The videos are hella fun to create. I love talking about this show and getting into the nitty-gritty details of the episode and the characters. This video is mostly for fun, and I could not care less if I'm right. Okay, move it into the intro. Theory number 1. Kai and Winter are brother and sister with at least one more sibling. Now, to fully understand all of my theories, it's important that we start with Kai and Winter. Let's look at their house for a moment. We see that it's a 2-story house that's heavily outdated. I mean, look at that poor blender. The first floor is dark despite the light, and possibly the house has boards on the windows. The second floor is huge. There's at least 7 doors and 2 separate hallways. Do you see how the crown molding at the bottom curve into the hall? So why the hell do they need a house so big? Winter's room, we know, is at the end of the hall right when you come up the stairs. As we can see, there is a room literally at the top of the stairs with a rose on the door. More on what's behind this door in theory number 2. Obviously, Kai and Winter live in the same house. More than likely, they are brother and sister. It's possible they're twins, but the show has yet to reveal that information, so I'm only speculating on these relationships. Moving deeper into this theory, we've all asked the same question. Why is Kai and the clowns messing with Allie? What's the connection? Well, I think I figured it all out. Ivy is the connection between Kai and Allie because Ivy is Kai and Winter's older sister. Now let's review the evidence I've gathered. And please guys remember, this evidence is gathered from episode 1, 2, and 3 only, as those are the only episodes to air as of the making of this video. Allie mentions that it's like the clowns are specifically targeting her fears. So the only people who know Allie's fears are Oz, her son, Ivy, her wife, and Dr. Vincent, her therapist. Now, Oz is pretty young and crafty, but he's not sadistic enough, just yet, to do this to his mom. So in my opinion, he's out. Now, Ivy lives in the house with Allie, and she knows everything about her. We know there's sexual tension and hostility in their relationship. Another fact is Ivy is not around when the clowns appear, making me think she's either keeping an eye out so the clowns can terrorize Allie, or possibly feeding them information to Allie's whereabouts. But then again, a GPS tracker can just, do that for her, so, Anyway, the point is, Ivy is a contestant. Dr. Vincent is suspicious, especially with those buttons on his desk, and he's not around as well when the clowns appear. However, I think he's a scout for victims and keeps the existing members in line. Besides, he has no motive to terrorize Allie, and I don't see how he can keep up with this practice and terrorize Allie. For me, he's not a suspect. So all this leads back to Ivy being the only person with the motive, means, and opportunity to drive Allie crazy. When Winter interviews with Allie and Ivy for the nanny position, we're given 2 clues. Number 1, the first scene shows Winter walking down the street of an older house with boards covering the first-story window, or possibly that's paint, I'm not sure. Did this show cleverly sneak the Anderson home into this scene? Number 2, during her interview with Allie and Ivy for the nanny position, Winter mentions, "Some people call me Winnie," and looks straight at Ivy while an awkward silence follows. My impression is Ivy is the one who calls her Winnie, and we will hear Ivy refer to Winter by her nickname later in this season. And yes, I do think Ivy sent her sister Winter in to seduce her wife as another step in her plan. Moving on to Kai. In the first episode, Kai throws his latte on Allie and Ivy. Allie gets understandably angry, where Ivy has a smirk on her face, as if used to such tactics from her brother. Plus, Kai focuses his anger on Allie, telling her to, quote-unquote, enjoy your latte, bitch. Why didn't he say bitches? Obviously, he only meant it to Allie. So Allie, being the focus of the hate and anger, that seems to be contagious. But why not Ivy? Why is Ivy excluded in all of the hate? Kai's not showing up at the restaurant in Ivy's face. He's doing it at Allie's front door. The clowns, Kai, the horrible neighbors, all of them seem to be focusing on Allie. My theory is Ivy went pinky to pinky with her little brother and said her fear was having Allie for a wife and mother to their child. What we're seeing is the result. For example, Meadow is now missing and presumed dead after Harrison confessed to Kai he wanted her gone. So everything happening to Allie is the result of Ivy confessing to Kai she doesn't want Allie dead, but she wants Allie to go away. Lastly, another reason why I speculate Ivy, Kai, and Winter are related, the FX press room disclosed Winter's last name as Richards. So she was first reported as Winter Richards. It was reported as such until they changed it to Anderson. Now, more than likely, guys, this was a mistake on the press room's part, but it would be pretty cool if they accidentally let the secret slip. Because it would make sense for Winter and Ivy to change their last names from Kai in order to escape their greatest fear. So here's how I think life went in the Anderson household. Their parents are witches or something, some sort of old creature. Ivy is born first, then Kai and Winter. They grow up hearing stories of an apocalypse coming in the future, but they don't believe it. Winter admitted that Kai is her greatest fear, so he must have scared Ivy so much that she moved away, changed her name, and then she met Allie. Now, I'm pretty sure Kai's always been different and scary, hiding in the shadows, always harboring a dark power. Now, Winter obviously knew this and tried to leave the negativity that Kai carries. I speculate Winter went to Miss Robichaux's academy in New Orleans and roomed with the witches for a while, then moved to Vassar. Now, when Trump won the presidency, it signaled to all three of them that the apocalypse their parents talked about is indeed coming true. Now, Kai was the first person to do the pinky trick to Winter. She didn't instigate it. It started with him. So I think that Winter cried during that session because she knew what would happen to the world and allowed Kai to sort of hypnotize her. Like maybe even let her dark side come out. Perhaps when the election triggered Allie and her fears, Ivy went to see her family after all these years, and that's when she went pinky to pinky with Kai as well. So tell me your thoughts on this theory in the comments. Do you think there is another Anderson? And if so, who? Theory number 2, who's behind the white door? The white door is the first room at the top of the stairs in Kai and Winter's house. There's one deadbolt locking the door with either the keys hanging above the lock or those keys are inside a second lock above the first one. Kai stops at one point to smell the rose as if paying tribute to whoever is or was in there. In this scene, we can't see the staircase in front of Kai, which is hiding a huge secret. In this shot, we can see the secret as clear as day, a gliding chair for disabled or elderly people to get up and down the stairs. Now, Kai and Winter look physically healthy, so the chair either belongs to the previous owner or the person behind the white door. Something tells me Frances Conroy is behind this door, and we'll see her in episode 5 or 6. So who do you think is behind this door? Number 3, who's the bitch with the real power? Who's the leader of the cult? Most of us believe it's Kai, but there's evidence I want to show you proving that might not be correct. More than likely, the leader of the cult is a female, such as the queen of a beehive. Regardless of the leader's gender, a leader instructs their followers to do the dirty work, rarely getting their own hands dirty. So I don't think any of the clowns are the leader, and I don't think Dr. Vincent is as well. I assume the cult is built from a hierarchy, where there's a boss, there's somebody under the boss, and then somebody under that person, and so on. So I have two quick theories about the leader. Number one, no one person is the leader. What if perhaps they just worship an idea? For example, politics. Some people don't necessarily love their candidate, but they believe in their political party, an organization, not just one person. While this idea is likely, I don't think the show will go this route. Number two, Ivy is the temporary leader. I believe this for a couple of reasons. First, Ivy seems to be a wife trying to keep her life together and find some romance with her wife. But as I showed in theory number one, Ivy is shady as fuck, so we can't believe she's the person portrayed in the first 3 episodes. Second, Ivy is the closest to Allie and knows all of her habits. Someone close to Allie is doing this to her, and again, as I proved in theory number one, Ivy is really the only suspect as of episode 4. I think Ivy embraced her dark side once she got tired of Allie's crap, and Pinky confessed to Kai. She probably set up a Craigslist ad looking for people to help her scare the shit out of her wife. People happily replied, and they joined not knowing who heads the operation, which has turned into such as an ideal, a way of life, like what Kai is trying to influence. So I think Dr. Vincent was one of those Craigslist repliers and joined Ivy's group not knowing that she's the leader, but she knows that he's a member. So Ivy would be the leader, Kai would be her right-hand guy, Winter and Dr. Vincent will be underneath Kai taking his direction, and the clowns take direction from Winter and Dr. Vincent. See the hierarchy here? So guys, a more important question is why? Why is Ivy collecting people's fears? Why are they making Winter and Kai stronger? My answer is the 3 of them are collecting fears to feed their mother, Frances Conroy, to make her young and strong once again, and she will ultimately take the leadership from Ivy. The screams of his victims made Freddy Krueger stronger, so I'm sure the fears of their victims will make the real cult leader strong once again. So everybody, what do you think of these theories? Leave your comments below and look for the newest theory videos coming this weekend. Thank you so much for watching and for supporting your Mother Supreme.
Hello everyone, welcome back to my freak show. Huge shout out to Debbie Ebby for this theory topic. You're the best, Debbie. Love you, girl. Now, this theory is one of my personal favorites as it's a topic that's highly piqued my interest. Did Jenny Reynolds from season 2 of American Horror Story grow up to be Miss Meade in season 8? Now, I did a ton of research and found the truth behind this theory. And when it comes to my theory videos, I actually care about the likes. So click that like button if you want more theory videos. Now, let's briefly revisit these characters before we get to the truth. Jenny Reynolds first appeared in American Horror Story Asylum, episode 6, titled Origins of Monstrosity, and the timeline of 1964. Though her age is never spoken, I guesstimate that little Jenny was probably 10 years old. But just for the sake of argument, we'll go on ahead and we'll age her 2 years and just say she's 12. Now, this means that little Jenny was more than likely born in 1952. She has brown eyes and long brown hair. Jenny was dumped at the asylum after Sister Jude refused to take the little monster, claiming that they didn't have a children's ward. Her mother was absolutely convinced that her daughter stabbed her friend and blamed it on an unknown man. Jenny was only in the asylum for 1 day, y'all. However, Sister Mary Eunice, of course under possession, encouraged Jenny's murderous tendencies. And eventually, Jenny's mom came back for her and she was returned to her family and she killed her brother, sister, and mother.
but she never mentioned her father. And this is very important, so just please remember this piece of information. Jenny's dad is still alive. He wasn't killed that day. However, no one knows what happened to Jenny or her father after her episode in Asylum. Miriam Meade is a character that first appeared on American Horror Story Apocalypse in various episodes as the assistant to Venable and the right hand of Michael Langdon. Her age and birth are never given, and Miriam has dark brown eyes and dark hair. Miss Meade was raised by her father, who fought in Vietnam. Afterwards, she ended up at the Church of Satan and died in 2017 when she was burned alive by the witches and then came back as a robot for Michael. Now, in order to find out if these two characters are one and the same, we've got to know if these two have the same age, personalities, appearance, parents, and lastly, do they share the same timeline? Now, what do you guys think? Do you think we're going to be able to check off all those boxes? Now, age-wise, these two characters can positively be the same. Miriam indicates that she was 9 years old in the year of 1962. And it's highly possible that her birthday is in November or December, and that would have made her 10. We guesstimated that Jenny was 12 in 1964. So if we stretch this theory out just a tad, we can safely say that these two characters are the same age, just give or take a few months. I mean, their age isn't just like a few years or decades apart. They're simply months. And that's like guessing within the $250 showcase bid on The Price is Right. So let's check this box, hunties. Moving on to personalities. Miriam is cold, harsh, without empathy, and doesn't trust her memories because she doesn't have very many. According to Jenny's mother, Jenny is mentally unstable and a sociopath, emotionless, and never cried, even as a baby. So I would definitely check this box too, because they definitely seem like they contain the same personality. Next is appearance. Now, these two are absolutely the same when it comes to appearance. Both have brown eyes and brown hair, and we see in Miriam's flashbacks that she had brown hair in her youth. So don't y'all dare come for me in the comments. I know my research. So excuse me while I check this box off. Moving on to the parents. Jenny had a mother, father, brother, and sister. Miriam only had her father. So let's talk about Jenny's mysterious father that I mentioned earlier. We know that Jenny had a father because she tells Sister Mary Eunice when she's in the asylum that they will lock her in her room if she misbehaves, implying her parents will be the one to lock her in her room. So we can safely assume Jenny has a father, but where is he? Jenny's mom is certainly dressed nicely with clean, styled hair and wearing a nice suit. So I sincerely doubt that she's a single mother to 3 children in 1964. Where could he have been? Now, my theory is he was where every male between the ages of 17 and 40 were between the years 1955 to 1975, the Vietnam War. It would absolutely make sense that when Jenny's dad came home or was discharged after his family was massacred, he took care of his daughter, telling her stories about war and all the people he killed, basically encouraging her murderous behavior. Oh, I'm gonna check this box so hard, y'all. No homo. Lastly, let's take a little comprehensive look at the timeline to verify that these characters are one and the same. Now, in 1952, Jenny Reynolds and Miriam Meade are born. In 1962, Miriam Meade is 9 years old, and Jenny Reynolds is 9 or 10 years old. In 1964, Jenny Reynolds, who is now 12, goes to the asylum and then kills her family. In 1968, Miriam goes on her first date. She's 16 years old, which would make Jenny 16 years old as well. Through 1955 to 1975, Miss Meade's dad served in Vietnam. We don't know the specific years except for the years 1955 to 1975, so let's just go with that. In 1988, Miriam's first kill. Look at this, guys. Does the writer Manny Cotto seem familiar? In 2017, teenage Michael Langdon lives with Miss Meade and she dies. 55 years after Jenny leaves the asylum and kills her family, making Jenny 65 in the year 2017. In the year 2019, Miss Meade is reincarnated into a robot. Shit. So, I mean, guys, according to Miriam herself, her first kill was in 1988, not 1964. Though I previously said Miriam couldn't trust her memories, I meant her memories after she died and was turned into Daryl. When she tells the story of her first kill, she is still human, recalling the memories that she actually knows, so I sincerely doubt that she lied to Michael about murdering her family, her first kill, and so on. So by Miriam's own words, we can't check this box, leaving this theory no longer a theory. It is now solved. Jenny Reynolds is not Miriam Meade. Now, I am truly sad over this one, y'all. Everything else basically matched. Their ages, their parents, their looks and traits, everything. I was so ready to present this theory as fact, that Miriam and Jenny are one and the same. If not for Miriam telling Michael about her first kill, I would have successfully concluded that these two were the same person. More than likely, without that fact, I would have concluded this. Jenny was sent to foster care until her dad was discharged from the army or whichever branch of the military he served in. When he came home, he was told his family had been murdered and Jenny was with foster parents. He gained back custody, and because of the publicity surrounding Jenny and, all the murders, he decided to move away with her and change their last names to Meade. And Jenny's name was changed to Miriam. Maybe it was after her deceased mother? Anyway, inspired by Sister Mary Eunice, Jenny, now Miriam, turned her love for evil, took it up basically to another level, and went to Satan's church. I bet she never missed one summer of devil summer camp. Only to grow up and become an evil henchman for his son. But sadly, these two Satan-loving bitches are not the same. Now, I would love to hear your thoughts and reactions. Make sure that you guys leave them in the comments, and as always, I'll reply to you. Thank you so much for watching, and beware of our girl's sexy Scathach. Of course, I guess I should change her name to Crusty Scathach soon. Living in the woods and all without soap and a toothbrush. Girl don't even have to brush her hair or shave her pits. Hello everyone, and welcome to my freak show. If you're new, I'm MaryGirl Moody, author, mother, wife, theorist, and AHS lover. And if you're returning, welcome back to my freak show. I missed you all. Now today I present to you a theory that truly messed with my head so deeply, it requires 2 videos. Now to prove this theory, I rewatched the entire season of AHS Apocalypse multiple times. And if that doesn't deserve a like, I don't know what else does. So press that like button to please YouTube and subscribe if you want. And this video is brought to you by me. Buy my books on Amazon or any bookstore near you. I have 6 published novels, so there's plenty. I started this theory with the simple connection that both Addie and Michael were killed by a hit and run. Yet, as I looked for connections between the two, I fell into a huge rabbit hole of information, mirrors, and evidence. I was shocked to discover the answers I sought were right there in Murder House, Coven, and Apocalypse. Since the evidence I compiled on this theory is vast and wide, I decided to make this theory video into 2 parts. In this video, I will tell you my theory and prove Addie Langdon was the next Supreme. Part 2 will focus on Michael Langdon and exactly how he killed Addie. Now, once you've watched both videos, you can make your own decision about this theory. The first piece of my theory is that American Horror Story Murder House, Coven, and Apocalypse have 2 timelines. The first timeline is the OG, the original. The second timeline exists just above the original. However, the timelines are altered by the murder of Addie Langdon. The Murder House, Coven, and Apocalypse that we watched on television existed in the second timeline. Now, my theory takes place in the OG timeline of Murder House. Now, moving on to the next piece of my theory. It is that Addie never died on Halloween night by a hit and run. Thus, she continued to live with Constance. She's alive in 2012 when Michael is born and assists Constance with raising him. However, Addie quickly becomes disturbed when she has a vision of Michael's future and the apocalypse. This prompts Addie to leave home for Miss Robichaux's academy. And there she develops her powers, becomes the next Supreme, and has the help of the entire Coven when she meets Michael again in 2017. After nearly banishing his soul, Michael goes back in time to 2011 to kill Addie, creating the second timeline where Addie dies on Halloween night, never having the chance to meet Michael. And as a bonus, I strongly feel that Mallory saw what happened to Addie in the OG Murder House timeline and killed Michael in a hit and run as a form of poetic justice. Okay, guys, I know this is a crazy theory, but let's face it, it's not the first on my channel. Again, this video discusses Addie and the proof she was the next Supreme after Fiona. And I know most of you right now are rolling your eyes. I know, I think every chick on these theory videos is a witch, but I can't help that Ryan and Brad love them witches. The blame is on them, okay? Not me. Allow me a bit of your time to prove Constance and Addie were witches, and Addie was the next Supreme. Constance Langdon was a witch. In my theory video, Constance Langdon is a witch, I presented proof such as Constance was there to stop Ben from burning himself on the stove. She knew Vivian was pregnant just by her so-called smell. She made the cupcakes with Ipecac that disabled some of the potential killers in the Halloween episode. She predicted Ben will build a gazebo in the backyard, sipping iced tea with Vivian way before Hayden is killed. Constance also knew exactly when Violet Googled Tate and was there with Billie Dean Howard to suddenly explain it all to her. For a reason that I definitely speculated on, Constance searched the internet for a reputable psychic. Why? The ghosts freely showed themselves all the time, and Constance looked for Billie before Tate died. So I definitely theorized the reason that Constance searched for a psychic was to understand her own powers. In the video, I delivered plenty of evidence indicating Constance is a witch, and I still stand firm on it. Addie told the boys in the pilot episode of Murder House they're going to die inside the house. I understand little Addie might have been aware of the history of the Murder House, but not at such a young age. To me, her warning appears to be a sign of divination. In Murder House, Constance was not able to see the future of her children. In Coven, Fiona was not able to see the future of Cordelia. Now, Myrtle gave us some kind of answer when she replied to Cordelia, I guess it's different when it's your own family. So this means witches can't see their family when it comes to some powers, like divination. And Constance and Fiona shared this affliction. This one might be reaching for some of you, but don't forget, guys, I'm double jointed in my legs. In episode 2 of Murder House, Addie tries to tell Constance that Violet and Vivian are in trouble next door. Rather than listening to her, Constance tossed Addie into a closet of mirrors. Literally, mirrors covered the entire walls of this tiny little closet. And some of my viewers pointed out to me that the mirrors were likely witch mirrors. Now, please allow me to briefly inform you about witch mirrors before I tell you how it applies to the theory. Witch mirrors were popular in the early 20th century with witches. Divination with a mirror or some kind of reflective surface is an ancient practice called scrying. Basically, a witch's mirror on the wall will actually show her who is the fairest of them all. Energy working, spells, and even portals to other dimensions are possible from these mirrors. Modern witches use black glass with a passable reflection, but polished mirrored surfaces are traditional. And as long as the mirror is flat, or, flat enough to cut up your cocaine, you got yourself a witch mirror. I scoured the internet for actual witch mirrors and found some that were quite similar to the ones in Addie's bad closet. These witch mirrors right here are round with solid round frames, just like these right here in Addie's bad closet. This one is more intricate and crafted in an hourglass shape. And I have discovered that these mirrors will come in all shapes and sizes, but mostly they're round, sometimes square shaped. But I could not find a witch mirror to match this one right here in the closet. Otherwise, the closet is full of what appears to be witch mirrors. Now, why did Constance lock Addie in this closet full of witch mirrors? One could argue that the closet was simply a place for Addie to be locked inside, forced to see her own hated reflection everywhere. But if that were the case, one would assume that Addie would have destroyed those mirrors. She would have, busted some of them, but she didn't. I mean, I was even guilty at first of thinking that her screams were from seeing her own reflection that, she didn't like to see. But as I rewatched the section over and over, I realized Addie screams as if she's afraid of the mirrors. And after extensive research, I realized these mirrors are suggested portals which allow ghosts and spirits to pass into the realm of the living. I mean, and come on, you got these into the murder house. I mean, that's really freaky deaky right there. The longer that you leave the mirror in one place, the stronger the portal becomes. And if you break one of the witch mirrors, the spirit inside will be released. And ironically, guys, there is one broken mirror in the closet way above Addie's reach right there. And the other mirrors do appear as if they'd been on the wall for quite some time. Now, to sum up the evidence in this section, I say Constance is a witch who uses the mirrors and closet as a form of supernatural punishment for Addie. I theorize Addie's screams were from fear of what might exit out of the mirror or pull her into the mirror because it's happened to her before. Or she's trying to induce desensum on an unwitting Addie. But that took me way farther down the rabbit hole than I wanted to go. So I'm simply going to leave this piece of evidence out there for you to judge.
Why are you in my house?
Addie and Constance entered the murder house even when the doors and windows were locked. Multiple times, Addie suddenly appeared in the murder house without giving an explanation of how she got inside. Same with Constance. And I theorize the answer is they possess the power of transmutation. So it was easy for both of them to get in and out of a locked house without being seen. According to Coven, a witch's powers mature by 25 years of age. In 2001, Addie was 39 years of age. Perhaps we would have seen more of her powers if her character had more screen time. But I definitely speculate raising the Antichrist for less than a year forced all of Addie's powers into the open. In the season finale of Murder House, Constance tells her hairstylist Michael came to her after her cousins, the DeLongpre, Evelyn and Steve, from Virginia, died in a car accident. Remember, Mimi DeLongpre was a former Supreme of the Coven. Her reign began in the 19th century and ended in 1940 when she supposedly died from old age. It is not known if Mimi had siblings, but knowing Ryan and Brad's love of connecting the seasons, it's more likely that Constance and her children are the descendants of a former Supreme.
Behold, the one true Supreme.
In Coven, Fiona's powers as the Supreme began the decline in 2012, which meant a new Supreme of the Coven was on the rise. The show made it clear to us, the viewers, Cordelia was not a candidate for Supreme. We were led to believe it was Madison Montgomery. Even Fiona believed it because she shanked Madison so she could retain her title and powers as the Supreme. Now, in 2014, the students at the Academy failed the Seven Wonders, where Cordelia passed and rose as the new Supreme. If the show made it clear Cordelia and Madison were not the next Supreme, then who was? And why did Cordelia have mediocre powers and all of a sudden pass the Seven Wonders? So my theory here is Addie was the next Supreme. According to my theory in the OG timeline of Murder House, Addie would have been at the Academy around 2013 when Fiona was losing her powers. She was the reason Fiona was fading and would have passed the Seven Wonders, making her the next Supreme. When Michael went back in time and killed Addie, Cordelia was next in line, so to speak, and replaced Addie as the Supreme, basically following in the footsteps of the Supreme murdered before her. According to my evidence, there is more than enough to prove Addie was a witch and to make you doubt who was meant to be the next Supreme. However, my own divination has foreseen that I must answer some basic questions for my viewers to better explain this theory. Number one, Addie never demonstrated all the Seven Wonders. What makes me think that she was possibly the next Supreme? My answer is that Addie is a descendant of a former Supreme, and her mother is a witch. People with witch mirrors don't have a closet full of them for decorative purposes. They are mostly popular with witches. Addie demonstrated 2 of the 7 wonders, which were transmutation and divination, and possibly descensium. But without a backstory or more screen time for Addie, I can't positively conclude that she possessed all of the 7 wonders. However, after reviewing the evidence and the timeline, I honestly feel it's likely that Addie was the next Supreme after Fiona. Number 2, if Michael went back in time to kill Addie, why didn't he go back in time to kill the other Supremes like Cordelia and Mallory? I'd say, guys, that he didn't know that they existed. Remember, my theory exists in the original timeline. Michael would only know of one Supreme, Addie. And I doubt he would have known that killing Addie meant another Supreme would rise and lead the Coven. And by the time that Michael realized Cordelia was the new Supreme, the Coven murdered him. Number 3, according to Murder House, Addie is a stranger to Michael. Why would he want to kill a stranger? Guys, technically, Michael and Addie Langdon have never met. However, they are related. Constance gave birth to Tate, Addie, Beau, and her oldest son was an unnamed albino, until of course the show switched it to Rose, who was her blind young daughter, in season 8. Now, all these children were sired by Constance's husband, Hugo Langdon. Michael Langdon was born to Tate Langdon and Vivian Harmon, thus making Addie his aunt by birth. So I understand, though, technically Satan used Tate's ghost as a vessel to create the Antichrist, making Michael the son of Vivian and Satan. But regardless, Michael is a Langdon, and so was his Aunt Addie. Number 4, if Addie was a Supreme, why was she killed so easily by a car? Now, guys, I must ask you, why was the Antichrist killed by Mallory with a car? Do cars hold some kind of special significance to erase supernatural beings from this realm? I highly doubt it, though. Supremes and Antichrists can become injured. They can grow old, they can stab themselves, and they can die just like everyone else. They are not immune to danger, death, or even hit and runs. Number 5, why didn't Addie kill Michael immediately when she realized he was the Antichrist? Now, I ask you, could Addie have killed a baby, even if it was the Antichrist? Much like Cordelia, Addie would have been completely shocked and felt powerless against such extreme evil. She would have needed a safe place to go and had a plan to stop the apocalypse. And I bet it was Billie Dean Howard who saw Addie's vision, informed her she was a witch, and pointed her to the direction of Fiona Good at Miss Robichaud's academy. That would have placed Addie at the academy in either late 2012 or early 2013. And I mean, it would be really neat if a Supreme was in decline during that time, permitting Addie to rise. Oh, wait, there was a Supreme in decline, Miss Fiona. Now, very quickly, please allow me to review a comprehensive timeline for the OG season of Murder House so it can kind of make more sense to you of what I think happened. 1972, Addie Langdon is born. 2011, the Harmons move into the Murder House. 2012, in March, Michael Langdon is born. 2012, October, Addie has a vision of Michael and the apocalypse. She tries to tell Constance, but Constance refused to believe anything negative about her little angel. Remember her telling her hairdresser that this is her chance for redemption. And I sincerely doubt that when Addie goes to tell Constance that little Michael is anything but good, that Constance will refuse to believe it, because this is her second chance, and nothing will stop her second chance. November, Billie informs Addie she's a witch, it's in her bloodline. She encourages Addie to apply to a little-known school for witches. 2013, January, Addie moves into Miss Robichaud's academy and Fiona is officially in decline. 2014, Addie passes the 7 wonders and becomes the new Supreme. 2015, spring, Michael Langdon starts a killing. October, Constance comes to understand Addie was right about Michael. She abandons Michael to join Addie and the Coven in New Orleans. 2017, June, Michael joins the Hawthorne School for Exceptional Young Men. July, Michael's powers are tested and ranks to the level of Supreme. The men call the female Coven to their school. August, Addie and her Coven travel to the Hawthorne School and come face to face with Michael Langdon. At first, Addie makes nice when she sees the male Coven and her nephew. Addie and her Coven had 3 years to prepare for this moment, so they're ready. And when the men declare Michael as their Supreme, Addie reveals Michael's true identity and he will bring forth the apocalypse. This prompts a huge magical battle between Addie and Michael and the female Coven against the male Coven. So except for their male egos though, no one is seriously injured, but Addie puts the smackdown on Michael and the male Coven. She incinerates Miss Meade, the Wizard Council, and believes that she's basically banished Michael back to hell. But Michael's spirit isn't gone. In fact, it's alive and it's pissed. To gather more strength and to take out his anger, Michael murders all the remaining male students at the school, joins the Church of Satan, and embraces his new role as Antichrist. October 30th. Knowing Addie is too powerful, Michael goes back in time to kill her. In the present, Addie's physical body dissipates and leaves the realm. The sudden, unexpected loss of their Supreme leaves the Coven in shambles. November. With Addie out of the way and the Coven in shambles, Michael goes forth with the apocalypse. 2018, January. Michael creates the cooperative and uses Harry and Lloyd as his techies. And back at the Coven, Cordelia rose as the new Supreme after Addie's sudden death. Summer. The new Supreme Cordelia, along with her Coven, murder Michael via Axeman Richard Ramirez style. Their powers, along with their physical strength, ultimately kill Michael's body and banish his spirit back to hell. 2020, April. Just another spring day. No apocalypse, but the Antichrist has been reborn. So in my timeline, Constance never dies. She lives in New Orleans near the Coven. She is not part of the Coven, but she wants to be by her Addie. Constance might not have been the best of mother, but she did love her children, and she loved Addie. I strongly believe Addie forgave her mother for the past and used her powers as Supreme to give Constance, maybe her own show or something, finally fulfilling her mother's dream of becoming a star. And I strongly feel this is the OG timeline to Murder House, Coven, and the Apocalypse. And that the seasons that we watched on FX took place in the alternative timeline where Addie died and never had the chance to rise as Supreme. But just as the current Supreme dies, another rises. The same happens with the Antichrist, and he will be reborn. So what do you guys think of my theory so far? Is there something you think I missed or left out? Do you think Addie is a Supreme? Do you think I'm full of shit? Let me know in the comments. Thank you all dearly for watching my newest theory video, and beware of the OG Supreme, Sexy Scathach.
Be proven to you that I can defy death.
No, true darkness requires a certain depth of character, but you're much too shallow for any kind of meaningful negativity.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to my freak show. Guys, as y'all know, I read every single comment left on my channel, and while I caught up on the comments to my current videos, I found one by Stephanie F and JLove3420 to expand on. I love their ideas so much that I had to make a video about it. So let's talk one of the newest villains to the AHS franchise, Elma Gardner. Now, first of all, guys, let's give it up for Ryan Kiera Armstrong. She was brilliant as Elma. She was so cold, like almost emotionless at times. And when she smiled, it sent chills down my spine. Guys, Ryan is only 11 years old, and the fact that she can invoke such emotions from me shows how fantastic she is as an actress. And I'm so happy to see Ryan is cast as Charlie in the Firestarter remake, because I'm a huge Drew Barrymore fan and a huge Stephen King fan. And in my opinion, no one could take on the role that Drew defined. Then I saw Ryan in AHS Double Feature and have absolutely no doubt that this young woman will not disappoint us when it comes to this remake. She's going to be a great Charlie. And Zac Efron also plays her dad, so I'm really looking forward to this remake. She has a small acting career behind her, but it's in huge movies like in It Part 2 and in the new Black Widow movie. So I'm very much sure that we are going to see Ryan in the future because this young lady is talented. Snaps to you, Ryan. You have a bright future ahead of you, honey. Now let's talk about the character Elma Gardner. This was the kid that everyone hated and they wanted to die horribly. Now, Elma was calm, calculated, and clean. And for someone who's supposed to be just 9 years old, she was incredibly devious. Her actions were so atrocious. All of it that her character just became completely unredeemable in my eyes and in many eyes of the fans. Fans were expecting this kid to face justice in the season finale, and when we didn't get it, yeah, we were disappointed. I mean, I didn't want this kid to die, by no means, but I wanted Elma to face some kind of justice over the fact that she stepped on her mother and killed her father in pursuit to be the best. So while going through the comments, I ran across the one by Stephanie and a reply from JLove, and the moment I read it, I fell in love with their comment and I absolutely had to share it with you guys. Stephanie F wrote, "Did anyone else notice that after Elma ate her competition, the people running the audition were specifically looking for him? I think they were going to choose him over Elma, which would make for a very interesting theory about Elma's actual talent." And then JLove3420 replied, "Yes. While he was talking, I was hoping that Sis realized she wasn't really that great, just a flash in the pan. Then she turned into a pale person because remember, the pale people are mad and angry at the world because they realized they weren't talented." Boom. Guys, that gave me chills when I read it. So please give Stephanie F and JLove3420 some love in the comments, because I think that if the show would have went this way, it would have been pure justice. Elma wouldn't have been killed off, but she would have turned into a pale. I mean, I love the way that Stephanie thinks. And she's right. The people were more concerned with the boy than with Elma. And when she told them that he went outside to smoke a cigarette, I wondered why they ran after him like they were concerned for his life. At first, I thought they were just, really hell-bent on busting a kid for just sneaking a smoke, while he was full of anxiety. But it makes more sense that they were concerned about the boy because he was the one that they were going to pick. Now, I would have absolutely died with happiness to see Elma face her own mediocrity, get angry, and suddenly, her hair starts falling out while her skin starts to turn pale. That would have been badass. The first pale, now they turned pale after a few days, and Doris turned pale immediately. So, I guess logically, Elma certainly could have turned into a pale if she discovered that she was not the best. And a lot of us have always talked about that. Elma is not an OG creator. She's not a composer. She's not writing anything or making new music. She's only playing difficult music made by previous composers. So, does that even define talent? So it was just really kind of touch and go in regards to does she have talent? But, it would have been so badass. In my mind, this would have been a great twist. And I would have had the biggest laugh seeing Elma get what she deserves, which is to turn her into a pale. Now, what do y'all think of this theory? And if you didn't like it and if you thought something else should have happened, what do you think should have happened to Elma in the finale of Red Tide? Something that would have made you happy. So let me know your thoughts in the comments, guys. Thank you all so much for watching, and beware of Sexy Scathach.
Beware of Sexy Scathach.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to my freak show. Huge shout out to a new patron, Zach That Guy. Thank you dearly for your support, Zach. And if you guys need anything to read, my books are for free on Amazon Unlimited. There's plenty, This theory has stewed, pun intended, in my head for nearly 2 years since American Horror Story 1984 ended. And this is a theory fit for an awesome viewer like yourself, so I do hope you enjoy it. In the season finale of 1984, something Montana said to Bobby stuck out to my head, and it just made me ask the question, is American Horror Story a product of Bobby Richter? Now, spoiler warning for every season of AHS. Allow me to explain what set this theory into motion. In the season finale of American Horror Story 1984, Montana says to Bobby, and I quote, "Get out of here and never come back. But don't forget about us. Tell our ghost stories to your children and we'll live on forever." Now, it made me wonder if Bobby did just that and told his children stories about the ghosts living in Camp Redwood. And if so, where did it all lead to? So here is my theory. Bobby Richter got married. He had children. And he told them stories about their grandfather and how he was blamed for the murders that Margaret committed, and of course the ghosts residing at Camp Redwood like he promised Montana. However, to truly allow the ghosts to live forever, Bobby used the stories as inspiration for a novel. More than likely, Benjamin was never vindicated and still labeled as Mr. Jingles even in 2019 when season 9 ended. Bobby could have absolutely used the fact that he is Mr. Jingles' son to market and capitalize on his novel. And I don't know about y'all, but I don't doubt that the book would have been a hit. I absolutely would have read it. So I told you how it's possible that Bobby wrote about the ghost stories and his experience at Camp Redwood and how that book would have been successful. Now let me speculate the success about that book, which undoubtedly would have been massive. The success more than likely encouraged him to visit other cursed properties in order to, speak to those residing on the property. His intention is to do what Montana said, to tell their stories so they can live forever. Maybe clear someone of a crime the way that he cleared his father. His first stop would have been the most infamous house in the city of Los Angeles, the Murder House. According to the show, everyone knows about the Murder House and its bloody history. So Bobby
more than likely traveled to the cursed property. And I'm guessing he did his research and was smart enough to ask Billy Dean Howard to assist in negotiating a truce with the ghosts of the murder house, so that way he could speak to the ones who wanted to tell them his story. Now, I can't tell you if Bobby knew that the people who die in the house stay as ghosts, like at Camp Redwood. Now, regardless if Bobby knew this fact or not, the house was well known for copious amounts of death. So, by logical deduction, Bobby would have known that this would have been a great place to start contacting ghosts. Once again, taking the stories of the ghosts in the murder house and publishing them made Bobby feel complete. He possibly cleared his dad's name with the previous book, and he felt genuinely like he did what Montana asked him to do. So he continued to visit and research places known to be hotspots for ghosts, like Briarcliff Asylum, the freak show that once existed in Florida, the Hotel Cortez, and the cursed home from My Roanoke Nightmare, the television show. More than likely, Coven was assembled from Bobby researching witches. Perhaps Bobby thought it was magic that kept the spirits bound to Camp Redwood and the other locations, so he checked out the witches to see if it was possible. And in the end, maybe it inspired him to write a fictional book about witches, and ultimately how they create the apocalypse. As far as cult, Bobby wanted to write something different and tell the stories of the survivors. So he researched the cult leader Kai Anderson and talked to Allie and the other survivors of the cult and published a book based on the survivors' experience. Now, I can go further and speculate that, heck, Bobby might have even tracked down Lana Winters. We know that she was alive in season 6, so it's highly possible she is still alive in 2019, and so on. I bet he was easily able to get a meeting with her, seeing as that he's Mr. Jingle's son, and published so many successful novels. Perhaps she's impressed by the young Bobby, his books and his thorough research, and his respect for the dead that she gives his books to a struggling television network like FX, who buys the rights to Bobby's books, and bam, we get American Horror Story. Now, before you say it, guys, I know, of course, that Brad Falchuk and Ryan Murphy created the series, but I'm theorizing that Bobby Richter represents Brad and Ryan's physical presence on the show, making them still the true writers, but just in a different fashion. I would love for the final season of AHS to end the way that it usually does. We get an ending to a storyline that was built up for 10 or more episodes, except at the end of the final episode, we leave that story and flash to Bobby Richter, who is now an old man, writing the final line of season 12 on his computer. We see 11 books behind him, all possessing the names of every season of American Horror Story, and Bobby types the end on the computer document with the same title as the final season of American Horror Story. He turns off the computer, puts a pistol to his head, and shoots his brains out while his children play outside of his window. No, guys, I'm just totally kidding about the gun part. I was just trying to be all dramatic and twisty. Now, here's my real ending, of course. He turns off the computer and sits back, and he takes a dramatic, deep breath and exhales as if the world is finally off of his shoulders now that he has finally paid his debt. And I think it would be badass, like a nice little twist to end the series. Bobby Richter, aka Brad and Ryan, wrote our favorite show because he wanted to tell the truth about a good man and fulfilled a promise so a ghost could live forever. Now, how do you think you would end the series of American Horror Story? And what do you think of American Horror Story being a product of Bobby Richter? Tell me your opinion in the comments and we'll chat. Of course, if you want to discuss this theory further, join the Freaks of AHS on Facebook. That is my personal American Horror Story Facebook group. Thank you all so much for watching, and beware of our girl, Sexy Scathach. That bitch best not show up on my vacation if she knows what's good for her. Hello everyone, and welcome to my freak show. I am MaryGirl Moody, and this theory video is brought to you by my awesome patrons. Huge shout out to longtime subscriber Jake Ring. Thank you dearly, Jake, for your love and continual support of my channel. Now let's see if I can prove to you that Patrick is Big Daddy. And this video will be broken down into two sections. Number 1 is Big Daddy's background, and number 2 is my personal theory and the evidence. Let's start with the big guy himself. Now please know that this section is only going to cover Big Daddy up to episode 6, as those are the only episodes to have aired so far. His first appearance in episode 1 was when he watched the pilot pee in an underground hookup spot. Gross, so gauche. Then he steps onto the path in Central Park in front of Adam. Adam runs away, but Sully is the one allegedly taken by Big Daddy. In the final segment of episode 1, Big Daddy is the bouncer at Sam's apartment, and he appears in a bathhouse afterwards. Stalking New Yorkers in the park and being Sam's bouncer seems to be his routine for a few episodes until episode 3, when Patrick comes to talk to Sam about his captive, Stu. Big Daddy is not outside Sam's apartment. In fact, the only time we see Big Daddy in that episode is when he sets the club on fire in the latter part of the episode. And he only appears in episode 4 at the end when Patrick goes to the park per Mr. Whiteley's instructions and finds Big Daddy stalking the woods instead. Yet in episode 5, he makes an even bigger appearance. Fran sees him through her window that night before she begins her job as a fortune teller, and Big Daddy is in the closet of Barbara's apartment and tries to essay/kill Patrick. Now after that, we have no clue what happened. Sadly, he manages to come back and kill Barbara, and Gino saw him in the mirror after he found a discolored spot on his skin. Finally, Big Daddy was absent from episode 6. So from my observation of the episodes, Big Daddy seems intent on hurting Patrick, bounces at Sam's place, skulks around Central Park, burns down gay clubs, possibly takes men infected with the virus and appears to the people with a psychic connection. Now, Big Daddy absolutely fits his name, guys. He is massive in height with huge shoulders. You know, his waist is trim, his body is almost shaped like a pear. He doesn't like shirts. He only wears a leather jacket once and only wears leather pants, a full face mask. This guy, guys, he was ready for COVID back in the 80s. Now that's impressive. And leather straps on the shape of an X that's across his chest and back. Now we can't see the color of his hair or his eyes under the mask. However, we know he's a Caucasian male without tattoos. His physical appearance is toned skin and muscles that really lead me to think that maybe he's between 20 to 40 years of age. And he absolutely must hit the gym, because there's no way he looks like that from standing outside Sam's door the whole day. Now, speaking of Sam, this video clip right here shows a comparison of Big Daddy and the hallway and everything. And Big Daddy is tall. This angle just, makes it seem like he's mere feet from the ceiling. Now, I scoured all the episodes for anyone who fit Big Daddy's description. And the only one I found aside from Patrick was the Chad that Patrick hooked up with, in the underground club in episode 3. His arms were huge. And sure, the guy wore glasses, but surely he can see without them, or maybe he even uses contacts when he goes full daddy mode. But the big clue that tipped me off was that he wore the same outfit as Big Daddy minus the mask, had the same trademark X and leather across his chest. Everything from his arms to the curve in his back appeared exactly like Big Daddy. The Chad doesn't have tattoos either, and his hair is short enough to fit under a leather mask. He is slightly taller than Patrick, so this guy is the only character to fit the description of Big Daddy. However, Big Daddy is freaking stacked. Big Daddy's got abs for centuries, and the Chad didn't. He had a root beer belly. So the search is still on. Now, don't forget, guys, to like and subscribe for more theory videos. If this video hits over 100 likes, I will make sure another theory video comes out this week. Now back to the video. Now that we actually know more about Big Daddy, this is my theory. Big Daddy is Patrick, The show will take the mental health route, and Patrick will suffer from dissociative identity disorder. DID is defined as disorder characterized by the presence of 2 or more distinct personality states. Now, it's also known as multiple personality disorder, but it's now called DID. And it's usually a reaction to trauma as a way for a person to avoid bad memories, and characterized by the presence of 2 or more distinct personality identities. Now, each one is going to have a unique name, personal history, characteristics, all that stuff. And symptoms of the disorder are sudden, violent outbursts, memory loss, detachment of emotions, blurred sense of reality, inability to cope with problems, and other mental health problems like anxiety or depression. Now, from what is shown to us by the show, Patrick definitely gets violent all of a sudden. He detaches from his emotions. He absolutely cannot cope with his problems. And for being a cop, I'm pretty sure he's gonna have some depression and anxiety somewhere in that mix, you know? We don't know if he has memory loss or a blurred sense of reality. But it does seem like Patrick is the narrator and Big Daddy is Tyler Durden. Or is like he a delusional Kevin Wendell Crumb? Well, I mean, anyway, he fits most of the symptoms of DID. Eaten up over the guilt of murder, Sam went to a dark place where another personality emerged from Patrick. Sam knows that something is mentally wrong with Patrick, and from what I've seen, this absolutely explains everything. Now let's break down the evidence. When Big Daddy and Patrick meet, every single time, we never get to see the end result. The Central Park and inside Barbara's apartment scenes get cut away from them, and then, the next scene is Patrick safe and sound. They never show us where Big Daddy went, what happened between the two of them, and that's because the two are the same. The visions of Big Daddy seen by Fran and Gino, those are basically bits of psychic energy channeling their way into those that can see them. Now, Patrick hangs outside of Sam's place to make sure the boys that go inside come out alive. He does not want history to repeat itself. The motive that he would have for murdering Barbara is she wanted him actively in her life, which is something Patrick didn't want. In episode 1, Gino tells Barbara that Patrick said she made his life miserable. And y'all, Barbara went twice, not once, but twice, behind Patrick's back to go talk to Gino, accusing Patrick of keeping secrets from them. And in the Blackout episode, she even insinuated to Gino that Patrick was Big Daddy because she found the mask that was similar in their apartment basement. Now, more than likely, Patrick has keys to Barbara's apartment and keeps his Big Daddy wear in the basement. So when Patrick that night went to Barbara's apartment for the first time when she was in the hospital and she fainted, which was basically a place near his second personality, the two clashed. Now that happened as well with the payphone incident, and I will return to that point in just a second. The police knew Patrick was okay to go back and forth from the complex, so I'm sure they didn't care when they saw him approach or even note the time. So I say he got inside the complex. The Big Daddy personality took over and went into the basement. Dressed up in leather, went upstairs, killed Barbara, went back into the basement, changed his clothes to back into Patrick's clothes, and put the leather attire back, and then went back upstairs. And then his mental personalities switched back to Patrick. And then Patrick, not knowing what happened, went upstairs into the complex as if nothing ever happened. He had the means, motive, opportunity, and a key to murder Barbara. Now let's return to the personalities colliding as I mentioned before. Right before Mr. Whiteley called Patrick to tell him he would be in Central Park, Patrick came out as a gay man at work. That was huge. That was huge, and his inability to cope with the unplanned announcement transformed into a fight between personalities. And it absolutely explains how Big Daddy avoided being shot by Patrick, with literally Big Daddy coming right at him. Patrick's shot did not hit Big Daddy, and then he disappeared. Anyway, Patrick stalks the people of Central Park because the Big Daddy personality just finds easy prey there to take his rage out on. And it just so happens that, sadly, most of the men are infected. Now, about the club, I say Patrick burned the club down because, well, as Big Daddy, because the club refused his application last year. Patrick is not necessarily out as a gay man, so he wouldn't be accepted like Sam and Theo are. And in episode 3, Patrick was angry. I mean, he was really angry and pretty low-key angry about the way that Sam brought up their crime. So I definitely feel that he went into Hulk mode and burned down the club in order to get out his rage. But, despite all of his rage, he's still just a rat in a cage. As an added bonus, their physical appearances are similar. White male, tall, built, no tattoos or identifying marks, can get in and out easy. I say Big Daddy's personality is one part Hulk smash and the other part Billy, tackling Patrick's inability to process his feelings, situations, and terrible guilt. I don't want to say that Patrick has schizophrenia, like, the narrator from the Fight Club did, because Patrick doesn't match symptoms for that, and it's incredibly rare for men in their 40s to actually get schizophrenia. But he does match the symptoms of DID, and I say he is Big Daddy. So guys, what did you think of this video, and who do you think is Big Daddy? Do you think it's Patrick? And if not, who or what do you think Big Daddy is? Let me know all of your thoughts and opinions in the comments. I cannot wait to read them. Now for now, don't misbehave. Thank you all so much for watching, and beware of our queen, Sexy Scathach.
Credit to Hey, It's Richard on YouTube for this theory. During episode 7 of American Horror Story Apocalypse, I thought it was really strange for Michael to retreat to the woods and immediately thought of Scathach seducing him into the forest. But before I could make a funny short about it, Richard brought it home with his comment. Before you take to the comment section with your hatred and corrections, I know I'm pronouncing Scathach incorrectly. I've received hundreds of comments advising me as to the correct pronunciation of her name, and every single one is spelled and pronounced differently. So as usual, I march to the beat of my own drum and will just call her Scathach. Getting back to my theory, what if Michael wanted to get rid of the OG Supreme Witch, the one who started all the witches? What if he went into the woods not to mate with Scathach, but to kill her? That would be one hell of a battle. But before you ask, they can actually do all of this without Lady Gaga, since she only played Scathach in the remake documentary. She wasn't the original witch. Technically, we've only seen one dirty hippie Scathach, this one here, and I can duplicate that by myself with some dirt and some duct tape, so it's not a problem for the actors. A magical fight between two supreme beings would rock the ratings through the roof for the show. And can you imagine Michael Langdon, the Antichrist, fighting Scathach, the OG Supreme, with a mixture of magic, violence, and good old-fashioned bloodshed? Now let's move on to the next part of my theory. Why would Michael want to kill Scathach? As theorized in my previous theory video, Zoe Benson is related to Scathach. I prove Zoe is a direct descendant of our sexy bachelorette Scathach, ultimately making all witches descendants of our OG Supreme. Now, if this theory really is true in the whole Ryan Murphy, Brad Falchuk, American Horror Story universe, if Michael managed to kill Scathach, would this render the rest of the witches powerless? And if the source of the witch's power, which is Scathach, was to die, what would Cordelia and her coven have to do to retain their powers?
Sure, our American Horror Story witches do have rules, such as a set of do's and don'ts, but we've never seen them worship any kind of deity except Scathach. Now, it's clear the ladies of Coven were born with it. The warlocks? Maybe it was the Maybelline. So what will happen to them if the source of their powers is snuffed out? If Shelby were alive, you know she'd fucking celebrate. But would the witches have to service Scathach's bloodthirsty gods like some sort of basic service whores? Now, if Michael managed to kill Scathach and the witches lost their powers, he'd have one hell of an advantage. Ultimately, there'd be no one to stop him from creating a new world with insidious souls and a bunch of robotic Miss Meades. Speaking of Miss Meade, my next theory video, the technology behind Miss Meade, is coming out soon. So make sure you subscribe so you don't miss out on the next theory video. The current storyline has deviated to backstories and flashbacks inside flashbacks. And with only 3 episodes left in the season, this theory probably isn't what Michael is doing in the woods. But it would make one hell of a storyline if he did. If he really thought about taking over the world, the simple route is creating a nuclear apocalypse to remove the basic bitches from your problem. But the problem for the Antichrist would be how to extinguish the extra bitches, such as the supernatural beings like witches. Any intelligent Antichrist would go to the source on that one, the way that Neo did in The Matrix. And the source for witches is our very own #1 bachelorette, Sexy Scathach. So I want to hear from you. What do you think, guys? Who will win in a battle between the Antichrist, Michael Langdon, and Sexy Scathach? Leave your thoughts in the comments. Now, thank you so much for watching, and beware of Sexy Scathach.
Welcome, freaks. Welcome to a very special video regarding news that I heard about today, and I had to make a video about it. So this video, we're going to dive into the theory out there that Flora killed Mason. First off, I want to give a huge thank you to Anna Rachel. And guys, she is at AHS Anna Rachel on Instagram. This afternoon, Anna and I live streamed, and she told me, we live streamed about American Horror Story, and she told me a really great theory that she read about, and it's kind of taking the internet by storm right now, and it just blew me away. According to what I researched, a Reddit user called The Strong Geek posted a theory that Flora was the one who murdered Mason. And again, it just kind of blew me away, and I had to make a video about this because it certainly would make sense if she did. So let's recap just a little bit, guys. Remember, Flora goes to visit her mother there per Lee's request of getting her daughter there. Flora is there. She kind of starts getting mixed up with a spirit named Priscilla, and then all of a sudden one day we see Flora looking out the window and she's missing. That's it. And then we find her jacket at the top of a tree. So that is suspicious. It shows us that Priscilla possibly led Flora into the woods, possibly got her lost. In Flora's despair, hunger, thirst, utter fear, here comes beautiful, sexy Scathach with this pig heart. And I can certainly see Flora being hungry and scared enough to just eat what this woman is offering to her and surrender herself to her. So it would certainly make sense that Scathach, hence, was the one who made Flora kill Mason. Now, there's a question here about whether Lee saw this, Shelby and Matt. I do think that they would had to have known about it. They had to come together and cover that up for her. Hence, which is why I believe Lee said in her confession video that it was just her and nobody else. My original thought was that Lee was covering up for the real murderer to prohibit her daughter, Flora, from coming back to Roanoke, meeting the ghosts during the blood moon and being killed like her dad kind of was. That was honestly my take on it. And if you guys have seen my videos, my previous videos, you'll know that that was my original theory, was that Lee did not murder Mason and she confessed for that reason.
But this person says that Lee confessed to cover up Flora's crime. And I just thought that was awesome. That is a twist. And then it just hit me in my head. That's right. Ryan Murphy said at the beginning of this season there were two elements of the storyline that he, Brad, and the writers were conflicted about. One of them was the wide-eyed, beautiful innocence of children. And it would make sense that he turned Flora into the killer of Mason. So if this happens, I think it's a great idea. If it were my prediction, I would say that maybe Matt and Lee are the only ones who know that Flora is the killer. And therefore, they worked together as a team to cover up her crime. And again, that would definitely go with Ryan saying how they are unreliable narrators. You know, don't trust Matt, Shelby, and Lee. And I even did a video on that as well. Why? Because, you know, it kind of seems like that the things that they have said have kind of happened. I mean, there's discrepancies, yes. But why should we just not trust them? And it would be awesome of a shocker if Lange just digs and digs and digs on Lee during her interview and kind of gets her either to slip something about Flora or, you know, Lange just digs on her so hard that she just gets up and like retaliates against her or something such as that. I just was blown away by that theory because, you know, I'm over here thinking about more of the adults, like Shelby being the witch and a supreme and all this stuff. And here is little Flora, who we never see part of the picture, who might actually end up everything, you know, surrounding. So again, when Anna told that to me, I had to actually do a little investigation because I just loved this idea. So if any of you out there know the Strong Geek, or if you've heard of that theory about Flora killing her dad, that is who the theory has originated from. So huge props to the Strong Geek. And, you know, again, guys, I just thought that was a great idea to actually turn Flora into the murder rather than Lee. Because sometimes the storylines of American Horror Story are very predictable. And sometimes, like, we don't even get an answer to them. I understand that I did a video earlier about storylines that were cut off. And I do understand that some storylines in My Roanoke Nightmare were added from Sydney and the network. But there were still some storylines in Return to Roanoke and that we just never got answers to. So, you know, American Horror Story kind of is synonymous for leaving us hanging. Since we are getting answers about other characters, storylines, and themes in other seasons, I sincerely believe we are going to see Roanoke again. There's just so much potential here with all of the characters because we don't really know much about any of them. And I think Ryan and Brad did that on purpose. They figured it out on purpose because we as fans, we love to write down names, siblings, and all these facts about our beloved American Horror Story characters. We cannot help but keep freaking Excel spreadsheets on this information so we can go back and cross-reference our facts because an American Horror Story fan always wants to be right. So guys, what do you think about this theory? Please tell me in the comments below. I would love to hear what you guys have to say about possibly Flora being the one who killed Mason. Now, I do understand there are certain flaws and holes that we can find right now, obviously, to show that this could not be so. However, after thinking about it for a while, the only way I'm gonna know for sure is to go back and watch the entire season. And there's no way I can do that before the actual finale tonight. Woo! No way. So I decided to go on ahead and make a video and leave it up to you guys as well. And I do not have the link of the original Reddit post. So if somebody does have that link, I would sincerely appreciate it. So please, again, it's the Strong Geek. Unfortunately, I do not have the link though for this for the original thread. But again, I just had to present this to you guys rather than actually going back and getting all my facts that would take so long after the finale. I wanted to bring it to you now. So tell me what you guys think again in the comments below. If you liked the video, please give it a thumbs up. So that's it, guys. So excited about the finale tonight. Again, I really would eat a freaking pig heart and surrender to Scathach if it meant to get 3 more episodes of American Horror Story Roanoke. I understand there's a lot of you out there who hate this season, and that's totally cool. Obviously, for me, it's not the best season in my mind. However, it's still a good season, and I still love it, and I'm upset that it's November 16th, and we have to literally go almost a year before we get season 7 of American Horror Story. Come on back, take your shoes off, take those socks off, I don't care if they stink, and let's talk some American Horror Story.
Hello everyone, welcome to my freak show. Let's pop open the burnt champagne and explore this theory brought to light by Brandon Sheps. Thank you dearly to Brandon for posting about this in the Freaks of AHS group on Facebook. Now back to my admiration for Brandon's theory. For those of you unfamiliar with Scream Queens, you're totally fucking missing out and should watch season 1 right now on Hulu, which you can get with a free trial and even watch season 2, which most people hated but I thoroughly enjoyed. Hashtag not sponsored by Hulu. Seriously, voyeurs, if you haven't watched season 1 of Scream Queens, you should stop this video and go watch it now. Now, for those of us who have watched the show, let me refresh you on this character. Chanel number 3 was played by the luscious and talented Billie Lourd. Her character was intelligent, yet constantly searched for love she never received from her family. And she delivered all of her words in a deadpan, hilarious way.
Totally innocent man who seemed super nice and probably did nothing wrong at all just got blown up in our living room. Bummer. Now, let's honor his memory by moving on.
During the first season, we get a decent insight into Chanel number 3's life. Her real name is Sadie Swenson, born into the rich Swenson frozen family dinner dynasty. Her diet included cotton balls and eating via smell, which, side note, I've actually done that, and I must say, it's not as satisfying as eating, but it does serve its purpose. Her real father is Charles Manson because, as you guys remember, her mother was totally crazy and sparked up a pen-pal relationship with Charles, hence having an affair with him. Now, one of my favorite Chanel number 3 quotes is,
"Believe me when I say that if it was possible for me to feel anything, I would totally be crying right now."
Huge kudos to all of you who caught that one-liner in a previous AHS 1984 episode review. Now that I refreshed your memory regarding this much-loved character, let's touch on the scene specifically where Chanel number 3 tells Sam the reason she wears earmuffs all the time.
The guy I dated here last year got so obsessed with my ears he had to leave school. Now he writes me letters threatening to cut them off if he ever sees them again, which is why I always wear my earmuffs.
Boys go crazy after dating her, an attribute she shares with another Ryan Murphy/Brad Falchuk character, Georgina Hobart from The Politician. Now, one guy at her school became so obsessed with Chanel number 3's ears that he threatened to cut them off if he ever saw them again. Hence the reason that she wears them in the show. Now, before you guys get all cranky in the comments, I understand that most hardcore fans know that Ryan and Brad created that detail as an homage to Billy's mother, Carrie Fisher, may she forever rest in peace, who played the iconic Princess Leia from the Star Wars franchise. But some of us wearing a tinfoil hat saw something else in that minute detail after the pilot of AHS 1984. Did the real reason that Chanel number 3 wear earmuffs is because she dated Mr. Jingle's offspring?
There's a murderer on the loose and no one knows who it is. And if someone found out my dad is Charles Manson, everyone would immediately assume the killer is me, which it isn't.
Okay.
Now, when Brandon mentioned this theory, only episode 2 had premiered on FX. Now that we're at episode 6, we know that Margaret was the one responsible for the killings in 1970, and Mr. Jingles was innocent. But that doesn't discount this theory. Personally, I feel this theory is still highly valid. Perhaps Chanel number 3 really did date Mr. Jingles' offspring since he sold his soul to Satan and lived to leave Camp Redwood. So let's explore this theory a little bit. Unless the show actually tells us what happens to Benjamin later, we can only speculate that he lived somewhat of a good life to compensate for being wrongfully imprisoned in the asylum. Possibly he asked Satan for a wife, made a family, and possibly one of his sons had to be fascinated with the crimes that his dad was accused of.
Remember, Chanel number 3 liked boys and girls, but specifically, she said the one who threatened to cut her ears off was a boy. Or Margaret, in all of her pious nature, had a son, and that son dated Chanel number 3. But until we get an episode explaining Margaret's fate, it's only speculation. Now, in my humble opinion, it is more likely Chanel number 3 dated Mr. Jingle's son or grandson and not Margaret's. She is the daughter of another person who pledged their soul to Satan, Charles Manson. And I don't think Margaret has much life left in the 1984 world. I think she'll be killed before the season ends. Now, to me, it makes more sense that she would date another person whose parents sold their soul to Satan. So, aside from pointing out 2 possible ways AHS 1984 could connect to Scream Queens, my point is it would be freaking incredible for Ryan and Brad to connect the 2 shows in that way. A subtle yet bloody connection, these 2 shows exist in the same universe. Doesn't that sound like something they would do to the fans? And don't forget, guys, Pepper was also convicted of killing her sister's child and allegedly cutting the baby's ears off. So the notion of ear dismemberment isn't absent from the universe, though it's associated with strictly murder. Now, what do you think? Is it possible Chanel number 3 from Scream Queens dated Mr. Jingle's offspring? You let me know your thoughts in the comment. Thank you all so much for watching, and beware of that tearjerker watching our girl Sexy Scathach.
We can be Alabilla buddies and do our best to protect each other, but our vaginas may never touch.
Unlock the brakes on Grandma's wheelchair so that she would slide down the driveway into the traffic.
Shut up! Go to sleep!
When I fart, I cup it in my hand and smell it.
Dear God, shut up!
Hello everyone, and welcome back to my freak show. Please do not watch this video if you haven't watched the first 4 episodes of AHS Season 10 because spoilers. The number 1 theory right now among AHS fans is that Harry is the son of Alma Walker. Also too, that Harry is the son of Thomas Walker. And I also saw the theory that the chemist is the daughter of Alma Walker. Now, I love these ideas so much, so let's dive into this fan favorite theory. Now, please know that this video is only a speculation and made for entertainment purposes. And if you like these theory videos, guys, please like and subscribe. This video is dedicated to my longtime viewer, Lock21. Thanks for being a badass viewer, Lock. All your badass comments and keeping me on my toes. Thank you. For those of you who need a stroll down memory lane, Kit Walker was the main character of AHS Season 2, Asylum. He was married to Elma. Yes, that's the name of Harry's daughter in double feature and where this theory originates from, who was abducted by aliens and later returned back to Earth. During the time that Alma was away, Kit met and fell in love with Grace. Both women became pregnant and gave birth in the same year. Alma gave birth to Julia, and Grace gave birth to Thomas in 1965. I can confirm Season 10 takes place in 2022. Season 10 occurs 1 year after the Trujillo murders, which occurred in December 2020. This places our main storyline January of 2022, making both Thomas and Julia 57 years old. So we can definitively say that so far, none of the main characters are Kit's children, seeing as they are all, so far too young. So let's look into the theory that Harry or the chemist is a descendant of Thomas or Julia. We do know that Thomas became a law professor and Julia became a successful neurosurgeon at Johns Hopkins. So Kit did disappear, sadly. He contracted cancer and one day he just disappeared. Though we do know what happened to his children, it is kind of weird that in episode 3, Harry mentions that his father was a lawyer who never paid attention to him. So we can rightfully speculate Harry could be Thomas's son. Let's take a wild guess and assume Harry and Doris are around about 30 years old. The ages that would separate Harry from Thomas are 27 years. So that would obviously seem right that Thomas became a father at 27 years old. And almost every single law professor is an active lawyer. So don't give me shit in the comment sections, guys. Law professors can teach and practice in any state in the United States. Even his last name, Gardner, it, to me, fits the profile. Think about it. Your dad was wrongfully imprisoned for being Bloodyface, one of the most infamous serial killers in AHS universe, and then he suddenly disappears. This is going to be gold to internet sleuths. So I think it's highly possible Thomas found a lot of unwanted or maybe wanted attention by internet sleuths, and his son Harry changed his last name in order to avoid being associated with Bloodyface and all the controversy surrounding the case. He can't be using an alias, otherwise Doris would call him by his real name and they would be using their real last name for business purposes. At this time though, in my opinion, there is enough circumstantial evidence to link Harry to Thomas and Kit. But what about the theory of Harry being Alma's son or grandson? That would absolutely explain his daughter being named Elma. Okay guys, now remember, Elma gave birth to Julia, not Thomas. If Harry was related to Elma, he'd have to be her grandson only because she gave birth to a daughter before she died. Grace is the only one who gave birth to a boy. So it's absolutely impossible for Harry to be Elma's son. If Harry is related to Elma, then he is Julia's son, Elma's grandson. But I don't see this being the case. I think Elma in double feature has nothing to do with Elma from Asylum. Now this brings us to the chemist. Could she be Elma's daughter, Julia? At this point, y'all, I mean, anything is possible with this theory. We only know her as the chemist, and without much backstory, we have to keep, assuming. So the answer to could she be Elma's daughter is no. But again, perhaps the chemist got her talent from her mom, Julia, who is a neurosurgeon. Perhaps the chemist worked for the government with an extra goal of finding out what happened to her grandfather, Kit. Who knows at this point? But the situation is the same as Harry. Elma gave birth to a girl, making the chemist more likely to be her granddaughter. This theory can work out if Harry is Thomas's son and the chemist is Julia's daughter. I doubt these two wacky cousins kept in touch, and I also doubt that Julia and Thomas, if they talk, would have realized that their kids were living in the same town. Besides, if Harry is Thomas's son, I don't think he cared enough about his son to even make the connection. Something makes me think, that if this theory is true, Thomas cared only about money and fame, where Julia only cared about helping people. Their differences kept them apart, and so they decided they were siblings that did not talk to each other. It would certainly explain why Harry is so adamant to become a famous writer. He would finally upstage his famous lawyer father, who embraced the Bloodyface stigma placed on the Walker family and is constantly in the spotlight. Now, let me take it one step further and say that the chemist knows that Harry is her cousin and living in P-Town. Just remember, guys, the owner of the house Harry and Doris are renting saw Doris's work on Insta and reached out to her to redecorate the house. Doris doesn't really have talent when it comes decorating. And at first when they moved in, it only started with Doris redecorating a few rooms. But in episode 2, when Elma took the pill, Doris can be seen and heard on the phone talking to someone. Doris expresses grave concern because now the owners want Doris to decorate the entire house. I found this tiny detail odd, as we haven't really met the owners or even the residents of the town. And Doris doesn't really have talent. What would make them change their mind to have her redo the entire house? I speculate the person who owns the house is the chemist. She purposefully reached out to Doris to bring the Gardner family to P-Town. I think the chemist maybe needs her cousin and his little family for some nefarious reason and brought them to P-Town to carry out her plans. Yes, guys, I deeply understand that this theory does negate my personal theory that Doris is an alien. But please remember, the theory that Kit Walker's grandchildren are in this season is not my personal theory. It is a theory that already existed, and I am simply speculating if it could be true. So this video does not exist in my theory video universe. I guess if that even made sense. You guys know what I mean. Now, it would be absolutely badass if the chemist is Julia's daughter and Harry is Thomas's son, and the chemist is playing out some sort of revenge plot against her Uncle Thomas by turning his son into some kind of like fame whore addict. That's a twist I definitely flip backwards for. So the evidence may be circumstantial, but the theory that Harry is Thomas's son and the chemist is Julia's daughter is there. We have to watch the rest of the episode to find out if this theory is true. However, no matter which way you slice it, you can't deny Alma is probably an alien. And I do hope that we get a beautiful twist with this one. Like, because she's an alien and she takes the pill and she has alien in her blood, it becomes, you know, her need to become famous festers differently, turning Alma into a psychopath. But, you know, I don't think she can turn into something she already is. So, and it would have done the same thing because by the thought of this theory video, Harry is an alien as well, at least part, somewhat, due to his grandfather, Kit Walker, being affected by the aliens. So thank you all so much for your questions and compliments regarding the theory videos that I dropped last week. Thank you all so much for watching, and as usual, beware of our girl, sexy Scathach.
Hello everyone, and welcome to my freak show. It's time for the best Siobhan fan theories. And these are my favorite theories and are in no particular order. And if your theory was not included in this video, that's my bad. I need more time, or maybe another Mary, to include all of your badass theories that you guys left in the comments. And guys, don't be a dick in the comments. If you don't like the theory, be constructive, not negative. Spoiler warning. Okay, so we have Gavik's theory here. It says, yeah, I agree with the idea that Lilith is Siobhan. But due to some of the rules of the world and so on, she has almost no power. But that Lucifer is giving to her as his. She's not a slave, but a regular worker, and her wish is to finally be free and on her own, not pieces she is allowed to take. I enjoyed this theory very much because it expanded a little bit more on the lure of Siobhan being Lilith and kind of the reason why she would want her own coven, want her own power. It would absolutely make sense that if Siobhan is been given powers such as from Lucifer, she is the kind of character who absolutely seems like she wants to be her own independent person. She does not want to be a slave. She does not want to be a worker bee. She wants to be the boss. So again, I really enjoyed this theory. Really Headlines says, Siobhan is quite old, is dying. She knows it, and they will need a 13th to replace her in the coven. The baby is where Siobhan moves into when she dies. Anna joins the coven to stay with her baby and her best friend. The coven, actually Dex's mother, kills both Dex and his father, as they are unnecessary now that the baby is here. The coven is eternal. Funny how Siobhan looks exactly the same in 1968 when they were making Rosemary's Baby. That would make her about 76 years old right now. And Anna gets everything she ever wanted in the end. So who is the real evil one here? Anna was given every opportunity to say no, but she always said yes, didn't she? The reason why I truly enjoyed this comment was because it connected a lot of the pieces here. About the 13th, that would mean that they have more people in their coven that we haven't seen. That would certainly make sense, but hopefully if there are more people in the coven, they will include that in the finale. I also see more than one person indicating that Siobhan is going to move into Anna's baby when Anna gives birth to it. That actually does happen in the book. And Anna joins the coven to stay with her baby and her best friend. But the whole thing with Dex's mother doesn't happen. Yeah, Siobhan seems to be back, as another commenter pointed out to me, way back in the times of like 42 AD. So it's possible that Siobhan is even way older than 76 years old. And it would make absolutely sense that Siobhan is now like at a certain point in her body where it's dying and she needs another soul to start anew again. Also love how she pointed out that Anna has been given almost every opportunity to say no, but she has always said yes.
So her question of who is the real evil one here really had my brain, like diving headfirst into the theory pool, because I absolutely agree with it. Okay, so the next theory that we have is from the Queen Debbie Ebby. Debbie says Siobhan is the OG Supreme, older than Sexy Scathach. Now, the reason why I included this is because of the opening scene with Ivy giving birth to her twins, and then I believe she was in Ireland. And a lot of you in the comments also have pointed out that Siobhan's name is, I hope I say it right, is more like Gaelic. So I think that Debbie has something here. What if Siobhan is not Lilith, but she is literally one of the OG Supremes that started this whole thing? And I absolutely would love to see something like that. I don't know if Siobhan could overtake Sexy Scathach. I don't know if Siobhan takes a shower, she shaves, she looks gorgeous. But I don't know. What do you guys think? Siobhan versus Sexy Scathach. Which one would win? Great theory, Debbie. If Siobhan is not Lilith, that she is something like a Sexy Scathach type of character. Okay, so we have Curtis here that says that Siobhan is the Baba Yaga. The Baba Yaga has two sisters, the Ashleys. Now, when I saw this, I wondered to myself, what the heck is a Baba Yaga? So I looked it up, and a Baba Yaga is an enigmatic or ambiguous character from Slavic folklore of one of a trio of sisters of the same name who has two opposite roles. In some motifs, she is described as a repulsive or ferocious old-looking woman who fries and eats little ones, while in others, she is a nice old woman who helps out the hero. So it absolutely seems that this is another theory that I wish I had time to dive into and make a theory video about. Because the whole thing about a trio of sisters with the same name, we have two Ashleys, yeah, it really seems to click, especially when you're talking about the children, and it looks like that's what they ingested Addie's baby in episode, I guess that was 7. So yeah, this would absolutely seem like possibly this is something that Siobhan could be as well. So I absolutely enjoyed this theory. Excellent work on it. Again, I wish this was something that I had seen before and that I had time to delve into and try to connect Siobhan to. Okay, so we have a best fan theory from Merman Eli. Merman Eli says, I do believe Lilith is creating succubus or incubus, and they eat the placenta to stay youthful and force mothers to choose between motherhood and their deepest desires. Siobhan made a deal with Dr. Hill to have her embryos placed into the bodies of pregnant women. Specific women, it seems. I do believe Dex is an incubus, and his father is going to reveal that to him. It's why Dex is a total POS to women in general. That makes sense. And every time something happens, it's usually when a person is asleep or unconscious, like with what happened to Margaret. So I really loved this theory. This also makes sense. If Siobhan is Lilith and all of her little demon babies that they're all creating are little succubus and incubus, that would make sense because we saw Sonia eating the placenta in, of course, in a flashback in episode 7. And a lot of these women seem to choose between motherhood and their deep desires. So absolutely, this one really ticked into my head and just really made me going, especially about Dex being an incubus and that his father's going to reveal that to him in the season finale. I would love that. That's a twist I would love to see. And it certainly does explain why Dex is a POS to women. So, and also a really good point about a lot of the time something happens, it's usually whenever Anna is asleep or unconscious. And they also did the same to Margaret. They knocked her out, tied her up, and took that blood from her or put the blood in her. So, yeah, absolutely, that would make a lot of sense. Really enjoyed reading this, Merman Eli. Thank you so much. PB says, I could see a callback to an earlier episode happening. A character, possibly Anna, was looking at something on the phone. And in the background was a link about Celtic legend, lore, mythology. So I think it will be inspired by any real Celtic mythology that fits, or that they will make up one for the show. It fits with their name and possibly Cara Delevingne's first accent. I almost would prefer that they make something up. I don't like what they did with Mia Farrow, a dramatized retelling about a real person who is still alive, no less. Okay, so I enjoyed this theory video so much because it was a good note. Whenever episode 1 happened, I noticed when Anna was looking up Miss Preacher that there, you could see a cabal is happening in Hollywood. She had all these links and headlines about all these different topics, and one of them was about Cara Delevingne's character, Ivy, being from Ireland, and absolutely that would make sense. I don't know if they're going to make something up or if they will take someone like a sexy Scathach and just apply that to Siobhan. Let's see what the finale gives us. But yeah, I really enjoyed reading this theory. And something else about Siobhan not having not wanting an antichrist. It was outside of the box of a normal antichrist. Siobhan's, a demon and stuff like that. So I just really enjoyed it. Jed said that Siobhan could be a daughter of Lilith, a succubus, wanting to produce the perfect child to be Lilith's vessel. But it's AHS. I don't know. LOL. Or probably the Morrigan, since she appeared on ancient Galway, Ireland. The Morrigan symbol is the raven. Okay, this theory really clicked it in my head, obviously because of the raven, and of Siobhan being the daughter of Lilith. In my theory video about Siobhan actually being Lilith, I couldn't link them necessarily together to be the same person. But Jed's theory right here puts them still in relation, and that Siobhan is looking for this perfect product because she wants to put her mother in this child's soul. So again, that was so clever. And about the Morrigan, about on Galway, Ireland, about how their symbol is the raven. This is another theory that I wish I had more time, or that I had seen before, so I had more time to delve into it to make those connections to Siobhan. So really great theory. Highly enjoyed it. Okay, and last but not least, we have Ash Crow Goddess, who says, I'm thinking Siobhan's the earliest form of the mother goddess. All those early forms are neither really male nor female, which is why Satan gets that androgynous depiction in a lot of modern fiction. And they don't need anyone else to make a baby. She's going to be a lot like Loki, a Lilith, Maleficent, or a Shiva. Possibly that's why they named her Siobhan, though Shiva is usually depicted as a male. She's a nightbird, Nyx, the goddess, not the singer, Cybele, Gala, Tiamat, Neith, Newt. She is the devil herself. That's why she's so much worse, also, because the devil is beautiful and she is in everyone. Okay, so I enjoyed this one because it absolutely did kind of just pull things together. So it made Siobhan not Lilith, but the devil herself. I absolutely enjoyed the fact that Siobhan could be the devil himself, or now herself. And that's why, as she says right here, that it's so much worse because the devil is beautiful and she is in everyone. Great deep connection there, Ash. Again, really enjoyed reading this theory. Special thank you to everybody who included their theories in my comment sections. I really appreciate all of you for trusting me with your theory and to put them out there as favorites. Thank you again for sharing them with me. So what did you guys think of these Siobhan theories? Let me know in the comments because, as you know, I love reading what you guys have to say. Thank you all so much for watching. I love you all so much, and beware of sexy Scathach.
Since the premiere of episode 3, many of us are left with a huge question: who the hell is Mallory? So let's review 2 great fan theories and one of my very own. Now, the first fan theory is Mallory is Zoe Benson. Special thanks to Dakota D.I. Dawson on Facebook for this theory. Dakota and many fans alike are speculating Mallory is Zoe Benson, Coco is Misty Day, and Dinah is Queenie. Now, I understand the logic behind this theory as we have yet to see the trio in season 8, and Madison implied at the end of episode 3 that she knows Mallory. There's many more references as Cordelia tells Madison and Myrtle for them to find their sisters, implying that the girls are part of their coven. Another thing is Coco tells Mallory the drink that she hands her in the premiere episode of the season, it tastes like turtle shit, which I must admit has always stuck with me. How would Coco know what that tastes like? Then Dawson points out Misty Day lived in the woods all of her life, and I really get what he's saying. At some point, she ate turtle shit by mistake, which is easy to do if you live in the country, I might add. Mallory also describes a feeling that somebody is trying to claw their way out of her, so this theory is highly likely. Second fan theory, Mallory is Fiona Good. Special thank you to Cody White on Facebook for bringing his theory to my attention. He feels strongly what is clawing its way out of Mallory is Fiona Good. Now, to prove his theory, Cody takes us back to the summer when Ryan said a new Supreme will rise. Mallory has an amazing power that took Michael Langdon back, forcing him to call upon his father. And Cordelia and Mallory shared a long, meaningful stare when she was resurrected. And to bring it all home for the win for him, Madison sits on Mallory's legs and says, "Surprise, bitch, bet you thought you'd seen the last of me," just as she did to Fiona in Coven. Now, I have to say, guys, this surprise bitch slogan has really started a whole plethora of controversies. What do you think it means? Final theory, and this one comes from me. Mallory is a fallen angel and doesn't know it. The conversation Michael had with his dad is the key to this theory. He says, and I quote, "I thought I destroyed them all, but one survived. I have found her." Since Cordelia, Myrtle, Madison, and their sister witches are alive, he can't be talking about the witches. So I believe that he's referring to angels. Now, an angel is defined as a boy and a girl and a messenger of God. Angels rank lowest in the celestial hierarchy, much like Mallory the Grey does at Outpost 3, and of course at Life Before the Apocalypse. The feelings clawing their way out of her could be feelings of anger towards Langdon for destroying her race, the angels. I don't feel Mallory is a guardian angel or an archangel. She does seem to guard Coco and take care of her. However, Mallory's job as Coco's assistant kind of seems like a form of punishment. One that's so atrocious, only God would have come up with it. It would make sense that she's an angel, seeing as the witches are seeking help from Mallory outside of their ultra-powerful coven. And Mallory also has the power to go toe-to-toe with the Antichrist. Now, which theory was your favorite? Leave your opinion and show some love to the fans and their incredible theories in the comments. Thanks so much for watching, and beware of sexy Scathach. Beware of sexy Scathach. Beware of sexy Scathach. Beware of sexy Sketchit. There, hope that pleased everybody. Good night and beware
of sexy Scathach.
Hello everyone and welcome back to my freak show. Let's talk how AHS Red Tide and Death Valley should have ended. Now I have my opinion and I'm looking forward to reading yours. Now, in my opinion, Red Tide did not get bad until the finale, and Death Valley wasn't a complete waste of space, but that's not necessarily a compliment. So please keep in mind that this video tells how I would have ended AHS Season 10 using, the storyline that was given to me. And in another video, I'm going to explain how I would have changed the entire season. So for now, let's talk the finales using the material AHS provided me with. So let's start with Red Tide. In episode 6 of Red Tide, I would have introduced Hank, Doris's brother, played by Cheyenne Jackson. The opening would be Doris and Hank playing together as children. Doris fell hard after the chain that held her swing together bust, and Hank immediately comes to her aid. And we get a nice sibling moment where Hank promises to always be her big brother, even when they're grown up. Maybe, if time would allow in the episode, we could get a nice scene of Hank telling Doris that she's talented as a decorator and to never let anyone tell her differently. We see his genuine love and support of his little sister, and that comes into play in the rest of the episode. Now, after the opening credits, Hank knocks on the Gardner's house in P-Town. He wonders what they're doing there. He explains that he hasn't spoken to his sister in days, and according to Harry, they were not in P-Town anymore. So when he couldn't find him, he's come now to P-Town to check on her. What are they all doing there? Harry, Elma, Ursula, they all lie and tell Hank that Doris basically abandoned the family after Eli was born. Basically, they blame her absence on postpartum depression. And this does not work, and Hank refuses to accept their lie. He knows his sister, and he decides to stay in P-Town for a little while just to look for Doris or find any kind of clue from her. Ursula and Elma are already discussing his murder as soon as Hank exits the house. But Harry is absolutely against it. He claims that Doris and Hank going missing together will just be too much for them to cover up. And they need some serious help now. And they decide that when the sun goes down, they're going to go see Belle. But that's when Elma and Ursula sneak out of the house to go follow Hank. Like so many others, Hank is walking around town trying to get familiar with the layout when he comes across his sister in the cemetery. Now he's rightfully upset, and he doesn't understand what happened to Doris. He tries to talk to her, but sadly, Doris attacks her own brother and kills him. As she's eating him alive, she sees Elma and Ursula standing nearby, basically laughing at the entire situation. Because now, Alma and Ursula's problem of Hank is solved. Right at that moment is when Doris's memory flicks to her life as Doris, as her regular life, and then she remembers what Elma did to her by giving her the black pill. She even remembers her brother Hank. And suddenly, Doris just becomes super angry at what she's become and what she's been forced to do, and she attacks Alma. But this is when Alma yeets Ursula right in front of her, so Doris, will attack Ursula instead of Alma. And this is when Alma makes a break for it. All of the blood from Ursula and Hank's bodies bring the local Pales to the cemetery pretty quickly. They start feasting on the bodies, but obviously that doesn't end, very long. And in their bloodthirsty rage, they follow Alma. Because the pill doesn't seem to be their safeguard anymore. Because the Pales are just so hungry for something, anything to eat, that they will even eat those that have taken the pill. So the Pales follow Elma back to the Gardner house. This is where Harry and Elma are just scared to death because their house becomes surrounded by hungry Pales, led by Doris, and they burst into the house at one point, and they barely make it out alive with baby Eli. Now, thinking they'll be safe at Belle's house, they run over there, and at first, Belle's hosting Austin and the chemist, and they have absolutely no interest in helping Harry and Elma hide from the Pales. After Harry begs them, that's whenever Belle offers him help, but the only one condition she offers is that Harry must give her baby Eli. And this choice just tears at Harry. either give up his son to save all of them or say no and they all three die anyway. But Alma's just totally not down for thinking about this choice because she doesn't want to be eaten by pails. No sirree, Bob. When Harry makes his choice and refuses to give Eli to Belle in exchange for help, that's when Alma kills Harry and gives her own brother to Belle. And when Belle lets Alma inside the house, they basically lead Harry's body outside as a distraction. However, before Belle can enjoy her baby, the pails break into the house. The chemist manages to hide, but Alma, Belle, and Austin are forced to fight the pails. Harry's body distracted some of the pails and they're eating on some of that. They are so hungry that Doris and her pale warriors come out to play. There's a big fight that ends up with Belle and Austin, along with a bunch of pails, dead. But Doris, Alma, the chemist, Eli are still alive. In a slow, torturous pace, Doris approaches Alma. And with no one to protect her, she bites Alma's arm. Alma pulls away, but Doris bites at her again, sucking the blood down with incredible fury. Suddenly, Doris's stomach hurts, and it wasn't from the squirrel meat that she ate earlier. She falls to the ground in just sheer agony, and this is when the chemist comes out from hiding to grab Eli and Alma, sort of stand in front of them as their protector. When Doris rises from the ground, she's back to normal. She's no longer pale and has restored to her regular self. And this is my explanation for how it happened. Wait for it. Lime and aliens. Yes. Now guys, if AHS can use it, so can I. Now, while feasting on squirrels in the cemetery before, Alma unknowingly contracted Lyme disease. And at this point, it's like a key sliding into a lock, and the Lyme contradicts the negative effects of the pill and turns Doris back to normal. The chemist is then revealed to be an alien clone sent into the world with the intention of making the perfect alien/human hybrid using chemistry. The pill was made with a cocktail containing the chemist's alien DNA, and the ones who took the pill and thrived on it were marked as potential perfect hybrids because their body accepted the alien DNA. And those who turned pale, that meant that they weren't strong enough to accept the alien DNA, and that was actually the consequences of their body not being able to accept it. So after Doris turned pale and returned to normal without any kind of bloodthirsty assholio side effects, she is now considered the perfect alien/human hybrid. Thus, the chemist knows to mix Lyme disease into the chemical components of the pill to make their much-needed alien-human hybrids to save their race and take over Earth. Now, during this whole revelation, Alma stays still until Doris sees her again. And at first, it's a really nice, warm reunion. Doris and her children, they're all together, wonderful kisses and hugs. But Doris isn't the kind of mother that forgives and forgets. She leaves Alma behind to fend for herself without any kind of pills or any kind of family. And at that point, Alma is just grateful for her life, and she runs out of the house and she stumbles on the beach. When she looks down, she realizes that she fell over some paintbrushes that were stuck into the sand. Alma then has enough light to see Karen's painting that she left behind. An image of aliens looking over the town with a godlike view. Humans are represented as black pills, while aliens appear human. And in the background, P-Town burns to the ground. Back to the chemist. She makes a phone call while Doris picks up baby Eli. She holds him close and tells the chemist she only wants to go somewhere she'll be safe forever. The chemist tells Doris after her phone call that she has just the place for them. Afterwards, the chemist moves into a new little town by herself to continue spreading the pills. The episode ends with P-Town going up in flames, and the camera pans up to a wider shot, and we see another town going up in flames as the credits roll. Death Valley. Nixon ain't happy about being the most hated president, and he makes plans to void the treaty with the aliens. But before he can actually make do, he's caught in the Watergate scandal and forced to resign. Once again, there's a complacent president in the White House with President Ford. And at this point, Ford realizes that not every president after him is going to be so excited about this treaty. And him and Valiant make a promise to never tell another future president about the treaty. Valiant agrees to it, but only if Mamie Eisenhower is given such as the human equivalent of his job, which is a job of the liaison between the aliens and the government. So Mamie would basically be the human equivalent of him. Ford agrees, and she's taken to Area 51 to reside and represent the United States government. Now, the storyline at this point advances forward to present time, and it returns to Cal, Troy, Jamie, and Kendall in Area 51. Cal and Troy's little baby alien girl has killed the containment team quite quickly and has become loose in the building, and Theta and her team must find it before it kills more people. They are especially scared that the alien will kill the pregnant people. The child goes on a roaring rampage of carnage, killing all the poor pregnant souls that are locked in their rooms, including Mamie. And back to Jamie and Kendall. Them and the remaining pregnant people are removed from their rooms and herded into the cafeteria. The girls become gravely concerned when they don't see Troy or Cal. And while in the cafeteria, Jamie overhears the guards talking about the exit stairwell. And she tells Kendall about this, and they understand that if they can find this stairwell, then they have a hope of escaping the underground facility. When the alien actually starts trying to get into the cafeteria, the girls decide this is the moment to leave, and they use that as a distraction to sneak away from the cafeteria. Their trip becomes almost impossible when they go into labor in the stairwell. And Jamie pushes Kendall to reach past the pane and keep going to the top of the stairs. And when they near the top, Theta and her team have caught up to them. They are trying to escape as well, but Kendall sacrifices herself by way of throwing her body down the stairs, sort of bowling down Theta and the guards so Jamie can escape. And when Jamie gets out of the stairwell, she looks up and she sees a dark sky with tons of stars shining brightly. And, she sees nothing but wide open spaces, takes a breath of fresh air because she's feeling just this pure, beautiful moment of freedom before she becomes immobile from labor pains. And at this point, Jamie is doubled over. She can't run. She can't do anything. She has nothing to cut herself open with. So she has to stay still while her stomach explodes and the babies erupt, yet gently erupt, from her womb. A girl is tossed aside in the sand while the baby boy lands near Jamie's body. Theta and her team open the door and see Jamie right after she has given birth. And only seeing the boy, Theta picks him up and declares him as a failure. He is killed immediately while the baby girl watches from afar, feeling this intense pain from seeing her, twin baby brother's murder. And while the bodies are being cleaned up, the twin baby girl attacks and kills the team and Theta. But out of the darkness, bullets rain down on the infant, killing it. Off screen, we hear violent screams. They're erupting from the door that leads out of the exit stairwell from the facility. It's indicating that Cal's alien baby is going berserk with the killing downstairs. And Valiant emerges from the darkness. He's on the phone, issuing a code red with somebody important. He declares the mission a critical failure and demands Area 51 be vaporized immediately. Next, we see him underneath the White House, back to the place where it all began. He's there to use the communication systems left from behind to inform his superiors of the mission failure. However, before he can communicate it to the mothership, his cell phone rings. It's the chemist. She has finally made the perfect human/alien hybrid per the instructions of her creator, Theta. We flash back to 1979 in Area 51, and Theta has cloned herself using mainly human DNA of an unknown African-American woman with a large splash of her alien DNA. Mind you, all of this has to stay secret. She wants to make sure that her mission never fails. So she creates 5 replicas of herself with the intention of teaching them her powers, her intelligence, so they can carry out her mission of making sure their race always continues. Only 2 babies out of the 5 were actually viable. Theta named the babies the 4 and the 5. Time now flashes to 1984, and the clones are ultra smart at 5 years old. 4 and 5 are growing up like twins, raised by Theta, secretly, remember? And we flash forward to 1994, and the girls are now 15 years old. Suddenly, 4 dies out of nowhere, leaving her sister 5 devastated and the sole clone survivor. Theta, though, isn't really so sad and explains to 5 that, she's merely a clone, an experiment, but she's the last one. So she sends her final clone into the world with the intention of using chemistry to make the perfect alien/human hybrid in case her experiments fail in Area 51. When we see number 5 as a young woman, she's creating the pill. And at this point, it's revealed that the chemist is number 5, the sole surviving clone of Theta. The episode ends with Doris and Eli meeting Valiant Thor, now in color. He's slicker than a car salesman as he tries to put Doris at ease about where she's going. He uses his powers to soothe her and Eli as a massive beam of light falls on the 3 of them. She asks him where they're going and he replies, "Does it matter as long as it's safe?" Doris smiles and shakes her head to confirm that no, it doesn't matter where she's going, as long as it's safe. The betrayal of her husband and daughter cut her so deeply that it does not matter to her where she's going, as long as she and Eli are safe. She accepts his hand, and Valiant holds her and Eli while they float up into the sky, the light getting brighter every second they ascend upwards as the credits roll. Now, in my opinion, this is how AHS should have ended. What do you guys think of my ending? And how would you have ended Double Feature? Let me know in the comments. If you like this video, hit that thumbs up button so YouTube will cease the nothing from taking over my channel. Thank you so much for watching, and beware of our girl, Sexy Scathach.
Beware of Sexy Scathach.
Hello everyone, and welcome to my freak show. American Horror Story Delegate has intrigued audiences with its blend of horror, mystery, and supernatural elements. Now, among its enigmatic characters lies Dr. Hill, a mysterious, seemingly ageless fertility doctor who plays a significant role in the lives of Dex and Anna Harding. Now, this video will devolve into the theory that Dr. Hill is Dex Harding's father. And this theory is from the brilliant mind of Debbie Babebby, so please show her some love in the comments. Now first, I must review Dr. Hill himself. Dr. Andrew Hill is a wealthy fertility doctor at the Riverside Fertility Clinic. He has treated many women, and from flashbacks, we know Dr. Hill isn't a morally good character. And he also has some kind of a supernatural side to him. From 1985 to 2023, Dr. Hill remains unchanged. This supernatural element adds an intriguing layer to this theory, suggesting that Dr. Hill may possess powers of longevity beyond human comprehension. Now, let's get into the meat of the theory, the evidence. The absence of Dex's father in the show and the narrative provides fertile ground for speculation, allowing for various interpretations of the identity of his dad. Now, Virginia Harding's description of Dex's father as a sadist who abused her during their marriage sets the stage for a character shrouded in darkness and cruelty. Dr. Hill emerges as a compelling candidate, giving his close proximity to Dex and Anna, as well as his significant role in their reproductive journey.
The visual symbolism of Dr. Hill and Dex that are framed together in cinematic shots during pivotal moments, like when the implantation procedure in episode 1, it hints at a deeper connection between the two characters. In a series known for its visionary elements and symbolism, such framing choices carry weight and significance, suggesting a bond that transcends mere doctor-patient interaction. The dynamic between Dr. Hill and Dex further supports the theory that they have like a family relationship. In episode 5, when Anna complains of abdominal pain, Dr. Hill initially dismisses her concerns until Dex's intervention prompts him to re-examine Anna and give him more of her attention. And this moment highlights Dex's influence over Dr. Hill, hinting at a deeper connection between the two beyond the confines of medical practice. Moreover, Dr. Hill's wealth is evidenced by his luxurious lifestyle and ability to provide financial support. That aligns with the theory that he could be Dex's father. Remember, Dex's dad paid for everything, and that's why Virginia said that she didn't think that Dex would want to turn against his father. Now, the revelation that Dr. Hill may have changed his last name to conceal his true background adds another layer of intrigue to the theory, suggesting a desire to hide his supernatural background, and in the front of people, they see him as someone who's normal. In American Horror Story Delicate, the theory of Dr. Hill's paternity adds a compelling layer of complexity to the whole narrative of the show, like in elements of horror, mystery, and supernatural. From his questionable nature to the narrative clues and the character dynamics, they all hint a deeper connection with Dex. And Dr. Hill emerges as a compelling candidate for Dex's father, in my opinion. And as this series continues to unfold its mysteries, I hope that they're going to actually let us know if these two are indeed related. So what do you guys think? Do you think Dr. Hill is Dex's daddy? And if not, who do you think it is? Let me know all your thoughts in the comments section because you know I love reading them. Thank you all dearly so much for watching. Thank you so much, Debbie. All of you, please beware of sexy Scathach. Hello, everyone. Welcome to my freak show. I am MaryGirl Moody, and this is my newest theory for AHS Delicate. This is just a theory, okay? So no need to get all crazy in the comments. You're here for some entertainment, so let me entertain you. I started this theory after I read Delicate Condition, but before the AHS Delicate trailers were released. So this theory is not altered to match the show. If you want me to do one that matches the show, just let me know and I will see if I can do it. Now, don't watch if you don't want to be spoiled by season 6 of AHS. And lastly, this video is speculation. If this really is the twist for season 6, I'm never going to let any of you forget it. Ever. So let's move into my theory about the return of sexy Scathach. How can this nasty woman return to AHS season 12? Here's my theory. The main storyline is Anna and Dex are married, the quintessential college lovers that are now married with a lovely house in the suburbs of a big city. Anna and her husband grew up rich, but they are isolated from family support. They are working with IVF to get pregnant and have undergone their final treatment. A stranger breaking into their home sends Anna and Dex to temporarily relocate to their home in the Hamptons. The house is isolated with strict security. Anna feels safe, but their move has made Dex's travel to work much longer, leaving Anna isolated in their house. Now, the first night that they move in, Anna notices a filthy woman outside of her windows, just watching the house. And the next day, the woman still watches the house. She never speaks, only watches. Anna tries to go outside and confront the woman, but she disappears. A terrible storm rages over their Hampton home that night. And the next day, Anna notices the woman's focus has shifted from the house to Anna herself. And this prompts Anna to snap a picture of the woman and upload it to her laptop. A reverse image search reveals that the woman is the alleged sexy Scathach. And Anna finds a book and video by Shelby Miller confirming the existence of Scathach. Now, of course, Anna calls Siobhan and tells her all about Scathach, and Of course, Siobhan insists that Anna isn't really seeing this woman, just some homeless woman that's living in the woods who probably looks like Scathach. Now, right after their conversation, Anna discovers she is pregnant, and she forgets all about Scathach. As her pregnancy goes by, Anna still sees the woman in the woods. She's watching Anna's baby bump as it grows larger. Real quickly, backstory time. You know how much AHS loves to do backstories, so I'm going to do backstories. Backstory to when Dex is walking into the woods a day after he and Anna have arrived in the Hamptons. He sees our sexy Scathach, and just like Matt, Dex instantly falls in love with her dirty vag. Now, this obviously prompts Anna to become suspicious because Dex is now missing. He's going into the woods for long hours. He's not really going to work. And she starts to wonder if he's meeting this woman in the woods. Now, returning back to present time, Anna is 8 months pregnant and sends Dex on a long errand and goes into the woods to confront the woman. Anna comes face to face with Scathach. Anna says, "I know what you want." Scathach says, "Do you?" Anna says, "Yes, you want Dexter." Scathach just stays silent and cool. Anna says, "I just want you to know that you're wasting your time. Dex and I are leaving the country and we're going back home to the city. If you follow us or come near my family, I will kill you." The rustle of the leaves shaking in the trees above Anna takes her attention away from Scathach, and she looks up to the sky to see Scathach's coven is hovering in the air around her. And it finally dawns on Anna that this is the real Scathach, and the women that are surrounding her in black robes in the air are her coven. She recognizes Siobhan, Talia, Olympia, and other women in Anna's day-to-day life in the robes. Anna throws her hands around her stomach to protect her baby as the witches descend on her. Back at the house, Dex is back home after running his errands, and he's putting away the groceries when he hears Anna scream from outside the house. He follows her scream to the backyard and finds her in labor. Dex says he's taking her to the hospital, but Anna tells him it's too late, the baby is coming. Dex is panicking, but he does manage to get her inside in the house, into the bedroom. But before he can call paramedics, the lights in the house go out. Anna is breathing and pushing while the shadows close in on Dex. The witches emerge from the shadows, and they help Anna give birth as Dex stands aside. Anna finally gives birth to a girl, and the witches and Scathach surround Anna and the baby as the baby cries, and Anna thanks them for helping them. They now turn back to Dex, who is now looking at his daughter. Anna lets him hold the baby. He looks in awe of his baby girl and gives the baby back to Anna. And the witches descend on Dex while Scathach rubs the baby's head. She tells Anna it's time. And Scathach turns to Dex, and we get one final flashback. The scene goes back to Anna confronting Scathach in the woods an hour ago. The witches enclose Anna, preventing her from leaving. Scathach explains to Anna that she's not going to hurt her. She says that Dex desperately wanted a baby. He asked Scathach and her coven to use their magic to make Anna pregnant, and they were the ones responsible for Anna being pregnant. Now, in order to do this, Scathach made a deal with Dex. In order for her coven to do this, in exchange for this child, he must give himself to Scathach, which he agreed on. Now, Scathach tells Anna that it's time for her to make a sacrifice as payment for the baby. Scathach tells Anna that she wants Dex and permission to move her soul into Anna's baby. Scathach tells Anna that she made her pregnant when the doctors and the surgery failed, and she's a good person and will make an excellent daughter. All she wants is to live again in a young body, and of course, she wants Dex. Anna agrees, and she goes right into labor after that. The scene now shifts back to the present, to Anna having just given birth. Scathach nods to the witches. They enclose Dex, and they make their circle tighter, making it impossible for Dex to breathe. Dex suddenly screams in pain, and little by little, his body disappears from view, leaving nothing more than oxygen behind, which the witches eat, drink, and lick. Scathach tells Anna that she wanted Dex as spiritual food for her coven, so that they may live until she returns to them as their leader. Now this shocks Anna, but she can't turn back now. She has to live with the choice she's made. And the season ends with Anna raising her daughter, Scathach, the OG Supreme, until she can return back to her coven. The book does take Anna and Dex to a remote location where the potential to bring Scathach back is present. So the theory is justified, and with advanced technology, they possibly don't even need Lady Gaga on the set. They can just AI her right in with her permission. So you might be asking, do I feel that this theory is likely? I'm gonna say no, but wouldn't it be great to see the return of sexy Scathach? It would be awesome to see her as the tie-in from season 6 to this season. Maybe we can even get a little backstory of what Scathach has been doing with her life after Matt and Shelby. I mean, I don't really think she's doing much, but hell, I'd take anything that includes our nasty girl. So would you like sexy Scathach to return, or do you think she should just stay in the woods? What do you think of the theory, guys? Let me know everything in the comments. And speaking of theories, I do have a lot of them. Check them out in this handy little playlist at the end of the video. Thank you all so much for watching. If you enjoyed the video, please like it, because likes will get you more theory videos. Subscribe if you want, and I'll see you in the next theory video. And of course, as usual, beware of sexy Scathach.
Beware of sexy Scathach.